on his right flank. La Haye-Sainte would stand as a bulwark in the front and centre of his lines, while Papelotte would guard the left-hand edge of his defences. All three farmsteads stood in the valley in front of the northern ridge, and as the ridge itself was a position where a soldier would make his stand, so the three farms in the valley would serve like breakwaters standing proud of a beach. If an assault was to come across the valley, the attackers would be driven away from the stone-walled farms and compressed into the spaces between, where they'd be fired on from in front and from either side. There was worse news still for an attacker. If a man was to gaze north from La Belle Alliance, he'd be blind to what lay behind the ridge where the elm tree grew. In the far distance, if the battle smoke permitted, he might see rising pasture land leading to the forest of Soignes, but he'd see nothing of the dead ground behind the ridge, and wouldn't know that a hidden farm lane ran east and west behind the crest that would allow his enemy to shift reinforcements swiftly to wherever the ridge was threatened most. But perhaps that blindness didn't matter if the attacker was the Emperor of the French, for Napoleon Bonaparte was a man in love with war, a man accustomed to glory, a man confident of victory, and the leader of over 100,000 veterans who had already defeated the Prussians and sent the British reeling back from Quatre Bras. Besides, the ridge where the elm tree grew was not steep. A man could stroll up its face without feeling any strain in his legs or any shortening of his breath. And the Emperor knew that his enemy had few good troops to defend that gentle slope. Indeed, the Emperor knew much about his enemy, for all day long the Belgian deserters had flocked to his colours and told their tales of panic and flight. Some of the Emperor's generals, who had been defeated by Wellington in Spain, advised caution, but the Emperor would have none of their cavils. The Englishman, he said, was a mere sepoy general, nothing but a man who had learned his trade against the undisciplined and ill-armed tribal hordes of India, while the Emperor was Europe's master of war, blooded and hardened by battles against the finest troops of a continent. Napoleon didn't care where Wellington chose to make his stand. He'd beat him anyway, then marched triumphant into Brussels. The Duke of Wellington chose to make his stand on the ridge where the solitary elm tree grew, and there, in the rain, his army waited. The rain slackened but did not end. As the last of the retreating British infantry passed La Belle Alliance, they could see the great swathes of water sweeping west from the trees about Hougoumont. Not that they cared. They just slogged on, each man carrying his pack, haversacks, pouches, canteen, billhook, musket and bayonet. 70 pounds of baggage for each man. Some of the troops had marched most of the previous night, and now they had marched all Saturday through the piercing, chilling rain. Their shoulders were chafed bloody by the wet straps of the heavy packs. Only their ammunition, wrapped in oiled paper and deep in rainproof cartouches, was dry. They had long outstripped their supply wagons, so, apart from whatever food any man might have hoarded, they went hungry. The supply wagons, which had never reached Quatre Bras, were still struggling on flooded minor roads to reach the crossroads of Mont-Saint-Jean. The wagons carried spare ammunition, spare weapons, spare flints, and barrels of salt beef, barrels of twice-baked bread, barrels of rum, and crates with the officers' crystal glasses and silver cutlery that added a touch of luxury to the battalion's crude bivouacs. The army's women walked with the supply wagons, trudging through the cold mud to where their men waited to fight. Those men waited behind the ridge where the elm tree grew. The quartermasters marked bivouac areas for the various battalions in the soaking fields. Fatigue parties took axes and billhooks back to the forest to cut firewood. Provosts stood guard in Mont-Saint-Jean, for the Duke was particular that his men did not steal from the local populace. But despite their precaution, every chicken in the hamlet was soon gone. Men made fires, sacrificing cartridges to ignite the damp wood. No one tried to make shelters, for there was not enough timber immediately available, and the rain would have soaked through anything but the most elaborate huts of woods and turf. The red dye from the infantry's coats ran to stain their grey trousers, though gradually, as they settled into their muddy homes, all the men's uniforms turned to a glutinous and filthy brown. The cavalry straggled in later in the afternoon. Staff officers directed the troopers to their bivouacs behind the infantry. The horses were pegged out in long lines, while their riders used forage scythes to gather fodder, and others carried collapsible canvas buckets to the water pumps in Mont-Saint-Jean. The farriers, who carried a supply of nails and horseshoes in their saddlebags, began inspecting the hooves of the tired beasts. The gunners placed their cannons just behind the ridge's summit, so that while most of the guns were hidden from an approaching enemy, the barrels still had a clear shot down the gentle slope. In the centre of the ridge, close to where the elm grew beside the high road, the guns were concealed behind hedges. The artillery park was placed at the forest's edge, well back from the guns, and the infantry sourly noted how the gunners were provided with tents, for the artillery alone of all the army had kept their wagons close. No gun could fire long without its supplies, and a battery of 6 cannon needed a spare wheel wagon, a forage cart, 2 general supply wagons, 8 ammunition wagons, 92 horses and 70 mules. Thus the land between the ridge and the forest was soon crammed with a mass of men and horses. Smoke from the bivouac fires smeared the rainy air. The ditches and furrows overflowed with water running off the fields in which the army must sleep. Some officers walked forward to stare southwards across the wide valley. They watched the last of the British cavalry and guns come home. Then the high road was left empty. The farmers, together with their families, labourers and livestock, had long fled from the 3 farms in the valley's bottom. Nothing moved there now, except for the rain that sheeted and hissed across the road. The British gunners, standing beside their loaded cannon, waited for targets. In the early evening the rain paused, though the wind was still damp and cold. Some of the infantry tried to dry out their sopping uniforms by stripping themselves naked and holding their heavy wool coats over the struggling fires. Then a single cannon fired from the ridge. Some of the naked men ran to the crest to see that a 9-pounder had slammed a cannonball into a troop of French cuirassiers who had been crossing the valley floor. The gunshot had stopped the advance of the armoured horsemen. One horse was kicking and bleeding in the hay, while its rider lay motionless. A mass of other enemy horsemen was assembling on the far crest about La Belle Alliance. 4 enemy guns were being deployed close to the inn. For a few moments the tiny figures of the French gunners could be seen tending to their weapons. Then the crews ran aside, and the 4 guns fired towards the lingering smoke of the British 9-pounder's discharge. Every gun on the British ridge replied. The massive salvo sounded like a billow of rolling thunder. Smoke jetted from the crest, and round shots screamed across the valley to thump in muddy splashes among the enemy cavalry. Staff officers galloped along the British crest, screaming at the gunners to hold their fire, but the damage had already been done. The French staff officers, gazing from the tavern, saw that they were not faced by a handful of retreating guns, but by the artillery of a whole army. They could even tell from the smoke just where that army had placed its guns. So now the Emperor knew that the British retreat was over, and that the sepoy general had chosen his battlefield. At a crossroads among farmland, where the hay was nearly all cut, and the rye was growing tall, and the orchards were heavy with fruit, and where 3 bastions stood like fortresses proud of the ridge that next day the French must capture and the British must hold, at a place called Waterloo. Chapter 11. "Not a day for cricket, eh, Sharpe?" Lieutenant Colonel Ford shouted the jocular greeting, though his expression was hardly welcoming. The colonel, with Major Vine beside him, crouched in the thin shelter of a straggly hedge, which they had reinforced against the wet and gusting wind with 3 broken umbrellas. Sharpe supposed the greeting expressed forgiveness for his usurpation of command the previous day. Sharpe had brusquely ordered the battalion to run, while Ford had still been deliberating what to do, but it seemed the colonel had no desire to make an issue of the affair. Vine, huddled in the roots of the hedge, scowled with dark, unfriendly eyes at the rifleman. "I was taking some food to my old company. You don't mind, Ford?" Sharpe still had the cold beef and bread that Rebecca had given him that morning. He didn't need Ford's permission to visit the Prince of Wales' own volunteers' bivouac, but it seemed polite to ask, especially on a day during which Rebecca had lectured him about the need for tact. Sharpe had sent Lieutenant Doggett on to the village of Waterloo, where the generals had their quarters, but Sharpe had no wish to join the Prince yet. He preferred the company of his old battalion. Sharpe and Harper found the men of their old light company squatted about some miserable fires made from damp straw and green twigs collected from the hedge. Major Dallenbaugh was collecting letters from those few men who could write, and who wanted to leave a message for their families, should anything happen to them the next day. It had begun to rain again. The men were cold and miserable, though the veterans of the war in Spain pretended that this was a paradise compared to the ordeals they had suffered in their earlier campaigns. The new men, not wanting to appear less tough than the veterans, kept silent. The veterans of the company made space for Sharpe and Harper near a fire, and Sharpe noted how these experienced soldiers were assembled around one blaze, and the newcomers about the other, feebler campfires. It was as if the old soldiers drew together as an elite, against which the newcomers would have to measure themselves. Yet even the veterans were betraying a nervousness this rainy night. Sharpe confirmed to them that the Prussians had been beaten, but he promised that Marshal Blücher's army was withdrawing on roads parallel to the British retreat, and that the Marshal had promised to march at first light to Wellington's aid. "Where are the Prussians exactly, sir?" Colour Sergeant Major Huckfield wanted to know. "Over there." Sharpe pointed to the left flank. The Prince of Wales' own volunteers were on the right side of the British position, almost midway between the elm tree and the track which led down to Hougoumont. "How far away are they, sir?" Huckfield, an intelligent and earnest man, persisted. Sharpe shrugged. "Not far." In truth, he didn't know where the Prussians were bivouacked, nor was he even certain that Marshal Blücher would march to help this bedraggled army in the morning, but Sharpe knew he must give these men some shred of hope. The newcomers to the battalion were edging closer to the veterans' fire to listen to the rifleman. "All that matters," he said loudly, "is that the Prussians will be here and fighting in the morning. If this rain doesn't stop, we'll need the bloody navy here, not the bloody Prussians." Private Clayton looked up at the darkening clouds. The rain was steady and hard, drumming on the black shako tops of the shivering men, and running down the old furrows to puddle at the field's bottom, where a troop of officers' horses were unhappily picketed. "This rain will bugger up their harvest." Charlie Weller, who was allowed to bivouac with the veterans because they liked him, plucked a head of soaking wet rye and shook his head sadly. "It'll all be black and rotten in a week's time." "But it'll be well done next year, though. Corn always grows better on dead flesh." Hagman, the oldest man in the company, grinned. "We saw that in Spain, ain't that right, Mr. Sharpe? We saw oats growing taller than a horse where a battle had been fought. The roots was sucking up all that blood and belly they was. They don't always bury them, though, do they? You remember that place in Spain where all the skulls were?" Clayton frowned as he tried to remember the battlefield over which the battalion had marched some weeks after a fight. "Sallymanker," Harper offered helpfully. "That was the place. There was skulls as thick as blue bottles in cow shit." Clayton spoke loudly to impress the new recruits who were listening avidly to the conversation. Nor did he drop his voice as a blue-coated battalion of Dutch-Belgian infantry marched close by towards their bivouac. "I hope those yellow bastards aren't next to us tomorrow," Clayton said malevolently. There were growls of agreement. The officers and men of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers might be divided between the experienced and the inexperienced, but they were united in their hatred of all outsiders, unless those outsiders had proved themselves as tough, resourceful and uncomplaining as the Redcoats. To these men the battalion was their life, their family, and probably their death as well. Properly led, they would fight for their battalion with a feral and terrifying ferocity, though ill-led, as Sharpe well knew, they could fall apart like a rusted musket. The thought made Sharpe glance towards Colonel Ford. Clayton still stared with loathing at the Dutch Belgians. "Now I'll wager those buggers won't go hungry tonight. Busters can't fight, but they look plump enough. No shortage of bloody food there." Daniel Hagman suddenly laughed aloud. "You remember that ripe ham we sold to the Portuguese? That was you, Mr. Sharpe." "No, it wasn't," Sharpe said. The veterans jeered knowingly and affectionately. "It was you." Clayton, a clever and cheeky rogue, pointed an accusing finger at Sharpe, then told the story for the benefit of the newcomers. "There were these Portuguese boys, right? It was after some scrap or other, and the busters were hungry as hell. So Mr. Sharpe here chopped the bums off some French dead and smoked them over the fire, and then sold them to the Portuguese as joints of ham." The newcomers grinned nervously towards the grim-faced officer, who seemed oddly embarrassed by the tale. "The Portuguese never complained." Harper justified the barbarity. "Did you really do that?" Dannenbohr asked Sharpe very quietly. "Christ, no. It was some other rifleman. The Portuguese had eaten their pet dog, so they decided to get even with them." Sharpe was surprised that the story was now ascribed to him, but he had noticed how men liked to attach outrageous stories to his exploits, and it was hopeless to deny the more exotic feats. "We could do with some of them Portuguese tomorrow." Daniel Hagman lit his pipe with a glowing twig from the fire. They were proper little fighters, they were. The admiration was genuine and earned muttered agreement from the veterans. "But we'll be all right tomorrow, won't we, Mr. Sharpe?" Charlie Weller asked with undisguised anxiety. "You'll be all right, lads. Just remember, kill their officers first, aim at the bellies of the infantry and at the horses of the cavalry." The answers were given for the benefit of the men at the outer reaches of Sharpe's audience, the men who hadn't fought before and who needed simple rules to keep them confident in the chaos of battle. Weller put a finger into the can of water and found it still lukewarm. He took a twist of dry kindling that he had stored deep in his clothes and put it onto the flames. Sharpe hoped the boy would survive, for Weller was different from the other men. He was a country boy who'd joined the army out of a sense of patriotism and adventure. Those motives had helped make him a good soldier, though no better than most of the men who had taken the king's shilling for altogether less honourable motives. Clayton was a thief, and probably would have been hanged if he hadn't donned the red coat, but his sly cunning made him a good skirmisher. Most of the other men around the fire were drunkards and criminals. They were the leavings of Britain, the unwanted men, the scum of the earth. But in battle they were as stubborn as mules. To Sharpe's mind they were gutter fighters, and he wouldn't have wanted them any other way. They weren't impressive to look at, small, scarred, gap-toothed and dirty, but tomorrow they'd show an emperor how a redcoat could fight, though tonight their main concern was when the rum ration would reach them. "The quartermaster has promised it by midnight," Dallenbaugh told the company. "Busted wagon drivers," Clayton said. "Bustards are probably tucked up in bed." Sharpe and Harper stayed another half-hour and left the company discussing the chances of finding the French brothel among the enemy baggage. All British soldiers were convinced that the French travelled with such a brothel, a magical institution that they'd never quite succeeded in capturing, but which occupied in their mythology the status of a golden prize of war. "They seem well enough," Sharpe said to Dallenbaugh. The two officers were walking towards the ridgetop while Harper went to fetch the horses. "They are well enough," Dallenbaugh confirmed. He was still in his dancing clothes, which were now stained and ragged. His proper uniform was lost with the missing baggage. One of his dancing shoes had somehow lost its buckle and was only held in place by a piece of string knotted round Dallenbaugh's instep. "They're good lads," he said warmly. "And you, Dally?" Peter Dallenbaugh smiled ruefully. "I can't shake off a rather ominous dread. Silly, I know, but there it is." "I felt that way before Toulouse," Sharpe confessed. "It was bad. I lived, though." Dallenbaugh, who wouldn't have admitted his fears to anyone but a very close friend, walked a few paces in silence. "I can't help thinking about the wheat on the roads. Have you noticed that wherever our supply wagons go, the grain falls off and sprouts? It grows for a season, then just dies. It seems to me that's rather a good image of soldiering. We pass by, we leave a trace, and then we die." Sharpe stared aghast at his friend. "My God, but you have got it bad." "My Huguenot ancestry, I fear. I'm bedeviled by a Calvinist guilt that I'm wasting my life. I tell myself that I'm here to help punish the French, but in truth it was the chance of a majority that kept me in uniform. I need the money, you see, but that seems a despicable motive now. I behaved badly, don't you see? And consequently I have a conviction that I'll become nothing but dung for a Belgian ryefield." Sharpe shook his head. "Well, I'm only here for the money too, you silly bugger." They'd reached the ridgetop and could see the twisting trails of French cooking fires rising beyond the southern crest. "You're going to live, Dally." "So I keep telling myself, and then I become convinced of the opposite." Dallenbaugh paused before revealing the true depths of his dread. "For twopence, I'd ride away tonight and hide. I've been thinking of it all day." "It happens to us all." Sharpe remembered his own terror before the battle at Toulouse. "The fear goes when the fighting starts, Dally. You know that." "Oh, I'm not the only one either." Dallenbaugh ignored Sharpe's encouragement. "C.S.M. Huckfield has suddenly taken to reading his Bible. If I didn't like him so much, I'd accuse him of being a damn Methodist. He tells me he's marked to die in this campaign, though he adds that he doesn't mind because his soul is square with God. Major Vine says the same thing." Dallenbaugh shot a poisonous glance towards the hedge where Ford and his senior major crouched against the rain. "They asked me whether I thought we should have divine service tomorrow morning. I told them it was a bloody ridiculous notion. But I've no doubt they'll find some idiot chaplain to mumble inanities at us. Have you noticed how we're getting so very pious? We weren't pious in Spain, but suddenly there's a streak of moral righteousness infecting senior officers. I'll say my prayers in the morning, but I won't need to make a display of it." He began scraping the mud from his fragile shoes against a tuft of grass, then abandoned the cleaning job as hopeless. "I apologize, Sharpe. I shouldn't burden you with this." "It's not a burden. I was unconcerned till yesterday." Dalrymple went on as though Sharpe hadn't spoken. "But those horsemen completely unnerved me. I was shaking like a child when they attacked us. Then there's the Colonel, of course. I have no faith in Ford at all. And there's Anne. I feel I don't deserve her, and that any man who is as fortunate as I is bound to be punished for it." "Love makes us vulnerable," Sharpe admitted. "Doesn't it just?" Dalrymple said warmly. "But virtue should give us confidence." "Virtue?" Sharpe wondered just what moral claims his friend was making for himself. "Well, the virtue of our cause," Dalrymple explained as though it was the most natural thing in the world. "The French have got to be beaten." Sharpe smiled. "Oh, they're doubtless saying the same of us." Dalrymple was silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a sudden and impassioned rush. "I don't count Lucille, of course, and you mustn't think I do, but it is a filthily evil nation, Sharpe. I cannot forget what they did to my family, or to our co-religionists. And think of their revolution, all those poor, dead, innocent people. And Bonaparte's no better. He just attacks and attacks, then steals from the countries he conquers, and all the time he talks of virtue and law and the glories of French civilization. Their virtue is all hypocrisy. Their law applies only to benefit themselves, and their civilization is blood on the cobblestones." Sharpe had never suspected that such animosity lay beneath his friend's elegant languor. "So it isn't just the majority, Peter?" Dalrymple seemed embarrassed to have betrayed such feelings. "I'm sorry, I truly am. You must think me very rude. I heartily like Lucille, you know I do. Oh, I exaggerate, of course. It's not the French who are essentially evil, but their government." He stopped abruptly, evidently stifling yet more anti-French venom. Sharpe smiled. "Where Lucille and I live, they will tell you that France is blessed by God but cursed by Paris. They perceive Paris as an evil place inhabited by the most loathsome and grasping people." "It sounds like London." Dalrymple smiled wanly. "You won't tell Lucille my thoughts. I wouldn't like to offend her." "Of course I won't tell her. And perhaps you'll do me one more favour." "With pleasure." Dalrymple took a creased and damp letter from his pocket. "If I do become rye-dung tomorrow, perhaps you'll deliver this to Anne? And tell her I didn't suffer. No tales of surgeons' knives, Sharpe, and no descriptions of nasty wounds. Just a clean bullet in the forehead will do for my end, however nasty the truth will probably be." "I won't need to deliver it, but I'll keep it for you." Sharpe pushed the letter into a pocket, then turned as a spatter of musket fire sounded from the right of the line about the chateau of Hougomont. A scatter of French infantry were running back from the orchard, where British musket flames sparked bright in the dusk. Sharpe could see redcoats going forward among the trees south of the farm. The French must have sent a battalion to discover whether the farmstead was garrisoned, or else the enemy was merely foraging for firewood. But whatever their mission, the blue-coated infantry had run into a savage firefight. More redcoats ran from the farm to take their bayonets into the woodland. "What angers me," Dalrymple was taking no notice of the sudden skirmish, "is not knowing how it'll all end. If I die tomorrow, I'll never know, will I?" Sharpe shook his head in scornful dismissal of his friend's fears. "By summer's end, my friend, you and I will sit in a conquered Paris and drink wine. We probably won't even remember a day's fighting in Belgium. And you'll go home and marry your Anne and be happy ever after." Dalrymple laughed at the prophecy. "And you, Sharpe, what happens to you? Do you go back to Normandy?" "Yes." "And the local people won't mind that you fought against France?" "I don't know." That worry was never far from Sharpe's thoughts, nor indeed from Lucille's. "But I'd like to go back," Sharpe went on. "I'm happy here. I'm planning to make some calvados this year. The chateau used to make a lot, but it hasn't produced any for 20 or more years. The local doctor wants to help us. He's a good fellow." Sharpe suddenly thought of his meeting with Lord John, and of the promissory note that, if it was honoured, would make so many things possible in Lucille's chateau. "I met bloody Rossendale today. I took the promissory note off him direct. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Dalrymple said. "Oddly enough," Sharpe said, "I rather liked him. I don't know why. I think I felt sorry for him." "Love your enemies," Dalrymple quoted mockingly. "Bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you." "I told you we were getting more pious, even you." "But we'll still slaughter the bloody French tomorrow." Sharpe smiled and held out his hand. "You'll be safe, Peter. Tomorrow night we'll laugh at these fears." They shook hands on the promise. The musket fire at Hougomont died away as the French yielded possession of the woodland to the British. A roll of thunder sounded in the west, and a spear of lightning glittered brief and stark on the horizon. Then the rain began to pelt down hard again. The armies had gathered, and now waited for the morning. The lintel of every house in Waterloo Street bore a chalked inscription, put there by the Quartermaster General's department to identify which general and staff officers would be billeted inside. The inn opposite the church bore the chalked words, "His Grace the Duke of Wellington," while 3 doors away a 2-story house was inscribed, "The Earl of Oxbridge." Another substantially built house was marked, "His Royal Highness the Prince William of Orange." Thatched cottages with dung-heaps hard under their windows were this night to be the homes for marquises or earls, yet such men counted themselves fortunate to be sheltered at all, and not to be enduring the numbing cold misery of the rain that thrashed the ridge. In the Earl of Oxbridge's house, the staff officers crammed themselves about a table to share the Earl's supper of boiled beef and beans. It was an early supper, for the whole staff was on notice to rise long before dawn. In the centre of the table, propped against the single candelabra, was Lord John Rossendale's broken sword. One of the staff officers had discovered the snapped blade after Lord John had tried to throw it away, and had demanded to know just how the weapon had been broken. The truth was too painful, and so Lord John had invented a rather more flattering account. "It was after the rocket explosion," he explained to the assembled staff at supper. The damned horse bolted on me." "You should learn to ride, John." Lord John waited for the laughter to subside. "The damned thing ran me into a wood off to one side of the road, and damn me if there weren't 3 lancers lurking there." "Green or red?" The Earl of Oxbridge, just returned from a conference with the Duke of Wellington, had taken his place at the head of the supper table. "The green ones, Harry." That bit was easy for Lord John to invent, for he'd watched the green-coated lancers running from the attack of the lifeguards. "I shot one with a pistol, but had to throw it down to draw my sword. Damn shame, really, because it was an expensive gun." "A Mortimer percussion pistol with a rifled barrel." Christopher Manville confirmed the value of the lost pistol. "Damn shame to lose it, John." Lord John shrugged as though to suggest the loss was nothing, really. "The second fellow charged me. I got past his point and gave him the sword in the belly. Then the third one damn nearly skewered me." He gave a modest smile. "Thought I was dead, to be honest. I slashed at the fellow, but he was damn fast. He drew a sabre and had a good hack at me. I parried, and that's where my sword broke. Then damn me if the fellow didn't just turn tail and run." The assembled officers stared at the broken sword which lay like a trophy on the supper table. "The trick of it," Lord John said, "is to get past the lance point. Once you're past the spike, it's a bit like killing rabbits. Too easy, really." "So long as your sword doesn't break?" Christopher Manville asked dryly. "There is that, yes." The Earl frowned. "So, if the fellow ran away, why didn't you pick up the pistol, Johnny? You said it was expensive." "I could hear more of the scoundrels among the trees. I thought I'd better give them a run." Lord John gave a small, disarming smile. "To tell you the truth, Harry, I was frightened. Well, whatever, I whipped my damn horse and ran like the devil." Christopher Manville, who had seemed somewhat less impressed by Lord John's ordeal than the other officers about the table, at least confirmed the story's ending. "He came back to the road white as a sheet." "You did well, Johnny. Damn well." The Earl of Oxbridge spoke gruffly. "You killed a brace of the buggers, eh? Damn good." There was a spatter of applause. Then Christopher Manville asked the Earl what news he had gleaned from his conference with the Duke of Wellington. The truth was that the Earl had gleaned nothing at all. He was second in command to the Duke, and had thought that appointment entitled him to know just what the Duke planned for the next day. But his inquiry had met with a very dusty answer indeed. The Duke had said his plans depended entirely on Napoleon, and as Napoleon had not yet confided in the Duke could not yet confide in the Earl, and so good night. "I think we'll just let the bugger attack us, then see him off, eh?" the Earl said lazily, as though the events of the next day were really not very significant at all. "But the Prussians are coming," Manville insisted. "I think we can do the business without a few damned Germans, don't you?" The Earl pushed a box of cigars into the table's centre. "One thing's certain, gentlemen. No doubt our cavalry will make England proud." "Bravo!" A drunken staff officer pounded the table. After supper, Christopher Manville found Lord John standing in the open front porch, from where he was staring into the wet dusk. "I wish I'd been there to help you against those lancers," Manville said. For a few seconds it seemed that Lord John wouldn't reply at all. Then he just shrugged the subject away. Harry seems very sanguine about our chances tomorrow. Manville blew a stream of cigar smoke into the drizzle. It's strange, Johnny. I saw you come out of the wood. Then not a moment later I saw Colonel Sharpe in the same place. You were lucky not to meet him. Again Lord John was silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a rush of quiet bitterness. Of course I met him. Of course there were no bloody lancers. What was I supposed to do? Admit to Harry and everyone else that I was humiliated by a rifleman? I'm sorry. Manville was embarrassed by the tortured admission he'd provoked from his friend. I gave him his damned note. Not that it'll do me any good. Jane won't give me the money unless I marry her, but Sharpe doesn't know that. Lord John laughed suddenly. He gave me a length of rope and told me it was a peasant divorce. He says I'm free to marry her. Manville smiled, but said nothing. The gutters either side of the paved highroad were gurgling and flooding. Across the street a sentry ran, cursing through the puddles, to open a gate for a mounted officer. An orderly hung a lantern outside the stable entrance of the house where the Prince of Orange was billeted. It's a matter of honour. Lord John was staring into the darkening street. I beg your pardon? Tomorrow, Lord John said, has become a rather desperate matter of honour. He was very slightly drunk, and his voice held a hint of hysteria. I never realised before today how very simple battle is. There's no compromise, is there? It's victory or defeat, and nothing in between. Well, real life is so damn complicated. Perhaps that's why the best soldiers are such very simple souls. He turned in the porch to stare at his friend. You see, if I want to keep the woman, then I have to kill a man, and I don't have the nerve to face him. And he's done nothing to deserve death. It is his money. But if I do the honest thing to the man, then I lose the woman, and I don't think I can live with that loss. I'm sure you can— Christopher Manville interrupted, and in his turn was cut off. No! Lord John didn't even wish to discuss Jane. He frowned in puzzlement at his friend. Do you think lost honour can be retrieved on a battlefield? I'm sure it's the very best place to retrieve it. Manville felt a surge of pity for his friend. He had never realised till this moment just how Lord John's honour had been trampled and destroyed. So tomorrow's become rather important to me, Lord John said, because tomorrow I can take my honour back by fighting well. He smiled as if to soften the over-dramatic words. But to do it I'll need a sword, and my spare blade is in Brussels. I suppose you don't have one you could lend me? With pleasure. Lord John stared into the drenching twilight. Oh, I wish it was over. The rain, I mean, he added hurriedly. I think it's slackening. Lightning flickered in the west, followed a few seconds later by thunder that crashed across the far sky like the passage of a cannonball. Laughter and singing sounded from a house further up the street, temporarily drowning the ominous and repetitive scraping noise of a stone putting an edge onto a sword. A dog howled in protest at the thunder, and a horse whinnied from the stables behind the Earl of Oxbridge's billet. Lord John turned back into the house. He could retrieve his honour, and he could retrieve Jane by becoming a hero. Tomorrow. Chapter 12. Captain Harry Price, commander of the first company of the Prince of Wales' Own Volunteers, climbed onto a makeshift platform constructed from spare ammunition boxes. In front of him, standing in the rain-soaked field, were 40 or 50 infantry officers who had assembled from the various battalions bivouacked nearby. The last light was draining in the west, while the rain had slackened to a drizzle. "Are we ready, gentlemen? Get on with it!" Price, enjoying himself, bowed to the hecklers, then took the first article from Colour Sergeant Major Huckfield. It was a silver-cased watch that Harry Price held high into the last vestiges of the light. "A watch, gentlemen, property of the late Major Micklewhite. The item is only very slightly blood-stained, gentlemen, so a good cleaning will have it ticking in no time. I offer you a very fine fob watch, gentlemen, made by Mastersons of Exeter." "Never heard of them," a voice shouted. "Your ignorance is of no interest to us. Mastersons are a very old and reputable firm. My father always swore by his Mastersons watch, and he was never late for a rogering in his life. Do I hear £1 for Major Micklewhite's ticker? A shilling! Now come along. Major Micklewhite left a widow and 3 sweet-natured children. You wouldn't want your wives and little ones left derelict because some thieving bastards weren't generous. Let me hear £1. A florin! This isn't a dolly shop, gentlemen. £1? All offer me £1. No one would. In the end, Micklewhite's watch fetched 6 shillings, while the dead Major's signet ring went for 1 shilling. A fine silver cup that had belonged to Captain Carline went for £1, while the top price went for Carline's sword. That fetched a full 10 guineas. Harry Price had to auction 62 articles, all the property of those officers of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers who had been killed by the French cavalry at Quatre Bras. The prices were low because the French had caused a glut on the market by killing so many officers. At least 4 other auctions had already taken place this evening, but this night's glut, Harry Price thought, would be nothing compared to tomorrow night's supply of goods. "A pair of Captain Carline's spurs, gentlemen. Gold, if I'm not mistaken." That claim was greeted by jeers of derision. "Do I hear £1?" "6pence." "You're a miserable bloody lot. How would you feel if it was your belongings I was giving away for 2pence? Let us be generous, gentlemen. Think of the widows." "Carline wasn't married," a lieutenant shouted. "A guinea for his whore, then. I want some Christian generosity, gentlemen." "I'll give you a guinea for his whore, but 6pence for his spurs." Micklewhite's effects made £8, 14 shillings and 6pence. Captain Carline's belongings fetched a good deal more, though all the items had been knocked down at bargain prices. Harry Price, who had always wanted to look like a cavalry officer, bought the spurs himself for 9pence. He also bought Carline's fur-edged pelisse, an elegantly impractical garment that high fashion imposed on wealthy officers. A pelisse was a short jacket that was worn from one shoulder like a cloak, and Harry Price took immense satisfaction in draping Carline's expensive braided foible about his own shabby red coat. He took the money and the promissory notes to the battalion's paymaster, who, after he had taken his share, would send the balance on to the bereaved families. Harry Price fixed the spurs onto his boots and splashed back to the hedge, where the officers shivered in their miserable shelter. He saw Major Dallenbaugh sitting further up the hedge. "You didn't bid tonight, Peter." "Not tonight, Harry, not tonight." Dallenbaugh's tone was distinctly unfriendly, discouraging conversation. Price took the hint and walked a few paces up the hedgerow before sitting and admiring his newly decorated heels. The spurs should cut a dash with the ladies of Paris, and that was the best reason Harry Price knew for fighting, because the girls could be so very obliging to a foreign soldier, and especially a soldier with a pelisse and spurs. Men were singing in the bivouacs. Their voices came strongly through the ever-present sound of the rain that had begun to fall harder again. Peter Dallenbaugh, attempting to stir himself from his misery, saw Harry Price's new spurs, and perceived the childish delight which they had evidently given to their new owner. Dallenbaugh was tempted to start a conversation in the hope that Harry Price's usual foolery would distract him from his fears. But then the terror surged up again, strong and overwhelming, and Dallenbaugh almost sobbed aloud under its impact. Lightning flickered to the north, and Dallenbaugh touched the pocket where his fiancée's letters were stored. He was going to die. He knew he was going to die. He closed his eyes so that no tears would show. God damn it, he knew he was going to die. And he was afraid. It was fully dark by the time Sharpe and Harper reached Waterloo and discovered the Prince's billet. A sentry opened the stable gate, and the 2 riflemen ducked under the low stone arch which led to the yard. "I'll look after the horses," Harper offered when the 2 men reached the shelter of the stable. "I'll help you." "Go and see your wee Prince. He's probably missing you." "Missing his bloody mother, more like." Sharpe slid down from the saddle and breathed a sigh of relief to be free of it. He tried to remember how much sleep he had had in the last 3 days, but he was too weary to add the few hours together. He remembered he'd promised Lucille that he'd see her this night, but the Emperor had changed those plans. He needed to write her a letter. He also needed food and sleep. He wearily rested his head against the saddle and listened to the growing violence of the rain. "Leave it to me," Harper insisted. Sharpe obeyed. The kitchen was crammed with officers' servants and rank with the smell of drying uniforms which were hung on every available shelf or hook. Sharpe edged through the room and into the corridor beyond. He was seeking Rebecca, for he wanted to borrow a pen and some ink. "He wants you," a girl's voice spoke from the stairway above Sharpe. Sharpe was surprised to see Paulette, the Prince's girl, leaning on the balustrade. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "He wanted me here, but he's been asking for you all evening. He's drunk." "Very?" "Just happy. The usual." "Bugger him," Sharpe said in English. He pushed open a door at random and found himself in a parlour that was crowded with the Prince's staff. They were embarrassed to see Sharpe, imagining him as a prodigal come home for the Prince's pardon. Doggett alone offered the rifleman a welcome, as well as surrendering his chair and volunteering to pour Sharpe a glass of wine. The chair was close to the fire, in front of which, as in the kitchen, thick wool coats were hung to dry, and were filling the room with a malodorous steam. "Where's Rebecca?" Sharpe asked the room at large. "With His Highness," Doggett said. "Red wine?" "What I would really like," Sharpe collapsed into the chair, "is a cup of tea." Doggett grinned. "I shall arrange it, sir." Sharpe stretched out his legs, and flinched as the old wound in his thigh shot a stab of agony up to his hip. He wondered if it'd ever be dry again. He knew he should beg or borrow some writing paper and pen a swift letter to Lucille, but he was suddenly too tired to move. "Sharpe!" The door had opened, and Rebecca's scholarly face peered into the candlelit room. "You are here! His Highness would like a word with you? Now, if you please." Sharpe groaned, flinched, and climbed slowly to his feet. "Can I get something to eat, Rebecca?" "Royal commands do not wait on hunger." Rebecca took Sharpe's elbow and propelled him towards the staircase. "And remember my admonitions, will you? Be tactful." Rebecca led Sharpe upstairs, where, without ceremony, he ushered Sharpe into the bedroom, where the Prince was writing letters at a small table. The Prince was dressed in a thick woolen gown, and had a flask of brandy at his right elbow. He didn't acknowledge Sharpe's arrival, but instead concentrated on dripping a puddle of sealing wax onto one of his letters. He carefully scented his signet ring, then pressed it down into the wax. "I always seem to burn my fingers on sealing wax." "Your Highness could buy gummed wafers," Rebecca suggested. "I hate common things." The Prince dropped his ring and turned his glaucous eyes on Sharpe. "I thought I ordered you to dress in Dutch uniform." "Tact," Sharpe told himself, "tact." "It's drying out, sir." "I think our men have a right to see their officers dressed properly, don't you agree, Rebecca?" "Entirely, Your Highness." The Prince poured himself brandy. He seemed to hesitate, as though debating whether to offer his Chief of Staff and Sharpe a glass each, but then decided his own need was more pressing, and so confined himself to the one glass. "You've seen tomorrow's battlefield, Sharpe?" Sharpe had been expecting some reference to their altercation at Quatre Bras, and had to hide his surprise at the question. "Yes, sir." "And?" the Prince demanded with an arrogant tilt of his strangely small head. "It'll do," Sharpe said laconically. "Do? It's a ridiculous place to fight, and nonsense. It won't be my fault if there's disaster tomorrow." The Prince stood and began pacing the floorboards. A wooden pail stood in one corner of the room to catch the drips where the roof leaked. The rain seethed and beat on the windows. The Prince, frowning with thought, suddenly turned accusingly on Sharpe. "Did you look at the open flank on the right?" "No, sir." "Wide open, wide open. Napoleon will be round that corner twice tomorrow. Then we'll all be tumbled backwards like skittles. I've told the Duke, haven't I told the Duke?" The Prince glared at Rebecca. "Your views have been most strongly conveyed to His Grace, sir." "And are doubtless being ignored." The Prince offered a very hollow laugh, as though to suggest that, like all genius, he was accustomed to his advice being ignored. "Tomorrow, Sharpe, we will prevent that tragedy." "Very good, sir." Sharpe was suddenly aware that his soaking uniform was dripping water onto the Prince's floor. He was chilled to the bone and edged slightly closer to the small coal fire which warmed the Prince's bedroom. The Prince, evidently forgetting the threat to the battlefield's right flank, stopped his pacing and pointed with his brandy glass at Sharpe. "Do you know why I particularly desired your presence on my staff?" "No, sir." "Because you have a reputation for boldness. I like that in a man, Sharpe. I relish it. I value it." The Prince began pacing again, his small head bobbing on his long and ludicrously thin neck. "I've been educated as a soldier, isn't that so, Rebecca?" "Indeed, Your Highness." "Educated, Sharpe, think of that. My whole lifetime has been devoted to the study of warfare. And shall I tell you what is the one lesson I have learnt above all others?" "I should like to know, sir." Sharpe admired his own tactful restraint, especially as the Prince was just 23 years old, and Sharpe had been a fighting soldier for 22. "Boldness wins." The Prince confided the advice as though it was a secret that had been hidden from generations of military men. "Boldness wins, Sharpe. Boldness, boldness, boldness." All Sharpe wanted to do was get dry, eat, lie down, and sleep, but he dutifully nodded instead. "Indeed, sir." "Frederick the Great once said that the greatest crime in war is not to make the wrong decision, but to make no decision." Again the Prince gestured at Sharpe with the brandy glass. You should remember that axiom, Sharpe." Sharpe didn't even know what an axiom was, but he nodded respectfully. "I will, sir. There are times when any officer may perceive a superior's decision as being mistaken." The prince was clearly alluding to his behaviour at Quatre Bras, but so delicately that Sharpe, in his weariness, hardly noticed. "But such an officer should be grateful that his superior has had the boldness to make any decision at all. Isn't that so?" The prince glared at Sharpe, who just nodded. Rebecca hastened to offer the prince the required verbal agreement. "It's very true, sir, very true." The prince, piqued that Sharpe had not responded, stood very close in front of the rifleman. "I also think that the least I can expect from my staff is loyalty. Isn't that so, loyalty?" The word came in a gust of brandy-stinking breath. "Indeed, sir." Rebecca cleared his throat. "Colonel Sharpe has already expressed to me his deepest regrets for causing your Highness any unhappiness. He has also assured me of his loyalty towards your Highness. Isn't that so, Sharpe?" The question was almost hissed at the rifleman. "Indeed, sir." Sharpe had fallen back into his old sergeant's ways, merely saying what an officer wanted to hear. It was always easy to keep bumptious officers happy with a succession of yes, no, and indeed. The prince, perhaps sensing that he gained as much victory as he was going to get this night, smiled. "I'm grateful we agree, Sharpe." "Yes, sir." The prince went back to his chair and slowly sat down as though the cares of Europe were pressing on his spindly shoulders. "I want you to station yourself on the right flank tomorrow, Sharpe. You're going to be my eyes. The moment you see any French outflanking movement, you're to inform me." "Of course, sir." "Very good, very good." The prince smiled to show that all was forgiven, then looked at Rebecca. "You have a spare Dutch uniform, Rebecca?" "Of course, your Highness." "Provide it to Colonel Sharpe, if you will, and you'll wear it tomorrow, Sharpe. Do you hear me?" "Very clearly, sir." "Till the morning, then." The prince nodded a good night to both men. "And, Rebecca, send my seamstress in, will you?" Rebecca dutifully ushered Paulette into the prince's room, then took Sharpe down the small landing to his own bedroom, where he offered Sharpe a choice of uniforms from a tin travelling trunk. "Keep them," Sharpe said. "My dear Sharpe, I've fought the damn French for 10 years in this jacket, Rebecca." Sharpe's interruption was bitter. "I wasn't bloody studying how to fight out of bloody books of bloody Eton. I was killing the bastards. I began killing Frenchmen when that little bastard was still wetting his breeches." In his frustration and anger, Sharpe slammed his fist against the wall, breaking the plaster and laths to leave a ragged hole. "Why the hell does he still want me on his staff anyway? Hasn't he got enough people to cut up his food?" Rebecca gave a long-suffering sigh. "You have a reputation, Sharpe, and the prince needs it. He knows he made a mistake. The whole army knows. Do you think Halkett hasn't complained bitterly to the Duke? So the prince needs men to see that you are on his side, that you support him, even that you respect him. That's why he wants you in his uniform. After all, you're not an attachment from a British regiment like Harry or Simon, but you are his personal choice. Now, please, just take a coat and wear it tomorrow." "I'm fighting in rifle green, Rebecca, or I'm not fighting at all." "And what the hell am I doing out on the right flank?" "You're staying out of his way, Sharpe. You're there so you can't make any trouble. Or would you rather spend the battle tied to His Highness's coat-tails?" Sharpe smiled. "No, sir. At least we agree on something. Not that the prince can do too much damage tomorrow. Wellington's broken up the corps, so His Highness doesn't have a real command, though I imagine he'll find something to do. He usually does." Rebecca sounded wistful, but then he smiled. "Have you eaten?" "No, sir." "You look all in." Rebecca, evidently realizing that the Englishman would not yield on the back of the uniform, closed the travelling trunk. "Come on, I'll find you some food." The clock in the hallway struck 11. Sharpe, knowing that he must be at the ridge before dawn, left orders that he was to be called at 2:30, then carried Rebecca's gift of bread and cold lamb out to the stables, where Harper had sequestered a patch of comparatively dry straw for a bed. "So, how was His Highness?" the Irishman asked. "As full of shit as an egg's got meat." Harper laughed. "And tomorrow?" "God knows, Patrick. I suppose tomorrow we meet the Emperor. There's the thought for you." "But you're to stay out of trouble, Patrick." "Hey, whoa!" Harper said indignantly, as though Sharpe's nagging reminded him of his wife's. "Well, you didn't stay clear yesterday." "Yesterday? None of the bastards got near me yesterday, but I'll stay out of harm's way tomorrow, never you mind." They fell silent. Sharpe pulled the damp cloak over his wet uniform and listened to the rain smash down on the yard's cobbles. He thought of Peter Dallenbore's awful fears, and remembered his own terror at Toulouse, and he wondered why this battle was not affecting him in the same way. That very thought raised its own fears, that such a lack of dread was in itself a harbinger of disaster. Yet, in the darkness, and listening to the horses move heavily behind his bed, Sharpe couldn't feel any horror of the next day. He was curious about fighting the Emperor, and he was as apprehensive as any man, yet he wasn't suffering the gut-loosening terror that racked Dallenbore. He listened to the rain, wondering how the next day would end. Tomorrow night, he thought, he would either be in full retreat to the coast, or else a prisoner, or perhaps even marching southwards to pursue a defeated enemy. He remembered the victory of Vittoria that had broken the French in Spain, and how he and Harper had ridden after the battle into the field of gold and jewels. That had been an answer to the soldier's prayer. God send a rich enemy, and no surgeon's knife. Lucille would be worrying for news. Sharpe closed his eyes, trying to sleep, but sleep would not come. His shoulder and leg ached foully. Harper was already sleeping, snoring loud by the door. Under the stable-yard's archway, the sentry stamped his feet. The smoke of his clay pipe came fragrant to the stable, helping to fend off the stench of the wet dung-heap piled at the back of the yard. Upstairs in the prince's room, a candle was blown out, plunging the house into darkness. Lightning flickered silent over the rooftops, where the rain crashed and bounced and poured from the tiles. On the twin ridges, 3 miles to the south, 2 armies tried to sleep in the downpour. They wrapped themselves in greatcoats for a little warmth, but the comfort was illusory, for the rain had long soaked into the last stitches of clothing. Most of the fires had died, and what small fuel might have fed them was being hoarded to heat the water for the morning's drink of tea. Few men really slept, though many pretended. Some sat in the small hedges, clutching their misery close through the hours of darkness. The pickets on the forward slopes of the ridges shivered, while on the reverse slopes, where the crops had already been trampled into quagmire, men lay in furrows that had become torrents of water. A few men, abjuring sleep, sat on their packs and talked softly. Some British horses, their pickets loosened from the wet ground, broke free and, scared by the ice-blue streaks of far lightning, galloped madly through the bivouacs. Men cursed and ran from the threat of the panicked hooves. Then the horses crashed out into the wide valley, which was dark and empty under the thrashing rainstorm. In the 3 farms forward of the British Ridge, the garrisons slept under the shelter of solid roofs. Sentries peered from the farm windows at the storm. A few men, eager for superstitions that would tell what the future held, remembered the tradition of British victories following great thunderstorms. The outnumbered men at Agincourt, faced by a vast and mighty French army, had similarly crouched like beasts beneath a storm that had crashed across the night sky before their dawn of battle. And now a new generation of old enemies listened to the thunder rack and thrash across a night sky that was split asunder by the demonic shafts of searing light. The British pickets shivered. The French army was camped by the southern ridge, yet the enemy's fires had long been extinguished, and the only lights in the enemy's line were 2 dim yellow smears which marked the candle-lit windows of the tavern. Even those lights were dulled and sometimes hidden by the sheer volume of rain. It seemed to the pickets that the rain would never stop. It was a deluge fit for a world's ending. A rain that hammered and swept before the wind to drench the fields and slop through the plough furrows and drown the ditches and crush the crops and flood the farm tracks. It was a madness of wind and water, beating through the darkness to bring misery to the field, which, because it lay between 2 ridges, was marked for yet more misery in the morning. The 4th day. Sunday, the 18th of June, 1815. Chapter 13. It stopped raining during the night. At 4 in the morning the dawn revealed a valley mist which was stirred by a gusting damp wind. The mist was swiftly thickened by the smoke of the new morning fires. Shivering men picked themselves out of the mud like corpses coming to shuddering life. The long day had begun. It was a northern midsummer's day, and the sun wouldn't set for another 17 hours. Men on both sides of the shallow valley untied the rags which had been fastened round their musket-locks, and took the corks out of the guns' muzzles.
The sentries scraped out the grey damp slush which had been the priming in their pans, and tried to empty the main charge with a fresh pinch of priming. All they achieved was a flash in the pan, evidence that the powder in the barrel was damp. They could either drill the bullet out, or else keep squibbing the gun with fresh priming till enough of the powder inside the touch-hole dried to catch the fire. One by one the squibbed muskets banged, their sounds echoing forlornly across the shallow valley. The staff and general officers in Waterloo rose long before the dawn. Their grooms saddled horses. Then, like men riding to their business, the officers took the southern road through the dark and dripping forest. Sharpe and Harper were among the first to leave. The prince was not even out of his bed when Sharpe wearily hauled himself into his saddle and shoved his rifle into its bucket holster. He was wearing his green rifleman's jacket beneath Lucille's cloak, and riding the mare which had recovered from her long day's reconnaissance about Charleroi. His clothes were clammy, and his thighs sore from the long days in the saddle. The wind whipped droplets of water from the roofs and trees as he and Harper turned south into the village street. "You'll keep your promise today?" Sharpe asked Harper. "You're as bad as Isabella. God save Ireland, but if I wanted someone else to be my conscience, I'd have found a wife out here to nag me." Sharpe grinned. "I'm the one who'll have to give her the news of your death. So are you going to keep your promise?" "I'm not planning on being a dead man just yet, so I'll keep my promise." Harper was nevertheless dressed and equipped for a fight. He wore his rifleman's jacket and had his 7-barrel gun on one shoulder and his rifle on the other. Both men had left their packs at the prince's billet, and neither man had shaved. They rode to battle looking like brigands. As they neared Mont-Saint-Jean, they heard a sound like the sucking of a great sea on a shelving beach. It was the sound of thousands of men talking, the sound of damp twigs burning, the noise of squibbed muskets popping, and the sound of the wind rustling in the stiff, damp stalks of rye. It was also a strangely ominous sound. The air smelt of wet grass and dank smoke, but at least the clouds of the previous day had thinned enough so that the sun was visible as a pale, putrid glow beyond a cloudy vapour that was being thickened by the smoke of the campfires. There was one ritual for Sharpe to perform. Before riding on to the ridge's crest, he found a cavalry armourer close to the forest's edge and handed down his big sword. "Make it into a razor," he ordered. The armourer treadled his wheel, then kissed the blade onto the stone so that sparks flowed like crushed diamonds from the steel. Some of the nicks in the sword's foredge were so deep that successive sharpenings had failed to obliterate them. Sharpe, watching the sparks, couldn't even remember which enemies had driven those nicks so far into the steel. The armourer turned the blade to sharpen the point. British cavalrymen were taught to cut and slash rather than lunge, but wisdom said that the point always beat the edge. The armourer honed the top few inches of the backblade, then stropped the work on his thick leather apron. "Good as new, sir." Sharpe gave the man a shilling, then carefully slid the sharpened sword into its scabbard. With any luck, he thought, he wouldn't even need to draw the weapon this day. The two riflemen rode on through the encampment. The battalion supply wagons hadn't arrived, so it would be a hungry day, though not a dry one, for the quartermasters had evidently arranged for rum to be fetched from the depot at Brussels. Men cheered as the barrels were rolled through the mud. Equally to the day's purpose were the wagons of extra musket ammunition that were being hauled laboriously across the soaking ground. A drummer boy tightened the damp skin of his drum and gave it an exploratory tap. Next to him, a bugler shook the rain out of his instrument. Neither boy was more than 12 years old. They grinned as Harper spoke to them in Gaelic, and the drummer boy offered a reply in the same language. They were Irish lads from the 27th, the Inner Skillings. "They look good, don't they?" Harper gestured proudly at his countrymen, who in truth looked more like mud-smeared devils, but, like all the Irish battalions, they could fight like demons. "They look good," Sharpe agreed fervently. They reined in at the highest point of the ridge, where the elm tree stood beside the cutting in which the highway ran north and south. Just to Sharpe's left, a battery of 5 9-pounder guns and 1 howitzer was being prepared for the day. The charges for the ready ammunition lay on canvas sheets close to the guns, each charge a grey fabric bag containing enough powder to propel a round-shot or shell. Near the charges were the projectiles, either round-shot or shells, which were strapped to wooden sabots that crushed down onto the fabric bags inside the gun barrels. Gunners were filling canisters, which were nothing but tubular tins crammed with musket balls. When fired, the thin tin canisters split apart to scatter the musket balls like giant blasts of duckshot. Beside the guns were the tools of the artilleryman's trade: drag chains, relievers, rammers, spongers, buckets, searchers, wormhooks, portfires, and handspikes. The guns looked grimly reassuring, until Sharpe remembered that the French guns would look just as businesslike, and were probably present on the field in even greater numbers. The smoke of the enemy's campfires lay like a low, dirty mist over the southern horizon. Sharpe could see a knot of horsemen close to the inn, but otherwise the enemy was hidden. In the valley itself, patches of the tall rye had been beaten flat by the night's rain, leaving the fields looking as though they'd suffered from some strange and scabrous disease. There were riflemen positioned some 200 paces down the road in the valley, just opposite the farm of La Haye-Sainte. Sharpe and Harper trotted towards those greenjackets, who were occupying a sandpit on the road's left, while the farm on the right was garrisoned by men of the King's German Legion. "A bad night?" Sharpe asked a greenjacket sergeant. "We've none worse, sir. It's Mr. Sharpe, isn't it?" "Yes." "Nice to know you're here, sir. Cup of tea?" "The usual smouch?" "It never changes, sir." Smouch was a cheap tea which was rumoured to be made from ash leaves steeped in sheep's dung. It tasted even worse than its alleged recipe sounded, but any hot liquid was welcome on this damp, cold morning. The sergeant handed Sharpe and Harper a tin mug each, then stared through the dawn gloom at the enemy-held ridge. "I suppose Monsieur will start the ball early?" Sharpe nodded. "I would if I was in his boots. He needs to beat us before the Prussians come." "So they are coming, sir?" The sergeant's tone betrayed that even these prime troops realized how precarious was the British predicament. "They're coming." Sharpe had still not heard any official news of the Prussians, but Rebecca had been confident the night before that Blücher would march at dawn. The sergeant suddenly whipped round, proving he had eyes in the back of his head. "Not here, George Cullen, you filthy little bastard! Go and do it in the bloody field! We don't want to be tripping over your dung all day! Move!" A group of the greenjackets officers had gathered about an empty artillery canister that they'd filled with hot water for their morning shave. One of the men, a tall, cadaverous and grey-haired major, looked oddly familiar to Sharpe, but he could neither place the man's face nor his name. "That's Major Dunnet," the sergeant told Sharpe. "He was only posted to this battalion last year, sir. Poor gentleman had the misfortune to be a prisoner for most of the last war." "I remember now." Sharpe spurred the mare towards the group of officers, and Dunnet, looking up, caught his eye and stared with apparent amazement. Then Dunnet shook the soap off his razor-blade and walked to meet Sharpe. They'd last met during the disastrous retreat to Corunna, when Dunnet had been in charge of a half-battalion of greenjackets, and Lieutenant Sharpe had been his quartermaster. Dunnet had hated Sharpe with an unreasonable and ineradicable hatred. The last glimpse Sharpe had caught of his erstwhile commanding officer had been as French dragoons captured Dunnet, while Sharpe had scrambled to desperate safety with a group of riflemen. Now, denied promotion by his 5 years in prison, Dunnet was still a major, while Sharpe, his old quartermaster, outranked him. "Hello, Dunnet!" Sharpe curbed his horse. "Lieutenant Sharpe, as I live and breathe!" Dunnet patted his face dry. "I heard that you'd survived and prospered, though I doubt you're still a lieutenant, or even a quartermaster." "A Dutch lieutenant colonel, which I don't think counts for very much. It's good to see you again." "It's good of you to say so." Dunnet, evidently embarrassed by Sharpe's compliment, looked away, and caught sight of Harper, who was still talking with the sergeant. "Is that Rifleman Harper?" Dunnet asked incredulously. "Ex-Rifleman Harper. He cheated his way out of the army and now can't resist coming back to see it fight a battle." "I thought he'd have died long ago. He was always a rogue." Dunnet was painfully thin, with deep lines carved either side of his grey moustache. He looked back to Sharpe. "And so are you. But I was wrong in my opinion of you." It was a handsome retraction. Sharpe tried to throw it off by saying how terrible the retreat to Corunna had been, an ordeal that had abraded men's tempers and manners till they were snarling at each other like rabid dogs. "It was a bad time," he concluded. "And today doesn't promise to be much better. Is it true that Boney's whole army is over there? Well, most of it, anyway. Sharpe assumed that Napoleon had sent some men to keep the Prussians busy, but the thickness of the campfires across the valley was evidence that most of the French army was now assembled in front of Wellington's men. "Damn the bastards, however many they might be." Dunnet buttoned his shirt and pulled on his green coat. "I won't be taken a prisoner again." "Was it bad?" "No, it was even civilized. We had the freedom of Verdun, but if you didn't have money, that was a dubious privilege. I think I'd rather die than see that damned town again." Dunnet turned and stared towards the empty slope of the French ridge, where the only movement was the ripple of the wind moving the standing patches of damp rye. He stared for a few seconds, then turned back to Sharpe. "It's oddly good to see you again. There aren't many of that particular battalion still living. You heard they were at New Orleans?" "Yes." "Butchered," Dunnet said bitterly. "Why do they make fools into generals?" Sharpe smiled. "I think you'll find the Duke's no fool." "So everyone tells me. Let's hope it's true. I want the chance of killing some crapauds today. I've scores to settle with the bloody French." Dunnet laughed as if to dilute the hatred he had betrayed, then offered his hand. "Allow me to wish you well of this day, Sharpe." Sharpe reached down and took his old enemy's hand. "And you, Dunnet." He thought how odd it was that men made peace before they went to war, and it seemed odder still as Dunnet, with apparent pride, introduced Sharpe to the other officers. These riflemen were cruelly exposed, so far forward of the ridge. But so long as the Germans held the farm buildings, then the greenjackets were assured of their supporting fire. "Better here than over there." A captain pointed towards the left flank, where the British ridge was pierced and flattened by a shallow re-entrant, and where a battalion of Dutch-Belgian troops was in full view of the enemy. The rest of Wellington's infantry were concealed behind the ridge, or sheltered behind thick farm walls, but the one Dutch-Belgian battalion was horribly exposed. Doubtless some troops had to be stationed to block the dangerous re-entrant, but after Quatre Bras it seemed futile to expect the Belgians to stand and fight. "Perhaps the Duke wants the buggers to run away early. No point in feeding the scum if they won't fight." 5 years of imprisonment had done nothing to dull Dunnet's tongue. Sharpe made his farewells. Then he and Harper rode back towards the ridge. "Strange to meet Dunnet again," Sharpe said. Then he twisted to look at the empty French ridge, as he thought of the men he knew in that far army. 1 or 2 of those men he counted as friends, yet today he would have to fight them. Once at the crest of the ridge, Sharpe and Harper turned west towards the British right flank, which the Prince of Orange had judged to be vulnerable. Some battalions were already formed up behind the ridge's crest. The Prince of Wales' own volunteers were paraded in a hollow square that faced inwards towards a chaplain, who was trying to make himself heard above the sound of the wind and the buzz of other battalions' voices. Sharpe saw D'Alembort's head bowed, apparently in prayer, though more probably in reverie. Just beyond the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, an infantry battalion of the King's German Legion was singing a psalm. The Hanoverian voices were strong and full of emotion, so that Sharpe had the sudden guilty impression that he eavesdropped upon a very private moment. "That's Sunday's orders," Harper said with a note of surprise, then made the sign of the cross on his uniform jacket. On the ridge's crest, a cheerful and rubicund gunner officer was riding from gun battery to gun battery. "You will not indulge in counter-battery fire. You will save your powder for the infantry and the cavalry. You will not fire at the enemy guns, but at their infantry and cavalry alone. Good morning, Freddie." He raised his hat to a friend who evidently commanded one of the batteries. "Thank God it stopped raining, eh? Give my compliments to your lovely wife when you write home. You will not indulge in counter-battery fire, but you will save your powder—" His voice faded behind as Sharpe and Harper rode further west. "I've never seen so many guns," Harper commented. Every few yards there was another battery of 9-pounders, while behind the ridge the lethal short-barreled howitzers waited in reserve. "You can bet your last halfpence that Napoleon's got more guns than us," Sharpe said grimly. "All the same, that'll be bloody slaughter if the crapauds march straight across the valley." "Maybe they won't. The little Dutch boy thinks they might hook round this end of our line." Sharpe spoke sourly, though in truth the prince's fear was a genuine and intelligent concern, and Sharpe, suddenly fearing that the Emperor might already have marched, and that the French might already be threatening to spring a surprise attack on the British right flank, spurred his mare forward. He reined in on the ridge above the chateau of Hougomont. From here he could see far to the southwest, but nothing stirred in the grey morning. A handful of cavalry pickets from the King's German Legion sat untroubled in the fields, proof that the French hadn't marched. The chateau itself buzzed with noise as the Coldstream Guards, who formed its garrison, finished their preparations. Sharpe could hear the sound of pickaxes making yet more loopholes in the thick walls of the barns and house. A knot of horsemen was galloping along the ridge's crest. The horses' hooves flung up great gobs of mud and water from the soaking ground. The leading horseman was the Prince of Orange, who, seeing Sharpe, raised a hand in greeting and swerved towards the two riflemen. The prince was elegantly dressed in a gold-frogged coat that was trimmed with black fur. "You are up early, Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." "Nothing moving on the flank?" "Nothing, sir." The prince suddenly spotted that Sharpe still wore his rifle green under the cloak. He was clearly tempted to say something, but just as clearly feared an act of downright disobedience that would betray his own lack of princely authority. So instead he scowled and stared towards the vulnerable open flank, where the German horsemen sat like statues in the waterlogged meadows. "The Emperor will come round this way, you can depend on it." "Indeed, sir," Sharpe said. "An attack around our right will cut us off from the North Sea and take the French away from the Prussians, Sharpe. That's what it'll do, and that's why the Emperor will attack here. A child could work that out. It's a waste of time putting guns on the ridge. They'll all have to be moved to this flank, and it'll be a shambles when the orders are given. But at least we'll be ready for the move." "Are the Prussians coming, sir?" Sharpe asked. The prince frowned as though he found the question aggravating. "They're coming." The answer was grudging. "Blücher says 2 of his corps will be here by midday, and a third will be hard on their heels. The message came a few minutes ago." "Thank God," Sharpe said fervently. The prince, already irritated by Sharpe's refusal to wear Dutch uniform, was galled by the rifleman's evident relief. "I don't think we need to be too grateful, Colonel Sharpe. I trust we can beat those devils without a few Germans. Isn't that so, Rebecca?" "Indeed, Your Highness." Rebecca, his horse just behind that of the prince, said tactfully. "We can beat them so long as we hold this flank." The prince turned his horse towards the chateau. "So, keep watch here, Sharpe. The future of Europe may depend on your vigilance." The prince shouted the last fine words as he spurred down the farm track which led off the ridge to the chateau. Rebecca waited a few seconds until his master's entourage was out of earshot, then added a few cautionary words. "The roads are very heavy, so I wouldn't expect the Prussians till early afternoon. But at least they're coming. Oh, they're coming, right enough. They promised it. We wouldn't be fighting here if they weren't." Rebecca smiled to acknowledge this bold contradiction of the prince's confidence. "May I wish you the joy of the day, Sharpe?" "And the same to you, sir." They shook hands. Then Rebecca trotted after his master, who had disappeared into Hougoumont big courtyard. Patrick Harper glanced up at the sky to judge the time. "The Germans will be here by early afternoon, eh? Where will they come from?" "From over there." Sharpe pointed to the west, far beyond the elm tree and beyond the left flank of Wellington's line. "And I'll tell you something else, Patrick. You were right. It's going to be bloody murder." Sharpe turned to glower at the empty enemy ridge. "Napoleon's not going to manoeuvre. He's going to come straight for us like a battering ram." Harper was amused at Sharpe's sudden, grim certainty. Not the future of Europe at stake? Sharpe didn't know why he was suddenly so certain, unless it was an inability to agree with anything the Prince of Orange believed. He attempted a more acceptable justification for his certainty. Boney will want to get it done quickly, so why manoeuvre? And he's never cared how many of his men die, so long as he wins. And he's got enough men over there to hammer us bloody, so why shouldn't he just march straight forward and have the damn business done? "Thank God for the Prussians, then," Harper said grimly. "Thank God indeed." Because the Prussians had promised, and were coming. Marshal Prince Blücher, commander of the Prussian army, had promised he would march to fight beside Wellington, but Blücher's chief of staff, Gneisenau, didn't trust the Englishman. Gneisenau was convinced that Wellington was a knave, a liar, and a trickster, who at the first sniff of cannon fire would run for the Channel and abandon the Prussians to Napoleon's vengeance. Blücher had scorned Gneisenau's fears and ordered his chief of staff to organize the march to Waterloo. Gneisenau wouldn't directly disobey any order, but he was a clever enough man to make sure that his method of obedience was tantamount to disobedience. He therefore commanded that General Friedrich Wilhelm von Bülow's 4th Corps should lead the advance on Waterloo. Of all the Prussian corps, the 4th was the furthest away from the British. Making the 4th march first would inflict a long delay on the fulfilment of Blücher's promise. But Gneisenau, fearing that von Bülow might show a soldier's haste in marching to the expected sound of the guns, further ordered the 30,000 men of the 4th Corps to march by a particular road that not only led through the narrow streets of Wavre, but also crossed a peculiarly narrow and inconvenient bridge. The 4th Corps was also commanded to march through the cantonments of Lieutenant General Perche's 3rd Corps, which was instructed to leave its guns and heavy supply wagons parked on the road. Once von Bülow's 30,000 men had edged past those obstructions, Perche was permitted to begin his own march in von Bülow's footsteps. Lieutenant General Zieten's 2nd Corps, which was only 12 miles from Waterloo, and the closest of all the Prussian corps to the British, was firmly ordered to stay in its cantonments until the 4th and 3rd had passed it by. And then the 2nd was to take a circuitous northerly route that would still further delay its arrival on the battlefield. It needed a masterful piece of staff work to create such chaos, but Gneisenau was a master, and proving that fortune will often favour the competent, an extra delay was imposed when a burning house blocked a street in Wavre, so that von Bülow's men were stalled almost before their march had begun. The soldiers just grounded their muskets and waited. Somewhere to the south, a French corps was blundering about in search of the Prussian army, but Gneisenau was not worried by that threat. All that mattered was that the precious Prussian army should not be sucked into the huge defeat that the Emperor was about to inflict on the British, and Gneisenau, confident that his skill had averted such a disaster, ordered his breakfast. A single horseman rode to the solitary elm tree. The horseman wore a blue civilian coat over white buckskin breeches and tall black boots. About his neck was a white cravat, while on his cocked hat were 4 cockades, one each for England, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands. A blue cloak was rolled on the pommel of his saddle. His staff closed in behind as His Grace the Duke of Wellington stared through a spyglass at the tavern called La Belle Alliance. The military commissioners of Austria, Spain, Russia, and Prussia attended the Duke, and like him trained their telescopes at the far ridge. Some civilians had also ridden from Brussels to observe the fighting, and they too crowded in behind the Duke. The Duke snapped his glass shut and looked at his watch. 9 o'clock. "Baggage to the rear," he said to no one in particular, but 2 of his aides turned their horse away to carry the order down the line. The battalion shrugged off their packs, which were piled onto the carts that had brought up the extra ammunition. The men were ordered to keep nothing but their weapons, cartridges, and canteens. The carts struggled through fetlock-deep mud to carry the baggage back to the forest's edge, where it joined the carriages of the military commissioners and the artillery wagons and the portable forges, and the farriers' carts, and where the supernumeraries of battle, the shoeing-smiths, the wheelwrights, the commissary officers, the clerks, the drivers, the harness-makers, and the soldiers' wives, would wait for the day's decision. On the northern slope of the ridge, the Duke's infantry waited in columns of companies. The leading battalions were far enough advanced for the men of the forward companies to see over the crest, to where a faint and watery glimmer of sunlight shone on the enemy ground. That southern ridge was empty, all but for a few horsemen. Then, suddenly and gloriously, an army began to show. The veterans in the Duke's army had seen an enemy prepare for battle, but never like this. Before, in Spain, the enemy would come as a threat, as a smear of dark uniforms advancing across sunlit ground. But here, the Emperor paraded his army as though this day was a holiday, and the British redcoats were spectators of his gorgeous display. The French did not advance to battle. Instead, they spread themselves in an arrogant panoply of overwhelming power. Infantry, cavalry, and gunners appeared. They marched or rode as though they were on the Champ de Mars in Paris. They weren't in their combat uniforms, but dressed for the forecourt of a palace. Their coats glistened with gold and silver lace. There were plumes of scarlet, silver, yellow, red, green, and white. There were helmets of brass and of steel, helmets trimmed with leopard's fur or rimmed with sable. There were cuirassiers, lancers, dragoons, carabineers, and hussars. Gunners with dark blue pelisses, edged with silver fur, ordered their weapons slewed to face the enemy. Trumpeters challenged the valley, their instruments trailing banners of embroidered gold. The red and white Polish swallow-tail flags of the lancers made a thicket of colour, while guidons, standards, banners, pennants, and gilded eagles studded the watery sky. And still they came, regiment after regiment, troop after troop, battery after battery, the might of a resurrected empire displayed in a massive show of incipient violence. Grecian helmets trailed plumes of horsehair, officers wore sashes thick with gold thread, and the elite of the infantry's elite wore black bearskins. Those were the men of the Imperial Guard, Napoleon's beloved anciens, each man with a powdered pigtail, gold earrings, and the moustache of a veteran. In front of the Emperor's Guard, his jeune fille, his guns, stood wheel to wheel. Sharpe, watching from the ridge above Hougomont, stared in utter disbelief. After half an hour the enemy was still filing onto the ridge, the new battalions concealing the first, and those new battalions in turn being hidden by yet more troops who poured from the highroad to wheel left or right. The bands were playing, while officers with gold and lace-trimmed saddlecloths galloped bravely in front of the display. It was a sight not seen on a battlefield for 100 years, a formal display of a glorious threat, overwhelming and dazzling and filling the southern landscape with guns and sabres and lances and swords and muskets. The British gunners gazed at their targets and knew there wasn't enough ammunition in all Europe to kill such a horde. The infantry watched the thousands of enemy cavalry who would try and break them, as they had broken a brigade at Quatre Bras. The Dutch-Belgian troops just watched the whole vast array, and knew that no army in all the world could beat such glory into gore. God save Ireland! Even Harper, who had seen most of what war had to offer, was overwhelmed by the sight. God quicken the bloody Prussians, Sharpe said. The sound of the French bands came clear across the valley, a cacophony of tunes among which, at intervals, the raucous defiance of the Marseillaise sounded distinct. "They're trying to make the Belgians run away," Sharpe guessed, and he twisted in his saddle to stare at the nearest Belgian regiment, and saw the fear on their young faces. This was not their fight. They thought of themselves as French, and wished the Emperor was back as their lord, but fate had brought them to this sea of mud to be dazzled by a master of war. From one end of the far ridge to the other, across 2 miles of farmland, the French army paraded. The Emperor's guns seemed wheel to wheel. Sharpe tried to number the enemy's artillery, and lost count at over 200 barrels. He didn't even attempt to number the enemy's men, for they filled the ridge and hid each other, and still they marched from the highroad to fill the far fields. The might of France had come to a damp valley, there to obliterate its oldest enemy. The enemy's drums and bands faded as a cheer billowed from the line's centre. A small man on a grey horse had appeared. He wore the undress uniform of a colonel of the Imperial Guard's chasseurs à cheval, a green coat faced with red over a white waistcoat and white breeches. The man wore a grey overcoat loose on his shoulders like a cloak. His bicorn hat had no cockades. His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of France, galloped along the face of his army, and was greeted by the cheers of men who knew they were on the brink of victory. The Duke of Wellington had long turned scornfully away from the display. "Tell the men to lie down." The British and Dutch obeyed. Men lying flat in the long grass of the ridge's plateau couldn't see the overwhelming enemy, nor were they visible to the enemy's gunners. The Duke rode along the right of his line. He didn't gallop like his opponent, but trotted sedately. No one cheered the Duke. His gunners, posted on the ridge's crest, watched the Emperor. One gunner captain, his weapon loaded, squinted along its crude sights, then called out to the Duke that in a moment the Emperor would gallop directly into the gun's line. "Permission to fire, Your Grace?" "It's not the business of army commanders to fire on each other. Save your ammunition." The Duke rode on, not even deigning to look towards his opponent. The Duke and his entourage passed near Sharpe, then angled towards the troops who guarded the open flank beyond Hougomont. The closest battalion was Dutch-Belgian, and the troops, seeing the knot of horsemen come down from the ridge, opened fire. The musket bullets fluttered near the Duke, but didn't hit any of his party. The Duke swerved away as the Dutch officers shouted at their men to cease their fire. The Duke, grim-faced, rode back towards the elm tree that would be his command post. A shower of rain briefly obscured the valley as the French redeployed themselves for battle. The great display was evidently over, for most of the enemy troops now retreated from the ridge's crest. The French gunners could be seen charging their barrels with powder and shot. "What's the time?" Sharpe asked a nearby gunner officer who commanded a battery of howitzers. "Just on 11:30. If the Prussians came at 1 in the afternoon? Sharpe tried to guess how long the British could sustain their defence against the onslaught of the huge force he had just watched parade. 1.5 hours? It seemed unlikely. The French, perhaps certain that they had plenty of time in which to do their work, were in no hurry to begin. More guns were man-handled into their battle line, yet none opened fire. Sharpe gazed eastwards to see if any Prussian cavalry scouts had yet appeared beyond the valley's edge, but nothing moved there. He wished he had a watch so he could see the progress of the minutes that must be bringing the Prussians closer. "The time?" he apologetically asked the gunner officer again. The gunner obligingly clicked open the lid of his watch. 12:15. Behind the howitzers, the nearest British redcoats sat or lay on the wet turf. Some smoked their clay pipes. Their canteens were filled with rum or gin, and their pouches with dry cartridges. The wind was dying. The clouds still stretched across the sky, but they must have been thinning, for Sharpe saw yet more gauzy floods of sunlight patching the distant fields with gold. The day was warming, though Sharpe's clothes were still clammy and uncomfortable. The minutes passed. The gunner officer fidgeted with his watch, obsessively opening and closing the silver lid. No one spoke. It was almost as if the whole army held its breath. Patrick Harper was watching a pair of skylarks who tumbled in the lower veil of clouds. Then a French gun fired. The barrel of the gun was cold, so the shot didn't carry the full distance to the British ridge. Instead, the round shot slammed into the valley, scattering rye, then bounced in a flurry of wet soil to bury itself just below the elm tree. The smoke of the gun drifted grey along the French ridge. A second gun fired. Its round shot similarly bounded harmlessly through the empty fields. The Duke opened his watch lid to see the time. There was a pause equal to that which had separated the first two shots, then a third French gun fired. Its balls screamed towards the exposed Dutch-Belgian troops beyond the sandpit, but fell short and ploughed into a patch of soft ground that stopped the missile dead. The 3 shots were the Emperor's signal to let loose hell. Chapter 14. The Earl of Oxbridge, quite ready for the moment, had arranged for his servant to bring a tray of silver stirrup cups filled with sherry. As the first gun fired, the Earl waved the servant forward and watched as the small cups were handed about to his staff. The Earl waited for the second gun to fire, then, as though these horsemen were about to ride to hounds, he gravely raised his stirrup cup.
"Today's fox, gentlemen. Allow me to give you today's fox."
The horseman drank. Lord John Rossendale had to curb the temptation to gulp the sherry down. The third gun fired, the fox had broken cover, was running, and the blooding could begin. Every gun on the French ridge opened fire. The salvo showed as a volcanic eruption of smoke that blurred the far crest with yellow-grey smoke. In the heart of the smoke were the stabbing flames. 2 heartbeats later, the sound slammed across the valley, a thunderclap to tell Europe that the Emperor was at war. The majority of the guns had been loaded with shell. The cold barrels dropped the missiles fractionally short, and most plunged harmlessly into mud that either extinguished the burning fuse or soaked up the force of the explosion. A few, very few, ricocheted on the ridge's forward slope to land a second time among the battalions sheltering beyond the crest. The explosions punched ragged blots of dark smoke and livid flame into the damp air. The first men were dying. But not many, for a shell had to explode in the very heart of a company if it was to kill. Some shells were diffused by quick-witted men, who either pinched out the fire or knocked the smouldering fuse clear from the powder charge with a swift blow of a musket butt. The smoke from the French guns rolled down into the valley, then began to be fed as the guns which had reloaded the quickest fired again. The firing became ragged but constant. Jet after jet of smoke and flame pumped from the French-held ridge. The shots screamed higher as the gun barrels warmed. Some shells skimmed across the ridgetop to explode far back at the forest's edge, while the best-aimed shots bounced just below the British crest to plunge down among the men hidden behind. The shells made differing sounds depending on their distance from the ear. Some hummed like children's tops, some whirred like a bird's wingbeat, while others rumbled like thunder. The sounds were already causing a trickle of Belgian troops to retreat towards the forest. One wounded man was an excuse for 10 others to help him to safety. One shell exploded close to the Earl of Oxbridge's staff, who, still bunched together after their toast of the day's fox, split asunder like sheep attacked by a wolf. A small silver cup fell into the mud, but otherwise there was no damage other than to the young men's dignity. They curbed their excited horses and watched as each new shot roiled and twitched the bank of smoke which thickened in front of the Emperor's gun line. On the British right, where the French guns were close to Hougomont, the gunners were firing canister to scour the British skirmishers from the woods which lay south of the chateau. Some of the musket balls hummed up onto the ridge, where they pattered on the wet ground like hail. A British 9-pounder fired a return shot, and earned a furious reprimand from a mounted staff officer. "Hold your damn fire! Hold your fire!" The Duke was saving his guns the wear and tear of incessant firing that could blow out touch-holes and even split barrels. He would need his guns when the enemy infantry or cavalry advanced. A shell plunged down to smash an howitzer's wheel before bouncing up to explode harmlessly behind the ridge. The gunners quickly brought up a spare wheel and repaired the gun. The French began to mix more solid round shot with the shells, and one of the iron balls took the head of a staff officer, leaving his bloody body momentarily upright in its saddle, before the terrified horse bolted and the headless body toppled to be dragged along by the left stirrup. The corpse was finally shaken loose, and a group of redcoats scuttled forward to rifle the dead man's pockets. A shell landed on the ridge-top, bounced, then exploded 20 yards to Sharpe's left. A piece of red-hot casing trailing smoke smacked harmlessly against his thigh. "Go back," Sharpe told Harper. "I'm all right here, so I am. You made your wife a promise of bugger off. Save your breath." Harper stayed. The cannonade was heavy, but it wasn't overly dangerous. The French gunners were doubly hampered. First, they were being blinded by their own smoke, and secondly, their enemy was crouching behind the protection of the low ridge, and so most of their shells were exploding harmlessly, if they exploded at all. Too many fuses were being extinguished by mud, yet the artillery was making a deal of noise, enough to terrify the Belgian troops, who crouched under the sounds of hissing shells and banging explosions and thundering guns. Sharpe moved to his right, going to a vantage point from where he could see the empty countryside on the army's right flank. The move took Harper and himself away from the worst of the cannonade and to where another British staff officer was evidently posted on the same duty as Sharpe, to watch for a French outflanking march. The man, who was in the blue coat and fur colback of the Hussars, nodded civilly to Sharpe, then consulted a notebook. "I made it 10 of midday, did you?" 10 of midday?" Sharpe asked. "When Bonaparte opened fire. It's good to be accurate about these things." "Is it? Well, the peer likes to be specific. I'm one of his family, by the way." By which the pleasant-faced young man meant he was one of the Duke's aides. "My name is Witherspoon." "Sharpe. And this is my friend Mr. Harper from Ireland." Captain Witherspoon nodded genially at Harper, then cocked an eye at the clouds. "I suspect it might well clear up. I detected a quite definite rise in the mercury this morning. I'm honoured to make your acquaintance, Sharpe. You're with the young frog, are you not?" "Yes, I am." "Is he good for anything at all?" Sharpe smiled at Captain Witherspoon's disingenuous tone. "Not that I know of." The cavalryman laughed. "Well, I was at Eton with him. He wasn't any good there, either, though he had a mighty fine opinion of himself. I remember him as being eternally dirty, but he liked the girls and had a prolific fondness for wine." "What's the time now?" Sharpe asked in apparently rude disregard of Witherspoon's gossip. Witherspoon hauled his watch from his fob and clicked open the lid. 4 minutes after midday, save a few seconds." "Well, you'd best write down that the French are advancing, then." "They're doing what? Oh, my soul! So they are. Well, thank you, my dear fellow. Good Lord! They advance, indeed they do." He dashed a note into his book. French skirmishers were swarming towards Hougomont. They came in a loose mass of men, running, firing, running again. They were mostly among the trees, which gave cover from the foot of their ridge right up to the walls of the chateau. But some had overlapped onto the open flank, where newly cut hay lay in sopping rows among the stubble. The skirmishers of the red-coated Coldstream Guards were falling back fast, evidently ordered not to make a fight of it among the trees. With the redcoats were some Dutch and German troops, the Germans armed with long-barreled hunting rifles. Sharpe saw at least 2 of the blue-coated Dutch-Belgian troops running towards the enemy, presumably seeking shelter. The Guards' skirmishers scrambled back into the farm buildings, or into the walled garden and orchard that lay alongside the chateau. The French skirmishers had advanced to the very edge of the wood and were hidden from Sharpe by the loom of the chateau's buildings. "I'm going down there," he told Harper, pointing to the field where a handful of the French skirmishers sheltered behind the rows of wet hay. "I'll come with you," Harper said obstinately. "Take care," Captain Witherspoon called after the two riflemen. Sharpe cantered his horse down the farm track, past a haystack that stood outside the chateau's rear gates, and then into the open field to the west. The few French skirmishers who had been sheltering behind the cut hay had gone back to the wood, evidently scarred from the field by muskets fired from loopholes hacked in Hougoumond's barns. Sharpe was only 100 yards from the fight, but was as safe from it as if he'd been on the moon. The French had only one object, and that was to capture the buildings from where they could rake the British-held ridge behind with close-range cannon fire. They'd taken the woods, and now the mass of blue-coated infantry readied themselves for the final rush at the sprawling farm. Some of the French used axes to chop big holes in the hedge that bordered the wood. More French battalions filed into the trees until the woods were filled with enemy infantry waiting for the bugle which would throw the attack forward. The bugle sounded. The French cheered, and the great mass rushed to the gaps in the hedge. The defenders opened fire. The guards were behind ditches and hedges, safe behind walls, or firing from the windows in the chateau's upper floors. A blast of musketry crashed down on the French attack, and every musket fired was immediately replaced by another loaded weapon that fired, and in turn was replaced at the loophole or firing step. The crackle of the muskets was incessant, drowning the cannon fire from the ridge beyond. Smoke filled the space south of the chateau's walls, smoke that was twitched and torn by new musket blasts that glowed red and sudden inside the acrid cloud. Somehow enough Frenchmen survived the musket volleys to reach the chateau's walls, where they clawed to drag the British muskets clean out of the loopholes. Instead, the muskets fired, hurling attackers back into the faces of the men who advanced behind. There seemed more hope of capturing the kitchen garden, that was protected by a wall only a few inches taller than a man. Some of the French held their muskets over their heads to fire blindly down across the wall's coping. Others fired through the British loopholes, while the bravest tried to climb the wall, and some even straddled it to stab down with their long bayonets. Yet the guards knew how to defend. For every French musket fired into a loophole, a dozen British shots replied, while those brave Frenchmen who gained the wall's top were either shot back or else pulled over to be bayoneted among the broken pea plants or in the trampled rose beds. Outside the garden, the foot of the wall became treacherous with the bodies of the dead and dying French. Inside the garden, files of men queued to take their turn at the loopholes, so that the musket fire never slackened, and the heavy lead balls smashed into the mass of Frenchmen who still ran forward from the trees to be balked by the wall. Bugles and shouts urged them on. The chateau's orchard beyond the garden had no walls, but only a thick blackthorn hedge. The guards fired through and over the hedge, but the French brought up pioneers' axes and defended each axeman with a group of muskets, and it seemed that the Emperor's men would have to win here by sheer weight of numbers. The axes crashed to the thick thorn trunks, ripping and shredding and tugging the obstacle away. A redcoat lunged his bayonet at an axeman, lunged too far, and was dragged screaming over the thorns to be ripped by a dozen bayonets. Then a shell exploded above the French. Sharpe looked up. High in the sky was a tangle of arcing smoke trails, evidence that the howitzers on the ridge were firing Britain's secret weapon, the spherical case shell invented by Major General Shrapnel. The shell was a 5.5-inch sphere packed with musket balls and a powder explosive that, if its fuse was cut to a precise length, would explode lethally in the air above its target. The difficulty lay in cutting the fuses, which were affected by humidity, as well as by the exact length of the shell's flight. Yet these fuses had been cut by a genius, for the salvos were murderously precise. Common shell burst into a few big fragments, but spherical case showered a killing rain of thin casing and musket balls, and now case shot after case shot was crashing apart above the French infantry, and the musket balls and jagged iron fragments were slashing down to cut swathes of bloody flesh in the French attackers. "That is pretty work, 'pon my soul, but that's very well done." Captain Witherspoon had followed Sharpe and Harper to their vantage point, and now applauded the skill of the gunners, who were dropping the spherical case exactly in the right place, none falling short on the guards, but all arcing onto the French attackers. The musket fire still hammered from the chateau's walls, The French were faltering now, assailed from above and from their front. Some edged backwards, seeking the shelter of the trees. But the howitzers seemed to anticipate the move, and the shrapnel blasts moved away from the chateau to flench the oaks in the wood of their leaves and branches. Each shell cracked apart with a sharper bang than common shell. In Spain, Sharpe had noticed how the spherical case caused more wounds than deaths, but the sight of wounded men streaming back through the trees would shake the confidence of the French troops advancing in support of the first attack. British skirmishers ran from the chateau's northern flank into the field where Sharpe and Harper watched. The skirmishers ran south and added their fire from the corner of the farm buildings. The French were retreating fast now, going deep into the woods to escape the explosions and musketry. "Opening on us to the Duke, wouldn't you say?" Witherspoon was scribbling his comments in his notebook. "It'll be a very long day," Sharpe warned. "Not too long, I'm sure. Good old Blucher's coming. He must be here soon. Did you hear about the poor fellow's ordeal?" "No." Nor was Sharpe much interested, but Witherspoon was a friendly fellow, and it would have been churlish not to have listened. "Seems he was unhorsed and ridden over by the French cavalry at Ligny. He was lucky to survive at all, and the old boy must be 70 if he's a day. Anyway, he rubbed himself with a liniment of garlic and rhubarb, and now he's on his way here. God speed his smelly march, I say." "Amen to that," Sharpe said. The howitzer fire ceased, one last shell leaving a wavering trail of smoke from its burning fuse that crashed the charge apart inside the wood. The French attack had failed, leaving the space between the wood and chateau sifted with smoke above a sprawl of blue-coated bodies. Some of those bodies cried for help. The failed attack had left an overpowering smell of rotten eggs, which was the familiar stench of exploded gunpowder. The smell of blood would follow, mingling with the sweeter scent of crushed grasses and crops. British skirmishers advanced into the wood again, preparing to challenge the next attack. Beyond the chateau, in the wide valley that was now hidden from Sharpe, the noise of the French cannonade rumbled and cracked. Sharpe, his ears tuned to the familiar sound of a battlefield, could tell that nothing there had changed. In battle, once the smoke had shrouded the field, the ears were often more useful than the eyes. "I do believe," Witherspoon said, "that we should be departing hence." He gestured right to where a battery of French 8-pounder guns was being dragged into the upper end of the hayfield. Other French troops, skirmishers, were filing from the woods into the rows of cut hay. Clearly these troops were destined for the chateau's next ordeal, and just as clearly it was time to yield the hayfield to them. Sharpe, Harper, and Witherspoon trotted briskly out of the hayfield and up the earthen track to the ridge-top. The battery of 5.5-inch howitzers that had caused such damage to the French skirmishers stood with their stubby and blackened barrels elevated steeply upwards. Sharpe congratulated the battery's commander, the same man who had fidgeted with his watch waiting for the battle to begin, and who was now clearly pleased by the rifleman's compliment. A few more scraps of French shell casings smoked in the damp crops, and a few more infantry casualties caused by the shells were being helped back to the regimental surgeons, but otherwise there was no new threat to the ridge. It seemed as if the Emperor was content to keep up his cannonade on the main British line, while his infantry struggled to capture the bastion of Hougomont. Reinforcements from the 2nd Guards Brigade were posted to the ridge close behind the chateau. The guardsmen were a part of the Prince of Orange's dispersed corps, and the Prince couldn't resist galloping forward to watch the battalions deploy in column of companies. They looked a brave sight as they advanced beneath their huge colours and with their bands playing. The Prince returned their salutes and called out his best wishes for a brave day. The young frog was in high spirits, elated by the music of the fifes and drums that mingled with the fizzing sound of French shell fuses and the crash of their explosions. His gloom of the previous night seemed to have been dissipated by battle. He spoke cheerfully with the commander of the guards, then saw Sharpe waiting higher on the ridge. "What are you doing there?" he shouted. "Obeying your orders, sir. Watching the right flank." "I think we can abandon that idea, Sharpe." The Prince's tone implied utter scorn for anyone who seriously believed the French might attempt a flanking march. "It's going to be a straightforward mill. You can tell that from their gun placements. From now on it'll be toes on the scratch and heavy thumping." The Prince feinted a punch at Sharpe to illustrate his prize-fighting metaphor, then pointed at the chateau. "I want you in Hougomont." "To do what, sir?" Sharpe had ridden close to the Prince, whose horse skittered sideways as a shell exploded higher up the slope. "To report to me, of course. I'll need to know when to send the reserves in." Sharpe had assumed that the chateau's defenders were quite capable of deciding that for themselves, but he recalled Rebec's lecture on the need for tact, so just nodded. "Very good, sir." The prince suddenly looked past Sharpe. "Witherspoon! Is that really you? My dear Witherspoon, we haven't met since Eton. I thought you were destined for the church, not the army. Well, are you a vicar in disguise today? Isn't this a splendid day? Such good sport!" Sharpe left the happy reunion behind as he spurred towards the chateau. Harper, despite his sworn promise that he wouldn't expose himself to danger, followed. The two riflemen could hear the splintering crackle of musketry from the woods beyond the chateau, evidence that a new attack was gathering force. They galloped past the huge haystack that was built close to the northern entrance, and Sharpe shouted at the defenders to open the gates. A startled Coldstreamer sergeant poked his head over the farmyard wall, saw the two men galloping towards him, and hastily shouted for the huge double gates to be unbarred. Once inside the farmyard, Sharpe slid out of his saddle and unsheathed his rifle. Harper took the reins of both horses and tied them to a metal ring embedded in the stable wall. A Coldstreamer captain, alarmed by the rifleman's sudden arrival, ran from the farmhouse to greet Sharpe. "You bring orders?" "Ignore us." "Gladly." The captain ran back to the house, which faced towards the woods where the French infantry was massing for their next rush. A French round-shot crashed into the farmhouse roof, showering slates and splinters into the yard. Sharpe looked up at the damaged rafters and grimaced. "God knows what we're doing here." "You're keeping the wee boy happy, sir." Harper looked at the nearest defenders. "May God, but we're in Hay and Matey company, so we are. I've never fought with the Coldstreamers before. How about I polish my boots?" "You'd better stay out of bloody trouble." Sharpe rammed the charge down his rifle barrel, then slotted the ramrod back into place. The cobbled yard was long and thin, surrounded by sturdy farm buildings, amongst which was a small chapel, where the wounded from the first attack were being tended. A dung heap was piled against the chapel's wall, while barrels of unripe apples lay beside a pigsty that had lost its inhabitants, presumably to the Coldstreamers' cooking pots. A cat, clearly sensing that the troubled times could only get worse, was carrying her kittens one by one from a huge barn to the main house. 3 bandaged guardsmen sat outside the chapel. The only other guardsmen in sight were a lieutenant and his squad of men who were evidently the garrison's reserve, and thus ready to reinforce any part of the chateau's perimeter that was dangerously threatened by the imminent French attack. "That's a grand place, orders." Harper looked approvingly round the farm buildings. Men had started to fire from the upper rooms of the farmhouse, while a volley of musketry sounded loud from the walled garden beyond the barn. The noise of the fighting forced Harper to raise his voice. "They must own a lot of land to fill all these barns." "It's good land, too," Sharpe agreed. Muskets crashed close behind them, coming from the stables which formed the western defences. Sharpe ran into the stables to see guardsmen taking their turns at the loopholes. Other men were awkwardly perched on the roof beams, firing through holes they'd made in the slates. Smoke from the muskets was thick among the empty stalls. Sharpe climbed onto a manger, then hauled himself to a vacant beam where he punched a hole in the slates. French skirmishers were flooding past the stables, running through the hayfield from where he and Harper had watched the first attack. He levelled his rifle through his makeshift loophole, tracked a man carrying an officer's sword, led him by a few inches, then fired. The rifled smoke prevented him seeing whether he had done any damage. He ducked as a deafening crash announced the strike of an 8-pound cannonball that splintered viciously through the stable rafters and struck 2 guardsmen down in gouts of blood. Another cannonball smacked against the stable's outer wall, ringing like a sledgehammer, but doing no damage to the thick masonry. Sharpe, too cramped in the roof space to reload his rifle, shouted for Harper to give him his. There was no answer. Sharpe twisted round. Harper was standing at the stable entrance, staring towards the northern gate through which he and Sharpe had entered the chateau. "Patrick, give me your rifle!" Still Harper did not reply. Instead, and without taking his eyes off the gate, he unslung his 7-barrel gun. Sharpe dropped from the beam and ran to the stable door. The northern gates were juddering. The French had somehow reached the rear of Hougomont, and were straining and heaving at the 2 gates, which were held shut by a wooden locking bar slotted into twin-iron brackets. The gates were old and rickety, and every heave creaked them further apart. A French musket fired through the crack between the gates, then an axe blade appeared in the gap. The axe chopped down with massive force, biting into the exposed locking bar. A Coldstreamer lieutenant was leading the garrison reserve towards the gate, but before the squad could reach the danger point, the axe struck again, and this time with such brute force that the bar splintered, and one end jumped clear out of its bracket, so that the double gate scraped back and a flood of screaming Frenchmen charged into the courtyard. The charge was led by a huge lieutenant who was even taller than Harper. It was the huge lieutenant who was carrying the massive pioneer's axe that had broken through the gate.
"Fire!"
The Coldstreamer lieutenant shouted, then was swamped by the surge of Frenchmen who swept over his men. Bayonets sliced down and came back red. The axe scythed wickedly to splay open a guardsman's ribs. Harper levelled the volley gun and fired at the mass of men. Sharpe dropped his empty rifle and drew his sword. Coldstreamers were running from the house, the barn, and the stables. Muskets flared and crashed. A Frenchman went down under an officer's sword, then the officer was driven screaming to the cobbles by 2 French bayonets. Yet more of the blue-coated skirmishers were running through the wide-open gates. Sharpe could see no way of retrieving order from the chaos. It was simply a time to fight. The French, half confused by the unfamiliar surroundings and by the scattered defenders, searched for ways into the farm buildings. 2 of them ran to the chapel where the wounded tried to trip them. The French raised their bayonets to finish the 3 bandaged men, then turned as they heard a more threatening challenge behind them. Sharpe had charged the 2 men, his sword swinging in a wild sweep. The taller of the 2 Frenchmen, a sergeant, stepped back from the swing and jabbed hard forward with his blade. Sharpe's momentum took him past the threat. He half-tripped on a wounded guardsman's broken leg, cannoned off the chapel wall, and lunged with the sword. The guardsman was screaming in sudden pain, but the sword had ripped a wound in the French sergeant's belly. The other Frenchman came to his sergeant's aid, then seemed to fly backwards as a rifle bullet struck his throat. Harper had discarded his volley gun, and now reversed the rifle and slammed the brass butt into the sergeant's face. The huge French officer with the axe was by the stable wall, slashing and cutting down at the redcoats. Someone had spilt a barrel of half-ripe apples that were being trampled underfoot by the savagely fighting men. A group of French infantry ran towards the main house, but a volley from its rear windows cut them down. Sharpe's mare, terrified of the noise, reared up and lashed with her hooves.
"Bugger this!"
Harper picked up one of the French muskets and lunged with his bayonet to finish the sergeant. The yard was a chaos of shouting men, but beyond the wild-faced French attackers, Sharpe could see a disciplined group of guardsmen struggling to close the huge gates. God alone knew how the small group of Coldstreamers had reached the gates, but they had, and with the strength of desperation they were now forcing the 2 heavy doors shut against a renewed rush of enemy infantry. By a miracle, none of the Frenchmen already inside the chateau's yard saw what was happening behind them. A Coldstreamer sergeant had retrieved the broken bar and dropped it into the brackets, as at last the doors were rammed shut. Most of the guardsmen pushing on the gates had been officers, who now turned with drawn swords to take the intruders from the rear.
"Now kill the bastards!"
A voice with a Scots accent shouted the command.
"Kill them all!"
A French drummer boy ran screaming past Sharpe. A French corporal followed, saw the rifleman and turned to fire his musket. The flint fell on an empty pan. The man's eyes widened with fear. Sharpe lunged. The man tried to pull the blade from his ribs, but Sharpe drove it forwards, twisting it, forcing the man down to the cobbles, where he kicked the sword free before slamming the blade back into the Frenchman's throat. The armourer who had honed Sharpe's blade had done a good job, for the weapon was wickedly sharp. And it needed to be, for none of the men who clawed and stabbed and struggled in the courtyard had been given time to reload their muskets, so this fight would now have to be done with steel alone. The importance of Hougomont gave the fight an extra and brutal bitterness, for every man knew that whoever held the chateau held the western flank of the battlefield. The Coldstreamers fought to rescue a battle, while the French, under their giant lieutenant, fought for immortal glory. But their prospect of glory was fading. The closing of the gate had cut the French off from aid, so now, trapped on the yard's cobbles, they retreated into a rally square about the huge lieutenant, who stood with a bloody axe above the bodies of 4 guardsmen. Outside the chateau, and giving the fight the desperation of urgency, volleys of French musket fire witnessed that the building's perimeter was again under heavy assault.
"Finish them off!"
a British officer ordered. The guardsmen in the yard were desperately needed to defend the chateau's outer walls, so there'd be no time now for delicacies like trying to persuade the huge lieutenant to surrender. Guardsmen tore into the group of Frenchmen. A redcoat went down beneath a French bayonet. Then the Coldstreamers seemed to swarm over the blue-coated enemy. An elegant officer lunged with his sword, kicked the Frenchman in the crutch, then lunged again. The yard echoed with the clang and scrape of blades, the scuff of boots on cobbles, and the screams of men slashed or pierced by blades. Patrick Harper, mindless of the promise made to his wife, shouted a Gaelic war-cry as he stabbed his captured bayonet forward in the short, savage lunges of a professional soldier. One of the guards officers in the front rank of the fight was a colonel. The expensive gold lace of his uniform was sheeted with blood as he stamped his foot forward to lunge his sword with a clinical exactitude. The huge lieutenant with the axe saw the Coldstreamer colonel and shouted at his men to make way. He drove a path through them, the axe glittering above the press of men. Then Sharpe saw the axe crash down. The colonel had stepped safely back. Now he lunged. The lieutenant brushed the sword thrust aside with his free hand, as though the blade was no more dangerous than a riding crop. He grunted as he began a backswing with the axe, calculated to split the colonel up from the groin to the breastbone, then gasped as a pain exploded behind his knee. Sharpe had rammed his sword forward to hamstring the Frenchman's leg. Now he kicked at the crippling wound to topple the huge man sideways. The lieutenant's scarred face snarled as he tried to swing the huge axe round at his new attacker. But Sharpe was slicing the sword forward again, this time to split the grimacing face into a bloody and broken mask. The colonel's sword lunged, taking the lieutenant in the ribs. Still the Frenchman would not give up. The axe rang on the ground as he dragged the blade forward. Then two guardsmen pushed past the colonel to stab their bayonets hard down. The huge body jerked for a few seconds, then was still. The last French intruders were being hunted down. A sergeant was bayoneted on the dung-heap, while a corporal backed against the barn wall and, screaming for quarter, received 2 bayonets in his belly instead. The yard was foul with blood, crushed apples, and corpses. Only the French drummer boy, a wee nipper hardly out of his cradle, had been spared from the massacre. A huge guardsman stood by the boy, protecting him.
"I don't know who you are, but thank you."
Sharpe turned to see it was the Coldstream colonel who had spoken. "Sharpe," he introduced himself, "the young Frogstaff."
"MacDonald."
The colonel was wiping the blood off a very expensive saw blade with an embroidered linen handkerchief.
"Will you forgive me?"
He ran back towards the house from where the sound of musketry was louder than ever. Sharpe wiped the mess off his own sword, then looked at Harper, whose face was speckled with blood. "I thought you'd promised to stay out of the fighting."
"I forgot."
Harper grinned, threw down the French musket and retrieved his own weapons.
"I'll say one thing. The guards may be pretty boy soldiers, but the buggers can fight when they have to. So can the French. Their tails are up, that's for sure."
Harper breathed a belated sigh of relief.
"And how the hell did the guards close that gate? God only knows. It must be on our side today."
Harper crossed himself.
"God knows, but that was desperate."
The second French attack on the chateau, so close to success in the courtyard, now rolled with an equal menace around the orchard. The howitzers opened fire from the ridge again, but this time the French attack was on a wider front, and a horde of men broke through the orchard's hedges and harried the defenders back towards the walled garden. Some of the guardsmen, too slow to climb the brick wall, were bayoneted at its foot. But then the relentless musketry erupted from the loopholes and from the wall's coping, and the French attack stalled again about the garden's margin. More men of the Coldstream Guards advanced down from the ridge. They attacked in column, their muskets armed with bayonets, and they drove up through the orchard's northern hedge to scar the French away from the garden wall. The woods to the south were still thick with French infantry, but the guards lined the broken and torn hedge and opened a killing volley fire that blew great holes in the French lines. No troops fired faster than the British, and now for the first time that day the French suffered under the flaying volleys of platoon fire. The guards reloaded with grim speed, propping their ramrods against the hedge before levelling the heavy muskets and blasting at the smoke-obscured enemy. Each platoon fired a second after its neighbour, so that the hedge rolled with flames and the woods echoed with volley after volley. Gradually the French broke away, more and more men fleeing from the remorseless musketry.
"Cease fire!"
a guards officer shouted in the orchard. The space in front of the woods was thick with the dead and wounded. The French had been hurling men against stone and flames, and suffering for it, but the guards could see yet more men being formed in the far woods, presumably for yet another assault. In the walled garden, the only civilian left in Hougomont was almost in tears. He was the chateau's gardener, and he had been running from bed to bed trying to save his precious plants from the boots of the guardsmen. Despite his efforts, the garden was a shambles. Espaliered pears had been ripped from the wall, and rosebuds had been trampled. The gardener made a pathetically small pile of plants he had somehow rescued, then flinched as he watched a French corpse being dragged by its heels through the remains of an asparagus bed. The second French assault had failed. Colonel MacDonald, his face still smeared with blood, found Sharpe in the courtyard when the last musket shot had faded to silence. "You could be useful to me." He spoke diffidently, not wanting to encroach on another man's authority. "I'll do whatever I can." "More ammunition? Can you find the wagon of this stuff and have it sent down?" "With pleasure." Sharpe was glad to have a proper job to do. MacDonald looked around the courtyard and grimaced at the remnants of the massacre. "I think we can hold here, so long as we got powder. Oh, good. She's alive." He had spotted the cat carrying the last of her kittens across the slaughter-yard. The captured French drummer boy, his face stained with tears, held one hand over his mouth as he stared wide-eyed at the bodies which were being searched for plunder by the victorious guardsmen. The boy's instrument was lying smashed beside the chapel door, though he still had his drumsticks stuffed into his belt. "Cheer up, lad," MacDonald spoke to the boy in colloquial and genial French. "We gave up eating captured drummer boys last year." The boy burst into tears again. A big Coldstreamer sergeant with a Welsh accent barked at his men to start clearing the enemy bodies away. "Pile the buggers by the wall there! Look lively now!" Sharpe and Harper retrieved their horses, which had miraculously survived the fighting in the courtyard unhurt. The gate was swung open, and the riflemen rode to find the cartridges that would hold the chateau firm. While on the far ridge, the Emperor was turning his eyes away from Hougomont. He was looking towards the British left, to the enticing and empty gentle slope east of the high road. He assumed that the sepoy general would already have sent his reserves to help the beleaguered garrison at Hougomont. So now the Master of War would launch a thunderbolt on the British left. Marshal Dellon's corps, unblooded so far in the brief campaign, could now have the honour of winning it. And when the corps had smashed through the British line, the Emperor would unleash his cavalry, fresh and eager to harry the fleeing enemy into offal. It was 1:30. The day was becoming warmer, even hot, so that the thick woolen uniforms were at last drying out. The clouds were thinning, and errant patches of sun illuminated the smoke which drifted across the valley from the French guns. But in the eastern fields, where the Prussians were supposed to be arriving, the intermittent sunlight shone on nothing. Gneisenau had done his work well, and the British were alone. Chapter 15. The French gunfire suddenly ceased. The smoke from the hot gun muzzles drifted in dirty, scaling clumps above the rye and wheat. Muskets still fired at Hougomont, and the howitzers crashed their shells over the chateau to explode in the wood beyond. But without the French cannon fire, something that seemed very like silence filled the battlefield with foreboding. Then a slight wind rippled the crops in the valley, and swirled the smoke away from the French crest, to reveal that men in blue coats, their white crossbelts bright, were marching down the far slope. The 1st French infantry were advancing to attack the British ridge. They came in 4 great columns, accompanied by 8-pounder galloper guns drawn by horse teams. Each column was 200 men broad, 4 wide phalanxes that marched stolidly down the slope of the French ridge to leave crushed paths of rye or wheat in their trail. A loose mass of skirmishers ran ahead of each formation. The thousands of trampling boots were given their rhythm by the drummers hidden deep inside each column. The drummer boys were beating the pas de charge, the old heartbeat of the French Empire, that had driven the Emperor's infantry beyond the Vistula and down to the plains beyond Madrid. The massed drum sent a shiver through the valley. The veterans on the British ridge had heard it before, but for most of Wellington's men it was a new and sinister sound. The 4 columns crossed the eastern half of the valley. The column which attacked in the valley's centre advanced up the high road and threatened to envelop the farm of La Haye-Sainte. A watery sun gleamed faintly on the fixed bayonets of the column's front rank. The riflemen in the sandpit opposite the farm were dropping the first French skirmishers who had spread out across the rye fields. Behind the skirmishers, the boots of the column trampled the crop. Then the drummers paused in unison to let the whole column shout its battle cry, Vive l'Empereur! On the ridge above the farm, a British gunner officer gave the elevating screw of his 9-pounder a last half-twist. The fabric bag of gunpowder was crushed in the breech by its round shot. A stiff quill stood proud of the touch-hole. The quill, which was filled with a finely milled gunpowder, had been rammed hard down into the fabric bag so that the fire would flash deep down into the charge. The gun was pointing downhill, so the round shot had to be restrained from rolling out of the barrel by a grommet wad, a circle of rope that had been rammed hard up against the shot. When the gun was fired, the rope would be annihilated in the explosion. The officer, satisfied that the round shot would plunge murderously into the approaching French column, stepped well back. The firer stood with his smoking port fire by the gun's right wheel, while the other 6 men of the crew waited for the orders to reload. Red-coated and green-jacketed skirmishers ran over the top of the British ridge, then down the long slope where they spread into the skirmishing chain. Riflemen crouched in the rye and dragged back their weapons' flints. The job of the British skirmishers was to hold the French voltigeurs away from the vulnerable gun crews. Whistles sounded as the light company officers dispersed their men. The voltigeurs were wading through the half-crushed crops like men struggling through waist-deep water. A bugle ordered the men in green jackets to open fire. The Baker rifle, with its 7 grooves twisting a quarter turn in the barrel, had both a longer range and a deadlier accuracy than the smooth-bore musket. The Emperor had refused to arm his voltigeurs with rifles, claiming that the far quicker rate of musket fire more than compensated for the loss of range and accuracy. But his officers now paid for that decision, for they were the riflemen's target.
"Kill the officers!" the green-jacket sergeants ordered their men. "Don't waste your powder! Find their officers and kill the scum!"
The first French officers were falling, flung backwards by the force of the spinning balls.
"Run! Run!"
a French officer shouted at his men, and the voltigeurs sprinted forward to shorten the range and overwhelm the riflemen with the threat of their bayonets. The redcoats opened fire. The muskets made a heavier coughing sound than the sharper crack of the rifles. The French were firing now. So many muskets crashing on both sides that the skirmish sounded as though a horde of small boys were dragging sticks along park railings. Patches of white smoke drifted and coalesced above the slope. This was the private war of the light infantrymen, a bitter war fought in the shrinking gap between the columns and the waiting British guns. A rifleman fired, and immediately ran back behind his partner, who advanced at a crouch, loaded rifle ready to protect his partner, who laboriously rammed the bullet down past the tight-gripping grooves of the rifle's barrel.
"What's left, Jimmy?"
a sergeant shouted in warning.
"There's a jack pudding and I want the bastard dead."
Before the French officer could be killed, a group of his blue-coat skirmishers dashed forward with bayonets fixed to their muskets.
"Back, lads, back!"
The rifles, so slow to reload, were vulnerable to such determined rushes, but they fell back through the crouching figures of a redcoat light company, who suddenly rose out of the rye and fired a blast of musketry that threw down a half-dozen of the Frenchmen. A ragged, answering volley splintered the thigh of a red-coated lieutenant, who swore, fell, and watched in disbelief as his blood soaked his white breeches. 2 of his men seized the shoulders of his coat and unceremoniously dragged the lieutenant back up the slope towards the surgeons. All across the valley the skirmishers fought, but the French voltigeurs far outnumbered their opponents, and slowly, bitterly, the redcoats and riflemen retreated. Behind them, beyond the crest of the ridge, the rest of the British infantry waited. They were lying flat, hidden both from the light French guns and from the mass of the 4 advancing columns. The hidden British battalions were in 2 ranks, a perilously thin formation that would soon have to stand and face the crashing impact of the advancing columns. Those columns began to step over the dead and dying skirmishers. The drummer boys, deep in the heart of each column, drove their sticks down as if their youthful fervour could drive this vast assault clear onto Brussels itself. This was the old way of war, the Emperor's way, the attack in column that relied on sheer weight to smash through the enemy's battle line. Yet the French were not fools, and enough of them had fought against British muskets to know that the old way had never worked against the red-coated lines. The British were just too fast with their guns, and every fast musket in a British line could fire at the attacking column, whereas only the men in the first 2 ranks of the French formation could return the fire. So every time the British had met the columns, the British had won. The British line looked so very frail, but it overlapped the column and drowned it in fire. Against the troops of other nations, the column worked beautifully, but the British had learned to pour a destructive blast of musketry that turned the columns into butchers' messes. So this time, the French would do it differently. This time, they had a surprise of their own, something to counter the overlapping line and the overpowering musket fire. But that surprise must wait till the two sides were close enough to stare into each other's eyes. That confrontation was still some minutes away, for the British lines were still in hiding, and the French column still had to climb the gentle slope in the face of the waiting guns. "Fire!" the gunner officers shouted along the ridge. The port fires touched the fire to the quills of mealed powder that flashed the flame down to the charge in the fabric bags, and the guns crashed back on their trails, their wheels jumping clear out of the mud before smashing down yards back from where they'd started. Smoke instantly blotted the ridge. The 9-pounder balls screamed down the hill and slashed into the marching files. One ball could kill a score of men. The missiles drove into the massed ranks, flensing, smashing, breaking bones, spattering flesh and blood deep into the heavy masses. "Close up! Close up!" the French sergeant shouted. The marching ranks clambered over the writhing bodies to close the ranks. The drummers beat harder and faster, quickening the bloody moment. The men in the centre raised their bayonet-tipped muskets as they cheered their hero. "Vive l'Empereur!" On the ridge, the gun crews worked like whipped slaves. The spongeman, his rammer tipped with a soaking wet sleeve of fleece, forced the wet material down the smoking barrel. The gun had to be cleared of the scraps of still-burning powder and canvas that could ignite and explode the next charge. The sudden compression of air, as the rammer thrust with the fleece, could explode the residues of unburned powder that was caked to the breech walls, so a gunner wearing a leather thumbstool pressed his thumb over the vent to stop the airflow. The wet fleece was dragged clear, and the loader shoved the new charge bag into the barrel, then topped it with the round shot and wad grommet. The spongeman reversed his rammer and thrust the shot home, shouting as it reached the breech. The shout alerted the ventsman that the charge was ready. He rammed his spike down the touch-hole to pierce the canvas powder bag, then thrust the quill of finely milled powder into the hole he'd made. The rammer was already soaking the fleece in a bucket of water, ready for the next shot, as the two remaining gunners of the crew heaved on a handspike to lever the gun's trail round so that the loaded barrel pointed through the smoke of the last shot at the approaching enemy. "Ready!" a corporal shouted. "Stand back!" The officer put his hands to his ears. "Fire!" The cannon crashed back again. This time it had to be run forward, dragged through the muddy scars of its first two firings. Musket balls from the French skirmishers were whiplashing close, but the gun smoke protected the crew as they reloaded. "Double shot! Double shot!" A gunner officer galloped his horse behind the battery. "Double shot!" The officer galloping clear of the smoke had seen the closest column's inexorable progress up the slope and knew it was time to raise the stakes. This time, instead of loading with round shot alone, the gunners rammed a canister of musket balls on top of the round shot. Now each blast would spread a halo of deadly bullets about the heavy missile. "Fire!" The canister shredded, punched apart by the round shot, and a great gap was ripped bloody in the nearest French column. The Emperor's men were leaving a trail of blood and bodies now, but the attack was still massive and heavy. The French galloper guns were firing from the valley's floor, seeking the British 9-pounders behind their screen of smoke. French cavalry had advanced onto the flanks of the outermost columns, protecting them from the threat of British horsemen. This was how war should be fought. The three arms supporting each other, and victory just a drumbeat away across a ridge-top which, to the advancing French, seemed almost empty. They saw the cannons and their smoke, and they saw the flitting silhouettes of the retreating skirmishers, and they saw a handful of mounted officers waiting beyond the crest, but they saw no enemy lines because the redcoats still lay flat, still hidden, still waiting. Some Frenchmen, those who had never fought Wellington, dared to hope that the ridge was only defended by guns, but the veterans of Spain knew better. The goddamn Duke always hid his men behind a hill crest if he could. In a moment, those veterans knew the goddams would show themselves. That was what the French called the British soldiers, the goddams. It was not an affectionate nickname, but nor was it demeaning, like the British name for the French. The Crapauds were the toads, but the goddams were men who would curse God, and there was something chilling in that thought. The French drums paused. "Vive l'Empereur! Fire!" Another double-shotted volley smashed down the slope, and this time a British gunner officer heard the distinctive hailstone rattle as the canister balls struck the infantry's muskets. "We're hitting them now, boys!" A wet fleece hissed as it plunged into the hot barrel. On the ridge the British infantry officers watched and waited. The drums were loud, while at the back of the French columns men were singing. The British battalion bands were also playing behind the ridge, making it a cacophonous battle of music that the French were winning as more and more men joined in to sing the Marseillaise. "Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé." The burnished eagles were bright over the great marching masses that seemed to soak up the murderous gunfire. A round shot would butcher through the files, but the ranks closed up and marched on. The French officers, their swords drawn, urged their men on. They only needed to endure a few more seconds of hell, a few more blasts of the guns. Then they would carry their bayonets over the ridge to vengeance. But first, because Wellington's lines always beat the French columns, the surprise had to be unveiled. "Deploy!" The French officers shouted the command. The columns were now less than 100 paces from the crest of the British ridge. The voltigeurs had fallen back to join the column's ranks, and the British skirmishers had gone to join the line. So from this moment on, it would be main force against main force. "Deploy!" The rearmost ranks of the columns began to spread outwards. This was the surprise, that the column would suddenly become a line, but a line thicker and heavier than the British. Every French musket would be able to fire, and there would be far more French muskets. The defenders' line would not overlap the column, but would be overwhelmed by it. The French would fire their killing volley, then they would charge home. The day of glory had arrived. The easternmost French column advanced on Papelotte, driving Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar's men back to the sturdiest of the farm buildings. The westernmost column, advancing athwart the paved highway, swept either side of La Haye-Sainte, driving the riflemen back from their sandpit. The riflemen of the King's German Legion, who garrisoned the farm itself, were safe enough, for La Haye-Sainte's walls were of thick stone, well loopholed, and the column had no intention of assaulting such a makeshift fortress. Yet now the farm proved its deadly worth, as the garrison flayed the passing column with rifle fire. The French ranks were blown ragged, assailed by volleys from the flank and double-shotted cannon from their front. In desperation the French ordered the farm attacked. A swarm of infantry broke down the hedges of the kitchen garden and orchard, forcing the defenders back towards the elm tree on the ridge behind. Not that their retreat mattered, for most of the German garrison was safe behind the stone walls of the farm buildings, from where they kept up the stinging volleys that had already stalled and broken the attack of the westernmost column. Wellington's breakwaters were working. 2 of the French columns had been stopped, yet the central 2 columns were still crashing majestically and seemingly unstoppably up the wide, bare slope between Papelotte and La Haye-Sainte. The Duke, knowing that those central columns were the real danger, rode to where their attack would strike home. The Prince of Orange took the Duke's place beside the elm tree and stared in horror at the turmoil that raged about La Haye-Sainte. The Prince didn't see that the farm had effectively broken one whole column of French infantry. Instead, he only saw a white-walled building lapped by smoke and ringed by enemies. Worse, he saw a stream of King's German Legion riflemen running in headlong retreat from the farm. Wellington was nowhere in sight, which meant that fate and history had placed the Prince at this vantage point. He gnawed his fingernails as he stared, then knew he must not hesitate. La Haye-Sainte could not fall, and if it had already fallen, then it must be retaken. He turned to see a Hanoverian battalion of his corps not far beyond the ridge. The Hanoverian infantry wore British-style redcoats, and were known to all the army as the Red Germans. "Tell the Red Germans to advance!" the Prince snapped to Rebecca. "Sir?" Rebecca had been flinching from the sight of the double-shotted cannon's execution of the closest Frenchman, and had no idea what the Prince meant by his order. "The Red Germans, Rebecca. They are to advance on the farm and recapture it. Tell them to form line and to advance, now." "But, sir, the farm has not fallen, and do it now!" The Prince screamed at his Chief of Staff. Rebecca silently wrote the order, handed it to the Prince for signature, then sent an aide to the Red Germans. The Hanoverians deployed into line, then to the tap of a drum marched forward with fixed bayonets. They came over the ridgetop, and with their colours hoisted high behind their centre companies, swept down onto the French, who still milled ineffectually about La Haye-Sainte's loopholed walls. That's how it's done!" the prince exulted. "Give them steel! Give them steel!" "Are you sure the French cavalry are gone, sir?" Rebecca asked very quietly. "You must be bold. Boldness is all. Oh, well done!" The prince applauded because the Hanoverians had cleared the kitchen garden and were now working their way down the farm's open flank to the west. They were still in line and were firing steady volleys that drove the French infantry backwards. The French infantry retreated, but their cavalry advanced. That cavalry had been held deep in the valley's floor, safe from the double-shotted British cannon. But now the left flank guard saw a line of enemy redcoats deployed in the rye. French swords rasped out of scabbards. It seemed that God was smiling on the cavalrymen this day. The trumpets sounded. Les Gros Frères, the cuirassiers, led the charge, while the pigtailed dragoons rode behind the heavy horsemen. The British gunners were aiming at the remnants of the column's flank, and besides were too obscured by smoke to see the cavalry's threat. The Hanoverians, firing fast volleys, were blinding themselves with smoke. But then the men of the right-hand companies heard the thudding of the hooves, and stared in panic through the powder smoke to see the first glints of steel armour and raised swords. "Cavalry! Form square!" It was much too late. The heavy horsemen fell on the open end of the Hanoverian line. The big Klingenthal swords, made of the best steel in Europe, hacked down, driven by the ton weight of man and horse. Grim faces, framed by the steel helmets, were flecked by the infantrymen's blood as the horsemen carved a path into the battalion. The Red Germans broke, fleeing in panic from the thunder of the hooves and the lightning blades. The colour party took refuge in the farm's garden, but most of the Hanoverians were caught in the open field and paid the price. Horsemen rode round the field, chasing the last refugees and cutting them down with merciless efficiency. The Prince of Orange stared aghast from the elm tree. He saw a sword rise in the air, dripping blood from a death, then hack down to make another butcher's sound. "Stop them, Rebecca," he said pathetically. "Stop them!" "Pray how, your Highness?" In the end, the British gunners stopped the grisly business. The charge had brought the horsemen into the killing ground of the cannon, and the double-shotted guns scarred the cavalry away from the field, but not before they'd broken the Red Germans, who lay with dreadful slashes, bleeding and twisting in the rye as they died. The Prince of Orange had struck again. While to the east, where no farm protected the ridge, the two central columns of the French attack deployed into line and drove on up to victory. The Dutch-Belgian infantry at the re-entrant of the ridge took one close look at the nearest column and fled. The British jeered the running men, but the Belgians didn't care. Their sympathies were with the Emperor, and so they ran to the forest, and there, safe under its trees, waited for a French victory to restore Belgium to its proper throne. The French drummers beat the pas de charge as the columns unfolded into the heavy musket line that would blast the ridge's crest with fire. "Stand up!" The order was British. All along the ridge, like men springing full-armed from the concealing earth, the redcoats stood. One moment the ridge had appeared empty, and the next it was crowned with a line of muskets. "Present!" The French, so very close to the ridge-top, had stopped for a heartbeat as their enemy had appeared so suddenly from the earth. But the French officers, seeing how hugely they outnumbered the goddams, screamed at the men to advance. "Fire!" The first British volley crashed down the gentle slope. It was fired at just 60 paces, and it slammed into the unfolding columns to crumple the front ranks back like lead soldiers swept down by a petulant child. "Reload!" Men bit bullets from the tip of waxed paper cartridges, poured the powder into their musket barrels, wadded the powder with the cartridge paper, spat the bullets after, then rammed down hard with their ramrods. "Fire by platoons!" a major ordered. "Grenadier Company, fire!" The rolling volleys began, rippling along the hilltop in flame and smoke. The French fired back. Sir Thomas Picton roared an order and died as a bullet pierced his top hat and crashed into his skull. Highlanders and Irishmen and men from the shires bit the cartridges till their lips were black and their tongues sour with the salty taste of the gunpowder. They fired, scorching their cheeks with the flaming scraps spat from the musket-locks. "Close up! Close up!" The sergeants dragged the dead and wounded back from the line, letting the men close in where the French bullets had struck. A cannon fired, its canister splitting in bloody ruin among the deploying French. Yet still the French came, more ranks advancing from the mist of smoke to thicken their bleeding, dying line. Redcoats scrabbled at their flints, tearing their fingernails as they cocked their weapons. The muskets kicked like mules. The French were still spreading into line, still advancing, and the drums were still driving them on. A French galloper gun opened fire, splaying a redcoat colour party into ruin. The French musket volleys were slow, but the Crapauds outnumbered the goddams and were clawing their bloody way towards the ridge's crest and victory. And then a trumpet called. Lord John Rossendale, riding close to the Earl of Oxbridge, had watched the advance of the columns in sheer disbelief. He had heard of such attacks, and he had listened to men describe a French column, yet nothing had prepared Lord John for the way such an attack filled a landscape, or how its music made the skin crawl and stretched the nerves, or how irresistible such an assault seemed, as though each column was not made up of individual men, but instead was some ponderously articulated beast that crawled out of nightmare to ooze across the earth. Yet, even as the columns filled him with dread, he marvelled at the calm of the men with whom he rode. The calmness, Lord John observed, came from the Duke, to whom men were irresistibly attracted, as though his confidence would somehow communicate by proximity. The Duke watched the approaching columns with a keen eye, but still had time to laugh at some jest made by Alava, the Spanish commissioner. The only time Rossendale saw the Duke frown was when a brief shower of rain, gone almost as soon as it arrived, made him shake out his cloak and drape it around his shoulders. "I cannot bear a drenching, nor will I abide umbrellas." He spoke to Alava in French. "You could have a canopy held by 4 stout men." Alava, an old and valued friend from the Duke's Spanish battles, suggested, "Like some Mohammedan potentate." The Duke gave his odd horse neigh of a laugh. "That would serve very well. I like that notion. A Mohammedan canopy, eh? And a harem, why not?" "Why not, indeed?" The Duke gently drummed his fingers on the small writing desk that was built onto the pommel of his saddle. To Lord John the gesture didn't seem to be a nervous reaction, but rather to express the Duke's impatience at the lumbering French columns. By now the enemy's skirmishers were close enough to annoy the Duke's party. Their bullets whiplashed and hummed about the horsemen. 2 of the Duke's aides were hit, one fatally just 2 paces to the Duke's left. The Duke gave the dead man a glance, then frowned towards the French galloper guns. "They'll never do a damn thing with those light cannon," he complained, as though his enemy's inefficiency offended him. Then, switching into French, he asked Alava whether he didn't agree that the French were deploying more skirmishers than usual. "Definitely more," Alava confirmed, but with no more excitement in his voice than if he was sharing a day's rough shooting with the Duke. The Dutch Belgians ran, which caused a compression of the Duke's lips, but then, knowing what could and could not be mended, he simply ordered a British battalion into the gap. He rode further to his left, cantering his horse behind the waiting redcoats. The Earl of Oxbridge and his staff followed. The Duke frowned again as the French columns began to unfold into line, but the unexpected manoeuvre didn't seem to rattle him. "Now's your time," the Duke called to the nearest redcoat battalion. The redcoats stood and the volleys began. Lord John, trailing with his master behind the Duke, saw how the French attempt to form line was never completed because of the destructive British fire. The French flanks would not wheel up the slope into the face of the musket volleys, so instead the whole enemy mass edged uphill in neither line nor column, but in a halfway formation instead. To Lord John's untutored eye, and despite the momentary French confusion, it still looked like a frighteningly unequal battle. A mass of Frenchmen poised just beneath the thin and fragile line of redcoats. The mass was also still advancing. Its leading ranks were being bled and beaten by the flail of the British volleys, but still the French pressed uphill, stepping over their dead and shouting their war cry. Worse, the cuirassiers who just destroyed the Red Germans now rode west of the high road to escape the cannon fire and threatened to attack the thin British line. The Duke had seen it all, and understood it all. He turned to Oxbridge. "Your heavies are ready, Oxbridge?" "Indeed they are, Your Grace." It took Lord John a moment to understand the elegance of the Duke's solution. The French were poised on the brink of a shattering success. Their columns were inching uphill, and in a moment they'd be reinforced by the heavy cavalry that would fall on the redcoat flank like a torrent of steel. The Duke's line would be shattered. The French infantry would pour through, then more cavalry would stream across the valley to finish the rout. Except that the Duke's counterstroke was ready. Horse would oppose horse, and the British heavy cavalry would be unleashed on the Emperor's Gros Frere. The King's own household troops, the Life Guards and King's Dragoon Guards and Blues, together with the Union Brigade of the Royals, the Scots Greys and the Inner Skillings horse would save the army. Lord John turned his own horse, drew his borrowed sword, and raced after the Earl of Oxbridge. "Harry, you must let me come!" This was the chance Lord John had prayed and waited for. He saw other staff officers, Christopher Manville among them, hurrying to join their regiments. "For God's sake, Harry, let me fight!" Lord John pleaded again. "You can fight, Johnny, and all the merrier. We'll take their horse and break their infantry." The cream of the British cavalry would go to shatter the French attack. Lord John, his borrowed sword bright in his hand, rode to find his honour again, in battle. Chapter 16. Almost 2,500 horsemen assembled just behind the ridge's flat crest. Men pulled on gleaming helmets that were topped with long horsehair plumes. The Scots on their huge white horses wore grenadier bearskins, as memorials of the day they'd captured the colour of Louis XIV's household guards at Ramillies. They tightened their chin straps and made the usual small jokes of men facing battle. The air was rich with the smell of horse dung. An officer raised a gloved hand, held it motionless for a second, then dropped it to point at where the gun smoke hung above the valley. A bugle sounded the advance as the long attack lines moved forward in a jingle of curb chains and creak of leather. They were the heavy cavalry of Britain, the Sovereign's Guard and the Union Brigade. They were the best mounted cavalry in all the world, and the worst led. They rode big, strong horses reared on rich English and Irish grassland. The horses were fresh, unblooded and eager. The riders drew their swords and looped the weapons' leather straps round their gauntleted wrists. Each sword blade was 35 inches of heavy steel that had been sharpened to a spear point. The bugle called the trot, and the long plumes began to undulate behind the ranks. Some men took a last pull of rum from their canteens, while others touched their lucky charms. A horse curled its lips to show long yellow teeth. Another whinnied with excitement. A man spat a wad of tobacco, then wrapped his horse's reins round his left wrist. The leading ranks of cavalry were at the crest, and they could see through the scrims of cannon smoke that the valley was a killer's playground. A wide field crammed with an unsuspecting enemy. 20,000 French infantry had crossed the valley, and 2,500 cavalry would now charge at their exposed flank. The horsemen spurred into a canter, their plumes tossing wild in the smoky wind. Sabretaches and empty scabbards flapped at their sides. A guidon embroidered in gold thread led them down the slope. The troopers' ranks were already ragged, for each man only wanted to close on the enemy, while their officers, not wanting to be outrun, raced ahead, as though they rode on a hunting field and feared to miss the kill. Then, at last, the trumpeters sounded the full charge. The 10 notes, rising in triplets, pierced to the final high and brilliant tone which threw the horsemen on. Damn caution! Damn the slow approach and the final steady charge that would bring the horses home as one cohesive mass. This was war. This was the hunting field with a human quarry, and glory didn't wait for the last man to form line. And so the trumpet shivered the blood with its madman's call. Charge home, and the devil bugger the hindmost. They made a glorious charge of bright horse that slanted across the face of the ridge's forward slope like a flood. Ahead of them were the cuirassiers, and beyond the breastplated enemy horsemen were the infantry, who were neither in column nor in line. None of the French was expecting the attack. The cuirassiers' horses were blown. They were still forming their lines after the slaughter of the Red Germans, and now they stood no chance. They were broken in an instant. Lord John, racing behind the Life Guards, heard the blacksmith's sound of swords clashing on breastplates. He had a glimpse of unhorsed men, of horses thrown to the ground, then of a sword rising high and bloody. The cuirassiers, hugely outnumbered, were obliterated in the time it took for a trooper on a galloping horse to hack down once. An Irish horseman screamed, not in pain, but from the sheer joy of killing. Another man was drunk on rum, his sword was wet with blood, and his horse bleeding from the spur wounds as he hurled it on to yet more slaughter. A few British riders were down, their horses tripped by the broken cuirassiers, but most of the charge simply flowed around the fallen horses and wounded Frenchmen. The horsemen could see the infantry milling like sheep brought to the wolf's den. A bugle, its notes wavering because they were being blown from a galloping horse, tore its bright challenge to glory. Lord John was screaming as though drunk. He had never in all his life known excitement like this. The very earth seemed to shudder. All around him, bright in the day's gloom, a torrent of men and horses flowed at full killing stretch. The horses, teeth bared, seemed to fly across the field. Mud churned up by the hooves ahead flecked and slapped his face. There was a wild music in the air, the sound of banging hoofbeats and shrill shouts, of horses' lungs rasping like bellows, of screams fading behind, and warning shouts sounding louder ahead, of the bugle hurling them on, of glory as vivid as the Guidon banner that seemed to drive straight at the heart of the doomed French column. Then the horsemen hit, and the French, still half manoeuvring out of column, were helpless. The big horses and their towering riders crashed home all along the column's broken flank. Cavalry drove great wedges into the very centre of the French infantry. The swords slashed down, rose, then slashed again. Horses reared, lashing with their hoofs to break skulls. The troopers, revelling in the slaughter, wheeled in the middle of the breaking column to break it yet further apart, and thus make it easier to kill its constituent parts. They lashed the French with steel, and still more horsemen came to drive yet further lanes of death and horror into the shattered mass. "Fix bayonets!" The redcoats on the ridgetop fumbled at their scabbards, dragged the long blades free, then slotted the bayonets onto the hot smoking muzzles of the guns. "Forward!" There was an hurrah along the ridge. Then the redcoats ran to join the killing. The French broke. No infantry could have stood. The French columns broke and fled, and that made the horsemen's task even easier. It was no trouble to kill a running man, and so the cavalrymen slaked themselves on killing and wanted even more. They were drunk on the slaughter, drenched in it, glorying in it. Some of the riders were properly drunk, soused in rum and lust, and killing like fiends. The bugles screamed at them, encouraged them until the saw blades were so thick with blood that the cavalry's hands and wrists were sopping with it. A Scots sergeant 6 feet 4 inches tall and on a horse to match took the first eagle. He did it alone, riding his great war-horse deep into a thicket of desperate Frenchmen who were ready to die for their standard. They did die. Sergeant Hewitt was strong enough to use the clumsy 35-inch sword. He cut the first offender down through the head. A French sergeant, armed with one of the spears issued to protect the precious eagles, drove its point at Hewitt, but the Scotsman's blade drove up through the sergeant's jaw. He wrenched the sword free, spurred his horse on, felt a musket ball blaze past his face, and hacked down at the man who had fired, breaking the man's skull apart with the vicious blade. Hewitt wheeled his horse, reached for the eagle, snatched it, and his heels went back as he lifted the golden trophy high over his head. He was shouting so all the world would see what he had done, and his horse, as if it shared the triumph, rode across the path of Deb with his bloody head high and its flanks sheeted scarlet. "You've done enough for one day." The Scots Greys colonel offered Sergeant Hewitt a salute. "Take it to the rear." Hewitt, holding the eagle high and punching it at the sky to show the gods what he had achieved, cantered back towards the British ridge. He passed a Highland infantry regiment that cheered him hoarse. The other horsemen drove on. The field was wet with blood and rain, and treacherous underfoot with the fallen dead, and pitiful with the wounded. Yet still the horses streamed their ribbons of steel and bone into the fleeing, panicked Frenchmen. A drum was splintered by a horse's hooves. The drummer boy, just 12 years old, was dead. Another boy, screaming in terror, was ridden down by a white horse that broke his skull with the blow of a hoof. Some of the French infantry just ran to the charging British infantry and threw themselves onto the redcoats' mercy. The British infantry, checked by the slaughter in their path, stopped their charge and gathered in the terrified prisoners. The cavalry knew no such mercy. They had dreamt of such a field, filled with a broken enemy to be broken further. Captain Clark of the Royals took the second eagle, hacking its defenders apart with his sword, snatching the trophy, defending it, then carrying it clear of the pathetic French survivors, who, hearing their death in the big hooves, still tried to run. But there was nowhere to run, as the Irish and Scots and English horsemen ravaged about the valley. Even the horses were trained to kill. They bit, they lashed with their hooves, they fought like the crazed men who rode them. Lord John at last learned how to kill. He learned the joy of losing all restraint, of absolute power, of riding into shattered men who turned, screamed, then disappeared behind as his sword thumped home. He found himself picking a target, and stalking the man even if it meant ignoring closer Frenchmen, then choosing the manner of his victim's death. One he skewered through the neck, almost losing his sword because it pierced so far. He practiced the lunge, learning to control the heavy point of the blade. He soaked the steel in blood, spraying droplets into the air after each victory, then lowering the point for more. He saw a fat French officer clumsily running away, and Lord John spurred through the closest Frenchman, stood in his stirrups and slashed down with the sword. He felt the skull crumple like a giant boiled egg, and he laughed aloud to think of such a comparison at such a moment. The laugh sounded more like a demonic screech, a fit accompaniment to the screams of the other death-drunk troopers about him. He wheeled, sliced a Frenchman in the face, and spurred on. He saw Christopher Manville parry a desperate bayonet lunge, then stab down. A knot of Inner Skillings thundered past Lord John, their horses sheeted with enemy blood, and their voices ululating a paean to massacre. A drunk trooper of the Scots Greys was ahead of Lord John, hacking and hacking at a French sergeant who twitched on the ground in a pool of spreading blood. The Scotsman's face was a mask of laughing blood. "On to Paris!" a major of the Life Guards shouted. "The guns! Kill the bastard gunners! On to Paris! To Paris!" The charge had done its job magnificently. It had finished the battalion of cuirassiers, then destroyed the best part of a French corps of infantry. The charge had filled a valley with bodies and blood. It had taken 2 eagles. But these were the British cavalry, the worst led in all the world, and now they thought themselves immortal. They had swamped their souls with the glory of war, so now they would make their names immortal in the halls of war. The bugles screamed the call to rally, and the Earl of Oxbridge shouted at the troopers nearest him to withdraw and reform behind the ridge. But other officers and other buglers wanted more blood. They were the cavalry. On to Paris! So the spurs slashed back, the red swords lifted high, and the charge swept on. The battlefield had a new smell now. Blood, fresh and cloying, mingled its odour with the acrid stench of burnt powder. The British guns fell silent, their barrels hot and smoking, their muzzles blackened. There were no more targets, for the French attack, 1 minute so overwhelming, had been broken into blood and bones and weeping men. The surviving French infantry, many with hideous slash wounds from the heavy swords, wandered in a daze about the crushed corn. The German riflemen, who had retreated from La Haye-Saint's garden and orchard, ran back to their positions, while the 95th Rifles reoccupied the sandpit. Close to the sandpit, a cuirassier crawled from underneath his dead horse. He stared at the rifleman, then slowly unbuckled his heavy armour and let it fall. He gave the green jackets one last scared look, then limped back towards La Belle Alliance. The Rifles let him go. The Prince of Orange, the death of his Hanoverians forgotten, clapped his hands with delight as the British heavy cavalry turned south to complete their charge. "Aren't they fine, Rebecca? Aren't they simply fine?" The Duke, further along the ridge, also watched the horsemen swerve south in disarray. He looked momentarily sickened, then turned and ordered his infantry back to the shelter of the ridge's reverse slope. French prisoners, stripped of their packs, pouches, and weapons, filed towards the forest as the Duke spurred back towards the elm tree. Sharpe and Harper had found a park of 4-wheeled ammunition wagons at the edge of the forest, all under the guard of a plump officer of the quartermaster's staff, who refused to release any of the wagons without proper authority. "What is proper authority?" Sharpe asked. "A warrant signed by a competent officer, naturally. If you'll now excuse me, I'm not exactly underemployed today." The captain offered Sharpe a simpering smile and turned away. Sharpe drew his pistol and put a bullet into the ground between the captain's heels. The captain turned, white-faced and shaking. "I need 1 wagon of musket cartridge," Sharpe said in his most patient voice. "I need authorization. I'm accountable to—" Sharpe pushed the pistol into his belt. "Patrick, just shoot the fat bugger." Harper unslung his 7-barreled volley gun, cocked and aimed it, but the captain was already running away. Sharpe spurred after him, caught the man's collar, and dragged his face up to the saddle. "I'm a competent officer, and if I don't get the ammunition I want in the next 5 seconds, I shall competently ram a 9-pounder up your back passage and spread you clear across Brussels. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir. So which wagon do we take?" "Any one you wish, sir, please." "Order a driver to follow us. We want musket ammunition, not rifle ammunition. Do you understand that?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you." Sharpe dropped the man. "You're very kind." The French skirmishers were still sniping at the chateau's walls, and more enemy infantry were massing in the woods for another assault on Hougomont as the wagon thundered down the rough track and past the haystack at the gate. The French had turned a battery of howitzers on the farm, and some of their shells had set fire to the farmhouse roof. But Colonel MacDonald was remarkably sanguine. "They can't burn stone walls, can they?" A shell crashed onto the stable roof, bounced in a shower of broken slates, and landed on the yard's cobbles. Its fuse hissed smoke for a second, then the shell exploded harmlessly. But the sight of the bursting powder acted as a spur to the guardsmen who were unloading the cartridge boxes from the newly arrived wagon. MacDonald, turning to go back into the farmhouse, stopped and cocked his head. "Unless I miss my guess, which I rather doubt, our cavalry are earning their pay for a change." Sharpe listened. Through the crack of musketry and the boom of heavy guns, the 10 trumpet notes of a cavalry charge sounded thin and clear. "I think you're right. Well, let's hope they know which side they're fighting for," MacDonald said dryly. Then, with a wave of thanks, he went back to the house. Sharpe and Harper followed the empty wagon back to the ridge, where they turned eastwards towards the line's centre. They passed what was left of Captain Witherspoon, who had been killed when a common shell had skimmed the ridge and exploded in his belly. His watch, miraculously unbroken, had fallen into a nettle patch, where, unseen and hidden, it ticked on. The hands of the watch now showed 27 minutes past 2, on the afternoon in which the Prussians were supposed to arrive, and had not come. Lord John galloped clear of the broken French infantry. Ahead and around him were knots of other horsemen, all galloping across the valley to assault the main French battle line on the southern ridge. The British charge had been scattered by the fighting among the infantry, so now the horsemen galloped in small groups like a field split apart by a long run after a fox. The troopers were still crazed by victory, confident that nothing could stand against their long and bloody swords. A hedge of holly, broken and trampled by the advance of the French columns, barred Lord John's path. His horse soared over it, stumbled on the plough ridges beyond, then caught its footing and galloped on. 3 men of the Inner Skillings charged to his left, and Lord John veered towards them, seeking company. An explosion of smoke and earth gouted to his right, then was snatched behind as he galloped on. A ragged line of Scots greys were just ahead, their horses' flanks sheeted with blood and sweat. Lord John looked for Christopher Manville, or any other of his friends, but saw none. Not that it mattered, for today he felt that every trooper was his friend. All across the western half of the valley, the cavalry charged. Their big horses were blowing hard, and the ground was soaked and heavy, but the horses were strong and willing. The men had stopped screaming with bloodlust, so the sound of the charge had now become the thrash of the hoofs, the creak of saddles, and the rasp of breath. The French gunners on the southern ridge loaded their 12-pounders with canister. They spiked the charge bags and pushed the quills into the vents. The horses thundered across the valley floor. They were closing on each other now, drawn together by the need for companionship and the realization of danger. The French gunners gave their gun trails a last adjustment. The gunners crouched with the next round ready in their arms. The officers judged the distance, then shouted the order. "Tirez!" A blast of canister scoured down the forward slope. 2 of the Scots greys ahead of Lord John tumbled in blood and muddy confusion. He galloped between the 2 men, watching the smoke of the guns roll towards him. A riderless horse with flapping stirrups raced up on his right side. One of the Irish riders on Lord John's left had been hit by canister in his right arm. He put the reins between his teeth and took his sword into his left hand. The guns fired again. Another thunder of smoke in which the sudden flame stabbed, and out of which another blast of canister tore huge gaps in the charging line. But still hundreds of men stayed in their saddles. A lifeguard's dying horse crashed into a Scots grey, and both men and their horses ploughed screaming into the field. An officer behind jumped the dying mess and shouted the mad challenge that had begun the insane charge. "To Paris!" The voice seemed to release 1,000 others. The screams began again, the screams of men too frightened to recognize their fear, too exhilarated to believe in death, and too close to the guns to turn back. The leading horses cleared the gun smoke to see the French artillerymen running desperately for the safety of the infantry behind. The swords began their work again. A gunner swung his heavy rammer at a lifeguard, missed, and died with a sword blade rammed down his open mouth. The infantry, 200 yards behind the guns, and protected by a thick hedge, had formed square. The horsemen on tired horses that wanted to draw breath swerved away from the threat of the close-packed muskets. They sought other targets, galloping in a useless melee between the abandoned guns and the infantry's invulnerable squares. Some of the horses slowed to a walk. No one had thought to bring the hammers and soft copper nails that were needed to spike the captured guns, so the worst they could do was slash their swords at the Emperor's wreathed initial that was embossed on each gun barrel. Some of the French gunners had been too slow to escape, and had taken refuge under their weapons, or between the wheels of the limbers, and those men at least could be hunted down. Horsemen leant clumsily from their saddles to lunge at men who crouched and dodged under the gun axles. More British horsemen arrived, thudding up through the cannon smoke to find the guns captured, the gunners dead or dying, and a mass of cavalry wheeling impotent among the limbers. They had charged to glory and reached nowhere. The French infantry barred the promised road to Paris, and now that infantry began firing volleys that even at 200 yards found targets. "Time to go home, I think." A Scots grey captain, his sword bloody to the hilt, walked his horse past Lord John, whose tired horse cropped at a patch of grass behind a gun. Lord John was staring at the nearest infantry and wondering when the charge would resume. "Go home?" Lord John asked in surprise, but the Scotsman had already spurred northwards towards the British ridge and safety. "Withdraw!" another officer shouted. A Scottish trooper, his horse killed by a musket ball, ran among the guns to find a riderless horse that he managed to corner and mount. He wrenched the beast's head towards the valley and spurred hard for safety. Lord John looked back to the enemy infantry again, and this time a shredding wind thinned the veil of smoke, and he saw the whole French army spread in front of him. He felt an eruption of fear and pulled on his reins. His horse, tired and heaving for breath, turned reluctantly. The British charge was over. The French charge was about to begin. Their cavalry rode out from the right of their line. They were all fresh horsemen, lancers and hussars, the light cavalry of France whose officers knew their grim business to perfection. They didn't charge the mass of broken British horse on the ridge. Instead, they cantered into the valley to cut off the troopers' retreat. The British, riding back from the undamaged guns, cleared the smoke and saw the waiting enemy. "Shit!" A lifeguard raked back with his spurs, and his horse lumbered into an unwilling canter. It was a race that the heavy British cavalry was doomed to lose. In ones and twos, in scattered groups, in panic, they fled northwards to the far crest where their own infantry waited. The French trumpets sounded. The Red Lancers led the charge. Some were Poles, still faithful to the Emperor, but most were Dutch Belgians fighting for the flag they loved. And now they lowered their swallowtail pennants and flung their fresh horses at the panicked British. "Run! Run!" The panic among the British was absolute now. Men forgot the glory and sought only the far shelter, but they were too late. The Lancers crashed into the flank of the fleeing mass. The Lancers, held rigid against the body by the pressure of the Lancers' right elbows, drove home. Men fell screaming from horses. The Lancers rode over their victims, tugged the blades free, then brought them forward as they spurred after other fugitives. Behind the Lancers came hussars with sabres, so that any man who escaped the lance was cut down by the curved blades. Lord John saw the slaughter to his right, but his horse was still running free. A riderless horse galloped past him, and his own horse seemed to match its stride. The holly hedge was 100 yards in front of him. He could see British light cavalry coming from the ridge, riding to rescue the remnants of the heavy brigade. "Go on!" He slashed back with his sword as though it was a whip. A Scots grey was over the hedge. A lancer chased the man, lunged, but the Scot swerved, back-swung, and the lancer reeled bloodily away. Lord John looked behind and saw two of the Red Devils pursuing him. He savaged his horse with his spurs. Fear was in his throat like a sour vomit. There was to be no glory, no captured eagle, no radiant moment of heroism that would make his name famous. There was just a desperate scramble for life across a muddy field. Then, from his right, he saw a slew of the Red Lancers charging at him. Their horses' teeth were bared yellow, while the riders seemed to leer at him above the bright wickedness of their spears. Lord John was pissing himself with fear. But he knew he mustn't give up. If he could just charge through their line and jump the hedge, they might abandon their pursuit. He screamed in defiance, gripped his sword rigid at the end of his right arm, and touched the reins to swerve his horse to the right. The sudden change of direction threw the Lancers off their own intercepting course. They had to wheel slightly, their lances wavered, and Lord John was suddenly crashing through them. His sword, held at arm's length, parried a lance to splinter a great shard of bright wood from the shaft. He was past the lance points. The realization made him shout in triumph. His horse cannoned off a smaller French horse, but kept its footing. 2 hussars were in front of him. One of the 2 lunged at Lord John, but the Englishman was swifter, and his sword rammed hard into the Frenchman's belly. The blade was gripped by the contracting muscles of the dying man, but Lord John somehow ripped it free of the suction and swept it across his body to slice down at the second hussar, who parried desperately and wrenched his horse away. Lord John's fear was turning to exultation. He had learned to fight. He had killed. He had survived. He had beaten his pursuers. He held his bloodied, borrowed sword high like a trophy. Last night he had lied about his prowess, yet today the lies had come true. He had been tested in combat, and he had rung true. Happiness welled and seethed in Lord John as his horse crashed through the holly hedge, and he saw only the long, empty slope in front of him. That slope meant freedom, not just from his pursuers, but from the fear that had dogged him all his life. He suddenly knew just how frightened he had been, not just of Sharpe, but of Jane's anger. Then damn her! She would learn that her anger could no longer frighten Lord John, for he had conquered fear by riding to the enemy's gun line and coming home. He shouted his triumph just as a riderless grey horse galloped across his front. Lord John's shout turned to alarm as his horse balked and swerved. The horse staggered into a patch of deep mud, and as it tried to find its balance, stopped dead. Lord John screamed at the horse to move. He sliced the spurs savagely back. The horse tried to pull its hooves out of the glutinous mud. It lurched forward, but with painful slowness, and the first of the 2 lancers who still pursued Lord John caught up with his lordship. The first lance point went into the small of Lord John's back. He arched his spine, screaming. He dropped his sword as his hands groped behind to find the blade that twisted like a flesh hook in his belly. The second lancer grunted as he lunged. His spear struck Lord John in the ribs, but glanced off the bone to slice into his right arm. Lord John was screaming and falling. The surviving hussar, whose friend Lord John had killed, rode in on the Englishman's left and gave his lordship a vicious backswing of his sabre, which, like many of the French weapons, had only a sharpened point to encourage the trooper to lunge and not slash. The blunt steel edge thudded into Lord John's face, breaking the bridge of his nose and bludgeoning his eyes to instant blindness. His left foot slid from the stirrup. His right, trapped by the iron, dragged him through the mud as his horse struggled free. The lance was ripped out of his back. He fell onto his belly, screaming and crying as his stirrup leather broke. He tried to turn over to face his tormentors, and he scrabbled for the sword that was still hanging from its wrist strap, but another lance thrust ripped down into his right leg. This blade thrust with all the weight of man and horse, and Lord John's thigh bones snapped. The lance point broke off in the wound. Lord John wanted to plead with his attackers, but the only sound he could make was a babbling and childlike cry of terror. His fingers fluttered uselessly, as though to ward off any more blades. The 3 French horsemen stood around the twitching, bleeding Englishman. "He's finished," one of the lancers said, then slid out of his saddle and knelt beside the Englishman. He unsheathed a knife and cut at the straps of Lord John's sabretache that clinked with coins. He tossed the pouch up to his companion, then slit open the Englishman's pockets, starting with his breeches. "The dirty bougre pissed himself, see?" The lancer spoke with a Belgian accent. "Rich as a pig in shit, this one. Here." He had found more coins in the pockets of Lord John's breeches. The lancer ripped away Lord John's silk stock and tore at his shirt. Lord John tried to speak, but the lancer slapped his face. "Quiet, shit-face!" Under Lord John's shirt he found a golden chain with a golden locket. He snapped the chain with one jerk of his hand, clicked the locket lid open with his bloody thumb, and whistled when he saw the golden-haired beauty whose picture lay inside. "Have a look at that piece of meat. Last time you screw her, eh? She'll have to find someone else to warm her up." He tossed the locket to his companion, pulled the watch from Lord John's fob, then rolled the wounded man onto his belly to get at the pockets in his coat's tail. He found a folding spyglass that he shoved into his own pockets. The hussar who had blinded Lord John was searching the Englishman's saddlebags, but now shouted a warning that the enemy's light cavalry was getting dangerously close. The lancer stood, put his right boot on Lord John's back, and used his lordship as a makeshift mounting block. He and his companion wheeled away. So far it had been a good day. The 2 Belgians had set out on their charge with the idea of hunting down a richly dressed officer, and by finding Lord John, they had taken at least a year's pay in plunder. The hussar took Lord John's horse. Lord John slowly twisted his burning, bleeding, blinded eyes from the mud. He wanted to cry, but his eyes were like bars of fire that annealed his tears. He moaned. The glory had turned obscene, to an agony that filled his whole universe. The pain burned and racked at his back and leg. The pain tore and filled him. He screamed, but he couldn't move. He cried, but no help came. It was over. All the honour and the excitement and all the gold-bright future, all reduced to a bleeding, blind horror face down in the mud. The survivors of the British charge came home slowly. There weren't many. A few riderless horses formed ranks with the survivors as the rolls were taken. 1 regiment had charged with 350 troopers, of whom only 21 came home. The rest were dead or dying or prisoners. The British heavy cavalry had broken a whole French corps, and themselves with it. Steam rose from the wet fields. The day was hot now. The Prussians had not come. Chapter 17. There! Rebecca pointed at the bodies which lay in the grass east of La Haye-Sainte. They were scattered in a fan shape, like men killed as they spread out from a single point of attack. At the centre of the fan, where men had bunched together in desperate defence, the bodies were in heaps. Sharpe glowered, while Harper, a few paces behind the prince's staff, crossed himself at the horrid sight. "They were Hanoverians, good troops, all of them." Rebecca spoke bleakly, then sneezed. The drying weather was bringing back his hay fever. "What happened?" Sharpe asked. "He advanced them in line, of course." Rebecca did not look at Sharpe as he spoke. "There were cavalry?" "Of course. I tried to stop him, but he won't listen. He thinks he's the next Alexander the Great. He wants me to have an orange banner made that a man will carry behind him at all times." Rebecca's voice tailed away. "God damn him!" "He's only 23, Sharpe. He's a young man, and he means very well." Rebecca, fearing that his previous words might be construed as disloyal, found excuses for the prince. "He's a goddamn butcher," Sharpe said icily. "A butcher with pimples." "He's a prince," Rebecca said in uncomfortable reproof. "You should remember that, Sharpe." "At best, Rebecca, he might make a half-decent lieutenant, and I even doubt that." Rebecca did not respond. He just turned away and stared through tearful eyes at the western half of the valley that was a mangled ruin of dead infantry, dead cavalrymen, and dead horses beneath the skeins of cannon smoke. He sneezed again, then cursed the hay fever. "Rebecca, did you see it? Wasn't it glorious?" The prince spurred his horse from the knot of men who marked Wellington's position at the elm tree. "We should have been there, Rebecca, my God, but the only place for honour is in the cavalry." "Yes, sir." Rebecca, still unnaturally subdued, did his best to match his monarch's high spirits. "They took 2 eagles, 2 eagles!" The prince clapped his hands. 2! They brought one to show the Duke. Have you ever seen one close up, Rebecca? They're not gold at all, just tricked out to look like gold. They're just a shabby French trick, nothing else." The prince noticed Sharpe's presence for the first time, and generously included the Englishman in his excitement. "You should go and take a look, Sharpe. It's not every day you see an eagle." "Sergeant Harper and I once captured an eagle." Sharpe's voice was filled with an unmistakable loathing. "It was 5 years ago, when you were still at school." The prince's happy face changed as though someone had just struck him. Rebecca, startled by Sharpe's egregious rudeness, tried to drive his horse between the rifleman and the prince. But the prince would have none of his chief of staff's tact. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked Sharpe instead. "I told you to stay in Hougomont." "They don't need me there." "Sir!" The prince shouted the word, demanding that Sharpe use the honorific. The other staff officers, dogged among them, backed away from the royal anger. "They don't need me there," Sharpe said stubbornly. Then he could no longer resist his dislike and derision of the prince. "The men at Hougomont are proper soldiers. They don't need me to teach them how to unbutton their breeches before they piss." "Sharpe!" Rebecca yelped helplessly. "So what happens to them?" Sharpe pointed at the Red Germans, but looked at the Prince.
"Rebecca, arrest him!"
The Prince screamed at his Chief of Staff.
"Arrest him and his men! What the hell are you doing here anyway?"
The question was screamed at Harper, who gazed placidly back at the Prince without bothering to offer any answer.
"Sir—"
Rebecca knew he had neither the authority nor the cause to make any arrests, but the Prince didn't want to listen to any reasoned explanations.
"Arrest him!"
Sharpe raised 2 fingers into the Prince's face, added the appropriate words, and turned his horse away. The Prince screamed at the riflemen to come back. But suddenly the French cannons, which had paused while the British cavalry were being slaughtered in the valley, opened fire again, and it seemed to Sharpe as though every gun on the French ridge fired at the same instant, making a clap of doom fit to mark the world's ending, and even sufficient to divert a prince's outrage. The shells and round shot raged at the British ridge. Explosions and fountains of earth shook the whole line. The noise was suddenly deafening, a melding of cannon fire into one long thunderous roll that hammered at the sky. The Prince's staff instinctively ducked. A gunner officer, not 10 paces from where Sharpe was cantering away from the Prince, disappeared in an explosion of blood as a 12-pound ball struck him clean in the belly. One of his guns, struck full on the muzzle, bucked backwards into the deep wheel ruts made by its own recoil. The French were serving their guns with a frenetic and desperate speed, which could only mean one thing. Another assault was coming. It was 2 minutes past 3, and the Prussians had not come. Belgian soldiers, fugitives from the battle, streamed into Brussels. This was not their war. They had no allegiance to a Dutch stadtholder, made king of the French-speaking province of Belgium, nor did they have any love for the British infantry that had jeered at their departure. Once in the city, they were besieged for news. The battle was lost, the Belgians said. Everywhere the French were victorious. The streams in the forest of Soignes were running with English blood. Lucille, walking through the streets in search of news, heard the tales of dead men strewn across a forest floor. She listened to accounts of vengeful French cavalry hunting down the last survivors. But she could still hear the gunfire, and she reasoned that the cannons would not be firing if the battle had already been won. She called on her acquaintance, the Dowager Countess of Maubeuge, who lived in the fragile gentility of a small house behind the Rue Montagne du Parc. The ladies drank coffee. The Countess's house backed onto the kitchen yard of Brussels' most fashionable hotel.
"The hotel kitchens are already cooking tonight's dinner,"
the Countess confided in Lucille.
"Life must go on,"
Lucille said piously. She supposed that the Countess was obliquely apologizing for the smell of cooking grease that permeated the dusty parlour. Above Lucille's head the crystal drops of a candelabra shivered to the gun's sound.
"No, you mistake me. They're cooking the celebratory dinner, my dear."
The Countess was elated.
"They say the Emperor is very fond of roast chicken, so that is what they're cooking. Myself, I prefer duck, but I shall eat chicken tonight most gladly. It's being served with bread sauce, I believe, or so the servants tell me. They gossip with the hotel staff, you see."
She sounded rather ashamed of betraying that she listened to servants' gossip, but nevertheless the cooking was an augury of French victory, so the Dowager Countess could not keep the good news to herself.
"They are cooking for the Emperor?"
Lucille sounded dubious.
"Of course. He'll want a victory dinner, will he not? It will be just like old times. All the captured generals being forced to eat with him, and that nasty little prince slobbering over his food. I shall enjoy that sight, indeed I shall." "You'll come, will you not?" "I doubt I shall be invited." "There will be no time to send invitations, but of course you must come. All the nobility will be there. You shall have dinner with the Emperor tonight, and you shall watch his victory parade tomorrow."
The Countess sighed.
"It will be all so enjoyable."
Upstairs in the hotel the windows shivered under the impact of the gunfire. Jane Sharpe lay in bed, the curtains closed and her eyes shut. She felt sick. She listened to the guns, praying that one small part of their appalling violence would free her by killing Sharpe. She prayed passionately, nagging God, beseeching him, weeping at him. She didn't ask for much. She only wanted to be married, and titled, and mother of Lord John's heir. She thought life was so very unfair. She had taken every precaution, yet still she was pregnant. So now, as the guns echoed, she prayed for a death. She must marry Lord John, or else he might marry elsewhere, and she would be left a whore, and her child a whoreson. That child felt sour in her belly. She turned on her side in the darkened room, cursed the kitchen smells that made her want to vomit, and wept. The guns fired on, and Brussels waited. Peter D'Alembert was resigned to death. The day's only miracle so far was that his death had not yet come. It seemed certain to come now, for a sudden torrent of metal was being poured at the ridge. The French guns were in fury, and the soil about D'Alembert was being churned to ragged turmoil by round shot and shell. His horse had been killed in the bombardment that had opened the battle, so now D'Alembert was forced to stand quite still while the air hummed and quivered and shook with the passage of the missiles, and as the ground thumped and trembled and spewed up great gobs of mud and stone. He stood in front of the battalion, which in turn was a few hundred paces to the right of the elm tree. Not that the tree could be seen any more, for gun smoke had settled over the British ridge to hide anything more than 100 yards away. D'Alembert had earlier watched the attacks on Hougomont, then seen the Hanoverians march to their deaths, but the great cavalry charge had been hidden from him by the smoke of the cannons firing from the British centre. He wished he could see more of the battle, for at least that would be a diversion while he waited for death. He had accepted that he would die, and he was determined that he would do it with as much grace as he could muster, which was why he had gone to the front of the battalion to stand in the place of greatest danger at the crest of the ridge. He could have stayed with the colour party, where Colonel Ford fretted and continually polished his eyeglasses with his officer's sash, or he could have taken his proper post at the rear right flank of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers. But instead, D'Alembert had gone a few paces ahead of the company officers, and now stood quite still, staring into the cannon smoke across the valley. Behind him the men were lying flat, but no officer could thus take shelter. An officer's job was to set an example. An officer's duty was to stand still, to show insouciance. The time would come when the men would have to stand up in the face of the French fire, and therefore the officers must set an example of absolute stoicism. That was an infantry officer's prime task in battle, to set an example. And it didn't matter if his belly was churning with fear, or that his breath sometimes came with a whimper, or that his brain was cringing with terror, he must still show utter calmness. If an officer had to move under fire, then it had to be done very slowly and deliberately, with the air of a man distractedly taking a meditative stroll in the country. Captain Harry Price so moved, though his deliberate gait was somewhat spoilt when his new spurs caught in a tangle of crushed rye and almost tipped him arse over heels. He caught his balance, tried to show dignity by plucking at his new pelisse, then stood at ease alongside Peter D'Alembert. A bit of heat in the day now, Peter, wouldn't you say? D'Alembert had to control his breathing, but managed a creditable response. It's definitely become warmer, Harry. Price paused, evidently seeking some observation that would keep the conversation going. If the clouds cleared away, it might become a rare old day. Indeed, yes. Good cricketing weather, even. D'Alembert looked sideways at his friend, wondering for a second whether Harry Price had gone quite mad. Then he saw a muscle quivering in Harry's cheek, and he realized that Price was just trying to hide his own fear. Price grinned suddenly. Speaking of cricket, is our brave Colonel happy? He's not saying very much, he's just polishing those damn spectacles of his. Harry Price dropped his voice, as though in the maelstrom of shells and round shot he might yet be overheard. I put some butter on the tails of his sash this morning. You did what? Buttered his sash, Price said gleefully. He looked warily upwards as a shell made a curious fluttering noise overhead, then relaxed as the missile exploded far to the rear. I did it this morning while he was shaving. I only used a spot of butter, for one doesn't wish to be obvious. It isn't the first time I've buttered his eyeglasses, either. I did it the last time he insisted we play cricket. Why do you think he couldn't see the ball? D'Alembert wondered how anyone could play such a schoolboy trick on a morning of battle. Then, after a pause, he spoke with a sudden passion. I do hate bloody cricket. Price, who liked the game, was offended. Well, that's not very English of you. I'm not English. My ancestry is French, which is probably why I find cricket such a bloody tedious game. D'Alembert feared that he was betraying a note of hysteria. There are more tedious games than cricket. Price spoke very earnestly. You really believe so? A cannonball slammed into No. 4 Company. It killed 2 men and wounded 2 others so badly that they would die before they could reach the surgeons. One of the 2 men screamed in a tremulous, nerve-scraping voice, until Regimental Sergeant Major McInerney shouted for the wounded man to be quiet, then ordered that the dead men be thrown forward to where the corpses were being stacked into a crude barricade.
A shell exploded in midair, drowning the RSM's voice. Harry Price looked up at the drifting billow of smoke left by the shell's explosion. "One of the proposed batteries is cutting its fuses a bit brief, wouldn't you say? Will you claim there's a more tedious game than cricket?" Dallenbaugh didn't want to think about any fuses or shells. Price nodded. "Well, have you ever seen men play golf?" Dallenbaugh shook his head. Off to his left he could see French skirmishers advancing among the Hanoverian dead towards La Haye-Sainte. The distinctive sound of rifle fire betrayed that the farm's garrison had seen the danger. Then the French muskets began to add their own smoke to the battle's fog. "I've never seen golf being played," Dallenbaugh said. The effort of controlling his fear made his voice sound very stilted, like a man rehearsing a strange language. "It's, Scottish game, isn't it?" "It's a bloody weird Scottish game." Price blinked and swallowed as a round shot went foully close, fanning both men with the wind of its passing. "You hit a small ball with a bent stick until you get it near a rabbit hole, then you tap it into the hole, fish it out, and hit it towards another hole." Dallenbaugh looked at his friend, who was keeping a very straight face. "You're inventing this, Harry. You're making it up just to make me feel better." Harry Price shook his head. "God's honour, Peter, I might not have mastered the finer points of the game, but I saw a man with a beard playing it near Troon." Dallenbaugh started to laugh. He didn't quite know why it was so funny, but something about Harry's solemnity made him laugh. For a few seconds his laughter rang loud across the battalion. Then a shell cracked apart with what seemed unusual violence, and Sergeant Huckfield was shouting at his men to stay down. Dallenbaugh turned and saw 3 of his old light company men had been turned into blood-stained rag-dolls. "What were you doing in Troon, for God's sake?" "I have a widow aunt who lives there, the childless relict of a lawyer. Her will is not yet decided, and the lawyer's fortune was far from despicable. I went to persuade her that I am a godly, sober, and deserving heir." Dallenbaugh grinned. "She doesn't know you're a lazy, drunken rogue, Harry." "I read her the Psalms every night," Price said with a very fragile dignity. A thudding of hooves turned Dallenbaugh round to see a staff officer galloping along the ridge crest. The man slowed his horse as he neared the 2 officers. "You're to pull back! 100 yards, no more!" The man spurred on and shouted the order over the prone battalion to Colonel Ford. 100 yards, Colonel! Back 100 yards! Lie down there!" Dallenbaugh faced the battalion. Far in the rear, a shell had exploded an ammunition wagon that now burned to send a plume of boiling smoke up to the low clouds. Colonel Ford was standing in his stirrups, shouting his orders over the din of shells and guns. The sergeants rushed the men to their feet and ordered them to pace back from the crest. The men, glad to be retreating from the cannonade, went at the double, leaving their bloody dead behind. "We walk, I think." Dallenbaugh heard a shakiness in his voice and tried again. "We definitely walk, Harry. We don't run." "I can't run in these spurs," Price admitted. "I suppose the thing about spurs is that you need a horse to go with them." The small retreat took the leading companies away from the lip of the ridge onto the hidden reverse slope. Yet even so, and even lying flat in the trampled corn, the shells and round shots still found their marks. The wounded limped to the rear, going to the forest's edge where the surgeons waited. Some men, unable to walk, were carried by the bandsmen. A few shrunken bands still played, but their music was overwhelmed by the hammering of the massive bombardment. More ammunition wagons were struck, their fire and smoke thickling until the forest's edge looked like a giant crucible in which the flames spat and flared. Frightened horses, cut from the traces of the burning wagons, galloped in panic through the wounded, who limped and crawled to the surgeons. On the southern ridge, the French general officers sought vantage points from where their guns' smoke didn't obscure the view, and from where they could search the British lines for clues to the effectiveness of their bombardment. They saw the turmoil of burning ammunition. They saw the wounded limping back, so many wounded that it looked like a retreat. Then, quite suddenly, they saw the battalions that had lined the crest pull back from the crest and disappear. French infantry still assaulted Hougoumont, and more men had just been sent to capture the awkward bastion of La Haye-Sainte. But perhaps neither attack would need to be successful, for it was clear that the vaunted British infantry was beaten. The Goddams were retreating. Their ranks had been shredded by the Emperor's jeunes filles, and the redcoats were fleeing. The Emperor had been right. The British wouldn't stand against a real assault. The guns still fired, but the ridge seemed empty, and the French smelled glory in the powder smoke. Marshal Ney, bravest of the brave,
had been ordered by the Emperor to finish the British quickly. He gazed through his telescope at the enemy ridge and saw a shining chance of swift victory. He slammed his spyglass shut, turned in his saddle, and beckoned to his cavalry commanders. It was 3:30, and the Prussians had not come. Sharpe and Harper had instinctively returned to the ridge above Hougoumont, where Captain Witherspoon's body lay. It was the place their battle had started, and where they felt a curious sense of safety. The French bombardment was concentrating on the ground to their left, leaving the slope above the beleaguered chateau in relative peace. They reined in close to Witherspoon's disemboweled corpse. A glossy crow noisily protested their arrival, then went back to its feeding. "There goes my colonel's pay," Sharpe said, after staring in silence at the shifting smoke above the valley. Harper was frowning at the corpse, wondering if it was that of the pleasant young captain who had been so friendly at the beginning of the battle. "Worth it, though, just to tell that foxy little Dutch bastard one home truth," Sharpe continued. He was staring at Hougoumont. The roof of the chateau was burning fiercely, spewing sparks high and thick into the smoky sky. The western end of the house had already been reduced to bare walls and blackened beams, though judging from the amount of musket smoke which ringed the chateau, the conflagration had not diminished the defenders' resistance. The French attack still broke to nothing on the chateau's walls and musketry. "So, what do you want to do?" Sharpe asked Harper. "We can go, you mean?" Harper sounded vaguely surprised. "Well, there's nothing to keep us here, is there?" "I suppose not." Harper agreed, though neither man moved. To the left of the chateau, the valley was still oddly unscarred by the battle. The only French attack on the main British line had come in the east, not here in the west, and the only scars in the patchy fields of wheat and rye were black marks where some shells had fallen short and scorched the damp and rain-beaten crops. French infantry was thick about Hougoumont, and a mass of men were closing on La Haye-Sainte. Yet between those bastions the valley lay empty beneath the screaming passage of the French bombardment.
"So where the hell are the bloody Prussians?"
Harper asked irritably. "God knows. Gone to a different war, perhaps?" Harper turned to stare at the British infantry, who lay patient and unmoving beneath the flail of the French guns.
"So, where will you go?"
he asked Sharpe. "Fetch Lucille and go back to England, I suppose." Lucille would have to wait to go home, and Sharpe thought the wait could prove a very long one, for if this battle was lost, the Austrians and Russians might make peace with Napoleon, and it could take years to forge another alliance against France. Even if today's battle was won, it could still take months for the Allies to destroy what remained of the Emperor's armies.
"You could wait in Ireland,"
Harper suggested. "I'd like that." Sharpe took a piece of hard cheese from his saddlebag and tossed a lump of it to Harper. A shell bounced off the ridge nearby and whirled its fuse crazily in the air to leave a mad spiral of smoke. The shell landed, spun in a mud bowl for a second, then simply died. Harper watched it warily, waiting for the explosion that didn't come. Then he looked back to the French-held ridge.
"That seems a shame to leave right now."
Harper had come to Belgium because the British Army and its war against an emperor had been his whole adult life, and he couldn't relinquish either the institution or its purpose. He might be a civilian, but he thought of himself as a soldier still, and he cared desperately that this day saw victory. "You want to stay here, then?" Sharpe asked, as though he himself didn't much care either way. Harper didn't answer. He was still staring across the valley, staring through the scrims of smoke, and as he stared, his eyes grew wide as gun muzzles.
"God save Ireland!"
His voice was full of astonishment.
"Christ on us cops, but will you just look at that?"
Sharpe looked, and like Harper, his eyes widened in amazement. All the damned cavalry in all the damned world seemed to be spilling down the far side of the gentle valley. Regiment after regiment of French horse was threading the spaces between the enemy's artillery batteries to form up in the undisturbed fields of rye and wheat. The sun was breaking through the shredding clouds to glint on the breastplates and the high-crested helmets of the cuirassiers. Behind the cuirassiers were lancers, and behind them were even more horsemen. Every cavalry uniform in the Empire was there. Dragoons, carabineers, hussars, chasseurs, all forming their long lines of attack behind the lancers and cuirassiers. Sharpe trained his telescope on the far ridge. He could see no infantry. There had to be infantry. He searched the smoke clouds, but still found none. A charge by horse alone? And where were the French gunners? The cavalry, after all, would force the British infantry to form squares, which made wonderful targets for gunners and infantrymen. But the cavalry could not hope to destroy the squares by itself. Or did the French believe this battle already won? Had the Emperor reckoned that no troops, so battered by gunfire, would stand against his prize cavalry? "There's no infantry," Sharpe said to Harper, then turned to shout a warning of cavalry to the nearest British battalion. But their officers had already seen the threat, and all along the British line the battalions were climbing to their feet and forming squares. While on the far side of the valley, the cuirassiers drew their swords. The sun rippled down the long line of steel. Behind them the red and white flags of the lancers pricked the smoke scrims. Harper was entranced by the sight. It was like something from a saga, a legend of old battles come to flesh and steel. Half a battlefield was filled with the glory of cavalry, with plumes and crests and leopard skins, and flags and blades. Brigade officers were galloping among the newly formed British squares, ordering some battalions further back, so that the unwieldy formations were staggered like a draught board. Now the flank of one square could not fire on the face of another, and wide spaces were left between the battalions so that the enemy horse could flow freely between the squares. Batteries of the Royal Horse Artillery placed their cannon in the wide spaces and loaded with round shot. They would have preferred to have double-shotted their cannon, but the lighter guns of the Horse Artillery would not survive the extra strain. The gunners' horse teams were taken far behind the squares to where British and Dutch light cavalry waited to tackle any French horsemen who survived the passage through the wicked maze of men, muskets, and cannon fire. The French gunfire was undiminished, and because the British were now standing in square, the shells and round shot which streaked across the ridge's rim were finding targets. Sharpe watched a cannonball strike savagely down one side of a square of Highlanders. At least 10 men fell, perhaps more. Another ball struck the face of the square, driving a bloody hole that was instantly filled as the files shuffled together.
"The buggers are coming,"
Harper warned. The cuirassiers walked their heavy horses forward. Behind them were the Red Lancers in their square chapka headgear, and the Horse Grenadiers in their tall black bearskins. Further back were the Carabineers in their dazzling white uniforms, and squadrons of green dragoons and troops of plumed hussars. The horsemen covered the far slope, obliterating the dull wet crops with a gorgeous tapestry of shifting colours, nodding plumes, sun-brightened helmets, and gold-fringed flags. It was a sight Sharpe had never seen before, not in all his years of soldiering. Even the mounted hordes in India hadn't matched the splendour of this sight. This was the massed cavalry of an empire assembled on one battlefield. Sharpe tried to count them, but there were just too many men and horses flowing through the filmy drifts of gunsmoke. The sun glittered from thousands of drawn swords, raised lances, polished armour, and curved sabres. The cavalry advanced at a walk. This was how cavalry should attack, not in some madcap rush to glory, but with a steady, slow approach that was gradually quickened, until at the last moment the heavy horses with their steel-clad riders should crash home as one unit. If a horse was shot in its last few galloping strides, then man and horse could slide as dead meat to crumple a square's face. Sharpe had seen it happen. He had ridden behind the Germans at Garcia Hernandez, and watched as a dead horse and dying rider smashed in blood and terror through the face of a French square. All the French were dead at that moment, as the following horsemen streamed through the gap to gut the square from its inside outwards. Yet, if the square was steady and shot at the right time, it shouldn't happen. Each side of a square was formed of 4 ranks. The 2 front ranks knelt, their bayonet-tipped muskets driven hard into the ground to make a hedge of steel. The 2 ranks behind stood with muskets levelled. Once the front 2 ranks had fired, they didn't reload, but just held their bayonets hard and steady. The rear ranks could load and fire, and the attacking horses, unwilling to charge such an obstacle, would swerve away from the face of the square to be raked by the fire of the square's flanks. Yet one dead horse, slithering in mud and blood, could break that theory, and when one square broke, its men would run for shelter to another square, fighting their way inside, and the horsemen would ride with them, letting the panicked infantry break the second square's ranks apart. Then the butchery would continue.
"The daft bugger misjudged,"
Harper said with undisguised glee. The French cavalry commander had formed his attack into a succession of long lines, but too long, for the flanks were approaching the fields of fire from Hougoumont and Aix-Sainte. Those bulwarks that lay like breakwaters ahead of the British line were being besieged by infantry, but their defenders had muskets and rifles enough to fire on the tempting target of the cavalry, which was thus forced to contract its line. The wings of the cavalry trotted inwards, thickening the centre of the attack, but also compressing it, so that as the horsemen began to climb the British ridge, they looked more like a column of horsemen than a charging line. The compression became worse as the horsemen neared the crest, and squeezed yet further inwards from the threat of the flanking batteries. The horses were so tightly packed that some were lifted clean off the muddy ground and carried along by their neighbours. The air was filled with the chink of curb chains, the slap of scabbards on leather, the thump of hooves, and the whipping sound of lance pennants flapping. The British cannons drowned the cavalry's noise. The first volley came from the 9-pounder batteries on the ridge's crest. The guns smashed round-shot deep into the compressed formation. The second volley was double-shotted, and Sharpe, and the deafening echo of the guns' reports, heard the clatter of the musket balls striking the cuirassiers' breastplates. The gunners reloaded frantically, ramming a last charge of canister down the hot barrels as the French trumpets threw the attack into a canter. "Fire!" A last volley was fired from the threatened guns. Sharpe had a tangled impression of horsemen flailing inwards from the canister's strike. Then he and Harper turned their horses and raced for the safety of the nearest square. Staff officers who had been positioned on the crest were similarly galloping to safety. Sharpe and Harper thudded through an opening in a square of guardsmen that immediately closed ranks behind the 2 riflemen. 30 yards in front of the square a battery of horse artillery waited for the enemy. The French horsemen were close, but still hidden by the fall of the forward slope, and there followed one of the odd moments of apparent battlefield silence. The French gunners, fearful of hitting their own cavalry, had ceased fire, while the closest British gunners had yet to be given their target. It was not a true silence, for the enemy infantry still snarled and fired around Hougomont and Haye-Sainte, and the guns in the eastern part of the valley still fired, while closer, much closer, there was the thunderous shaking of uncountable hooves. Yet the absence of the murderous enemy bombardment made the moment seem very like silence. There was even a palpable relief that the shells and round-shot had stopped their slaughter. Men drew breath as they waited and watched the empty crest, which was topped with dirty smoke. Somewhere beyond the smoke, a trumpet screamed. "Hold your fire when you first see Monsieur!" A mounted guards major walked his horse behind the face of the square where Sharpe and Harper had taken refuge. "Let the bosses get close enough to smell your farts before you kill them. Take that smile off your face, Guardsman Proctor. You're not here to enjoy yourself, but to die for your king, for your country, and above all for me." Harper, liking the guards officer's style, grinned as broadly as any of the guardsmen. The major winked at Sharpe, then continued his harangue. "Don't waste your powder, and remember you're guardsmen, which is almost like being gentlemen, so you will behave with good manners. Permit the little darlings to lift their skirts before you give them your balls." And suddenly the little darlings were there, as the ridge filled with a horde of horses. One moment the skyline was empty, then the world was dominated by cavalry, and the sky was pierced by the last fine notes which hurled the cuirassiers into their gallop. The close support artillery, exposed in the spaces between the squares, opened fire. The guns slammed back on their trails, spewing mud from their bucking wheels. Sharpe saw a cannonball split the mass of horsemen apart, as though an invisible cleaver had chopped through the formation. The gunners were clearing the gun's barrel, ramming a canister onto a powder charge, and hurling themselves away from the coming recoil. "Fire!" This time a blast of canister flailed a dozen tight-packed horses to the ground. Then the artillerymen were abandoning their cannon to seek safety inside the squares. The gunners carried their rammers and portfires with them. The cuirassiers could not be stopped by cannon fire. They flowed round their dead and dying, and threw themselves at the squares in a desperate, brave charge. They had believed themselves to be pursuing a broken and fleeing enemy, and their general had promised them that the only obstacles between them and the hordes of Brussels were a few demoralized goddamn fugitives. Yet now the horsemen discovered they had ridden to a bitter trap. The squares had been hidden behind the crest. The enemy was not broken and running, but instead standing and waiting to fight. Yet these were the Emperor's cuirassiers, his big brothers, and glory would be theirs if they broke these squares. High above each British battalion hung the colours that, if captured, would give a man eternal fame in an empire's heaven. And so the horsemen screamed a challenge and lowered the points of their heavy swords. "Number 1 and 2 companies!" The guards major eschewed his jesting as the enemy came close. "Wait for my word!" He paused. Sharpe could hear the horses breathing, see the distorted cuirassiers' faces beneath their steel visors. Then, at last, the Major shouted, "Fire!" The forward face of the square disappeared in white smoke. Musket flames stabbed bright, and somewhere a horse squealed in awful gut-wrenching pain. The two front ranks, not bothering to reload, rammed their musket butts into the ground so that their bayonets made a savage hedge of sharpened steel. The rear two ranks reloaded with the speed of men whose lives depended on their musketry. There was a pause of a heartbeat while the guardsmen wondered whether a dead horse would slide in hoof-flailing horror to smash their square's southern face. Then, beyond the fringes of the smoke, the horsemen appeared. They had swerved apart, dividing into streams either side of the square. The horses would not crash home. Instead, the survivors had veered away to gallop between the squares. "Fire!" That was an officer on the flank of the guard square. A cuirassier's horse was hit in the chest to pump obscenely bright blood as its legs crumpled. The rider, mouth wide open in silent terror, was thrown over its head. Another cuirassier was being dragged by his stirrup in a spray of blood. "Fire!" The front face of the square volleyed again, and this time the bullets threw back 4 red lancers. The lancers had been following the cuirassiers and seeking the safety of the open ground between the squares, which was not safe at all, but a killing ground that led to the volley fire of yet more squares. The horsemen had been beguiled into the maze of death. Yet they were brave men, and they still dreamt of carrying the Emperor to victory on their lance points. "Thrust home! Thrust!" Sharpe heard a lancer officer shout at his men, then saw a group of the red-uniformed horsemen swerve towards the square with their weapons held low. "Thrust hard!" "Fire!" The guards major snapped the command. A blast of smoke blotted out the charging lancers, so that the only evidence of their existence was a terrible, high-pitched scream of either man or horse. And as the smoke cleared, Sharpe saw only the butchered horses and a man crawling away, and a lance shaft quivering with its point buried in the mud, and a horse shaking as it tried to stand. "Platoon, fire!" the guards colonel called. "Aim for the horses!" A sergeant strolled behind the square's face. "Aim for the horses!" "Number 1 platoon!" Another major shouted. "Fire!" Now the platoons in the faces of the square fired one after another, so that the blasts of smoke and flame seemed to be driven like the hand of a clock. Each volley thickened the smoke above the square's face, so that the compass of the battle shrank to the few yards visible through the choking white cloud. The other squares were invisible, hidden behind their own banks of fog. Sharpe could hear their volleys, and hear a piper playing some skirling, weird music somewhere to the west. The stream of horsemen galloped through the smoke, and sometimes a brave man would hurl himself at the guard's square in a suicidal attempt to force victory out of stalemate. A lancer tried to ride obliquely at a square's flank, but a corporal shot him down 3 paces before his blade would have struck home. 2 young guards lieutenants competed with their pistols, wagering a month's pay on who could kill more Frenchmen. A sergeant spotted a guardsman surreptitiously discarding part of the powder from his cartridge to lessen the pain of the musket's recoil, and the sergeant struck the man with his cane and promised him real punishment when the battle was over. Still the horsemen came, the uniforms changing as the rear ranks of the charge followed in the bloody path of the cuirassiers and lancers. Carabineers and dragoons raced madly through the corridors of slaughter. The attacking streams divided and subdivided as they sought safer passages between the squares. "Aim at the horses!" the guards major called to his men. "Aim at the horses!" Harper had his rifle at his shoulder. He tracked a French officer's horse, fired, and watched man and beast tumble down. A horse was an easier target to hit, and a wounded or dead horse removed a cavalryman just as effectively as shooting the man. "Fire!" Another frontal volley. A horse reared in the smoke between 2 of the abandoned cannon. Its rider fell backwards, and his helmet struck a gunwheel with a sickening crack. A dying horse drummed the turf with its hooves. An unhorsed cuirassier scrabbled at his buckles to remove the weight of his armour. Another cuirassier, fallen on his back, jerked to twist his huge weight of steel out of the clawing mud. A musket bullet spurted mud beside the struggling man. "Leave those lobsters alone!" the guards major shouted. "They're out of it! Go for the live ones!" Sharpe watched a cavalryman beating impotently at a captured gun with his sword. The French, like the British cavalry earlier, had brought no implements to disable the guns. A French hussar officer fired a pistol at a flank of the guard square and was hit by a full platoon's volley in revenge. "Cease fire! Front ranks reload!" the charge had streamed clear past these foremost squares, all except for a few timid horsemen who were reluctant to risk the fatal corridors, and had therefore hung back at the ridge's crest. The bravest and luckiest horsemen had already succeeded in riding clean right through the staggered squares, only to be faced by a line of British and Dutch cavalry. The French troopers, scattered and broken, knew they'd be cut down by the waiting sabres, so turned to race back towards the safety of the valley. Like a great wave, the cavalry had broken and divided about the squares. Now it must ebb back before reforming. The smoke began to shred and clear, revealing that the other squares were unbroken. Dead men and horses littered the spaces between the squares. An unhorsed lancer, reeling with concussion or weakness, staggered like a drunk towards the ridge crest. "Present!" The Guards' colonel had seen that the French charge was now returning, and he would give the horsemen more fire as they tried to regain their own lines. The thunder of their hoofs became louder. Then the first frightened men appeared. "Fire!" A white carabinier's uniform seemed to turn instantly red. A horse collapsed, rolled, and broke its rider's leg. Another wounded man was clinging to the mane of his horse, his face white with terror as he desperately ran through the staggered walls of fire. The unhorsed lancer was ridden over by his own men. He screamed as he fell, and as the hooves pounded his flesh to jelly. "Fire!" a Guards lieutenant called. The flood of horsemen flowed past, this time retreating, and Sharpe had a glimpse of a red-haired man in the gorgeous uniform of a marshal of the Empire, his hat gone, screaming at his troops. Riderless horses had joined the fleeing mob. A few cavalrymen ran among the horses, some of them trying to grab the reins of a free horse. "Fire!" A pigtailed dragoon with a broken sword slumped over his horse's neck, but somehow clung on. Sharpe could smell blood and leather and horse sweat. The uniforms were flecked with mud. The horses' eyes rolled white as they galloped, and their breath pumped loud and harsh. The horsemen went as they had come. As soon as the last Frenchman had passed, the British gunners sprinted out of the squares to regain their undamaged guns. A few cannon had been left loaded with canister, and the portfires touched the quills to send barrels of the killing musket balls at the rumps of the fleeing cavalry. The ground between the squares was a slaughter-yard, where the dead and the dying lay among rye stalks, hammered into the mud that was thick with hoofprints and horse dung. "Sad, really." The Guards major offered Sharpe a pinch of snuff. "Sad? Wonderful-looking horses." The major, who was clearly so popular with his men, proved to have a rather melancholy demeanour when he was no longer performing for them. "A damn pity to throw good horseflesh away, but what could you expect of a paltry gunner like Bonaparte? Do you care for snuff?" "No, thank you." "You should. Clears out the lungs." The major snapped his box shut, then vigorously sniffed the powder off his hand. Some of his guardsmen had run forward to plunder the French corpses, and the major shouted at them to put the wounded horses out of their misery before they robbed the dead. A cuirassier with a musket ball in his thigh was dragged back into the square. A guardsman picked up the wounded man's glittering helmet with his long horsehair plume, and, replacing his shako with the gaudy headgear, pranced along the square's face in a grotesque parody of a barrack gate whore. His comrades cheered him. "I suppose," the major smiled at the soldier's mockery, "that Monsieur's damn guns will start up again." But instead, it was the British guns on the crest that fired. The sound of the volley told Sharpe that the cannon had been double-shotted, and the frantic speed with which the crews reloaded was a warning that the cavalry were again approaching up the ridge's front slope. "My God! The bastards haven't had enough!" the major said incredulously, then cheered up as he realized he would have another chance to encourage his men. "Mademoiselle Frog is coming back for more, boys. You must have treated her well last time, so give her the same treatment again." The cavalry was indeed returning, and this time there were even more horsemen. Reinforcements must have been sent across the valley, and it now seemed as though all the cavalry of France was to be hurled in one desperate charge at the British squares. The horsemen streamed over the ridge, and the guns by the squares gave them a greeting of canister, before the gunners again ran with their precious implements to the square's safety. "Hold your fire!" The Guards major peered through the cannon smoke. "Wait for it, lads! Wait for it!" "Fire!" The muskets couldn't miss. The heavy balls thudded into men and horses, piercing breastplates and helmets, turning the majesty of plume and pelisse into screaming pain. There was also pain inside the squares, where those men wounded by the cannon fire and not given time to retreat to the forest's edge still sheltered. The battalion officers rode between the wounded, shouting encouragement to each face of their square as the French horsemen flowed past. The cavalry had returned full of resolve to charge home, but the horses could not be forced to charge the squares that were now given the further protection of makeshift bastions formed of dead and dying horses and men. The new attack flowed about the squares just like the first, except this time the attack went more slowly because the horses were tiring. Those horses that had lost their riders during the first charge dutifully attacked with the second, dumbly obedient to their herd instincts, even though those instincts took them up into the storm of canister and musket fire. Once again some Frenchmen pierced through the whole depth of arrayed squares, but only to discover the screen of waiting cavalry. This time, instead of risking the return journey through the alleys of musket fire, some cuirassiers swerved to their left to find another route back to the valley. They discovered a lane which ran behind the ridge and spurred along it, aiming for the open flank. The lane dropped into a deep cutting, its banks too steep and wet for any horse to climb, and at the cutting's end was a barricade of felled trees put there to check any French attempt to attack in the other direction. The horsemen reined in and shouted at the men behind to turn back and find another way round the sunken lane. Then British infantry appeared at the top of the embankments. These redcoats were fresh, posted to guard against a flank attack that had not happened, and now they found a helpless enemy under their muskets. They opened fire. Volley after volley plunged down into the steep-sided cutting. They fired without pity, firing until not a man nor horse was left whole, and only then did the infantry clamber down through their smoke to the heaps of stirring, crying, whimpering horror. They didn't go to help their victims, but to plunder them. The second charge died as the first had died, but the French were brave, and led by the bravest of the brave, and so they returned. The guns fired a last volley before the charge reached the squares, and this time a vagary of the shifting smoke let Sharpe see a group of charging horsemen blown apart like crops, struck by a monstrous scythe. The gunners ran to safety with their rammers as the horses were spurred again at the squares' faces. Again the muskets threw them back, and again the cavalry swerved away. It was sheer madness. Sharpe, not even bothering to unsling his rifle, watched in disbelief. The French were slaughtering their own cavalry, hurling them again and again at the unbroken squares of infantry. Again the cavalry retreated, allowing the British gunners to reoccupy their undamaged batteries. Some French skirmishers had climbed the ridge either side of the cavalry's path, but there were not enough voltigeurs to trouble the squares. Some French gunners opened fire in the pause between cavalry charges, and their rounds did more damage than all the horsemen had achieved. The gunners were forced to stop their cannonade as the stubborn cavalry wheeled back to charge the squares again. Between each charge, a few redcoats were allowed out of the squares to bring back plunder: an officer's gilded sword, a handful of coins, a silver trumpet with a gorgeously embroidered banner. One sergeant unstrapped a dead dragoon's leopard-skin helmet, only to throw it down with disgust when he saw the leopard skin was merely dyed cloth. Another man laughed to find a small and bedraggled bunch of faded violets stuck in the buttonhole of a dead dragoon general whose white moustache was splashed with blood. Sharpe and Harper used one of the pauses between the French charges to canter out from the guard square. It was partly curiosity which drove them. Other staff officers similarly rode between the formations and passed the heaps of French dead to discover how other battalions were faring. Sharpe and Harper sought their old battalion, and finally spotted the yellow regimental colour of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers above the lingering musket smoke. The colour bore the badge of a chained eagle to commemorate the trophy that Sharpe and Harper had captured at Talavera. The redcoats cheered as the two riflemen trotted out of the misting smoke and into the square's embrace. "You don't mind if we shelter here, do you?" Sharpe politely asked Ford. Ford was clearly nervous of Sharpe's motives in seeking out his old battalion, but he could hardly refuse his hospitality, and so nodded his reluctant consent. The colonel nervously plucked off his glasses and scrubbed at their lenses with his sash. For some reason, the spectacle seemed misted, and he wondered if it was some strange effect caused by the thickness of powder smoke. Major Vine glared at the rifleman, fearing that Sharpe had again come to take command, as he had at Quatre Bras. Peter D'Alembert, dismounted, was still unwounded. He smiled at Sharpe. "I don't mind this malarkey. They can try this nonsense all day and night." The French tried the nonsense again, and again achieved nothing. They had been lured to the attack by the mistaken apprehension of a British withdrawal. Yet, though they had learned their mistake, they seemed incapable of abandoning the suicidal attacks. Again and again they attacked, and again the muskets flamed and smoked, and the tired horses fell screaming and quivering. Close to Sharpe, between the Prince of Wales's own volunteers and the square of the King's German Legion, a French hussar officer struggled to unbuckle his expensive saddle. Both squares left him undisturbed. The girth of the saddle was trapped by the horse's dead weight, but at last the officer tugged it free, and the Germans gave him an ironic cheer. The Frenchman trudged away with his burden. 2 riderless horses trotted down the rear face of Ford Square, but none of his men could be bothered to retrieve the trophies, even though a reward was offered for captured horses. A wounded cuirassier, divested of his armour, limped southwards.
"Here, Frenchy, get yourself a horse, you silly bugger!"
Private Clayton shouted at him.
"Why are the bloody fools persisting?"
Harry Price asked Sharpe. "Pride." Sharpe didn't even have to think about his answer. These were the horsemen of France, and they wouldn't limp back to their own lines to confess failure. Sharpe remembered moments like this from his own experience. At Badajoz, the French had filled a stone-faced ditch with British dead, yet still the infantry had attacked the breach. In the end, that obstinate pride had brought victory, but these blown horses, with their tired riders, were now incapable of breaking a square. Sharpe edged his horse close behind his old light company. Weller was still alive. So was Dan Hagman and Clayton. "How is it, lads?" Their mouths were dry from biting into the cartridges. Their lips were flecked with unburned powder, and sweat had carved clean rivulets down their faces, which were blackened by the smoke and smuts from the powder exploding in their musket pans. Their fingernails were bleeding from dragging back the heavy flints, yet they grinned and gave an ironic cheer when Sharpe handed down a canteen of rum from his saddle. Colour Sergeant Huckfield had a pocket of spare flints, which he doled out to those men whose old ones had been chipped away by repeated firing. "I know how the gentry feel now," Dan Hagman said to Sharpe. "How come, Dan?" "When all the game is driven towards them, and all the rich buggers have to do is aim and fire, it's just like that, isn't it? Not that I mind. Silly buggers can line up all day to be shot, so far as I care." Because so long as the French cavalry were around the squares, so long the dreaded French artillery could not fire at the redcoats. The horsemen came again, though by now men and beasts were too tired and too weary to charge home. A mass of enemy cavalry walked their horses to within 60 yards of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, and stopped beside a battery of abandoned guns. The horses were sweating and their ribs heaving, yet the cavalry had still not given up hope of breaking the infantry. If brute force wouldn't work, then subtlety might, and every few minutes a group of the cavalry would spur forward in an attempt to provoke a volley from the square's face. If such feint attacks could empty the deadly muskets, there was a chance that the remaining horsemen could hack their way through the unloaded ranks with their heavy swords. Lancers, with their long and deadly reach, could easily break a square from a standing horse, but not if the muskets were loaded. But the battalion was too canny to take the bait. Instead they jeered insults at the French. Some of the horsemen trotted away to find another square, hoping their discipline would be poorer. The great cavalry assault had reached stalemate. The cavalry, too proud to retreat, were unable to charge, and so they stood their horses just out of effective volley range and tried to bluff the infantry into firing. Hundreds of Frenchmen were dead or dying, yet thousands remained in the saddle, enough to keep alive the desperate hope of victory. Sometimes an officer managed to spur a group into a full-blooded charge, and the muskets would spit their flames again. More horses would go down again, and then the stalemate resumed. "Hold your fire! Hold it!" Dallenbourg was suddenly shouting at the square's rear face. "Open ranks!" 3 horsemen had spurred across the field, and now took shelter among the Prince of Wales' own volunteers. Sharpe, turning in his saddle, saw the Duke of Wellington nodding a curt greeting at Ford, who frantically began polishing his lenses. Sharpe looked back to the front, where the horsemen still stood threateningly, but did not charge. 2 of the lancers, frustrated and embittered by the stalemate, threw their lances like javelins, but the missiles fell harmlessly short of the front rank. The redcoats jeeringly invited the horsemen to come and get their toys back. Another lancer jabbed his lance point at a cannon's blackened vent, and achieved nothing. "Wasting their time." The Duke's voice sounded just behind Sharpe. Sharpe turned to see that the Duke was talking to him. "Yes, sir." The Duke's face betrayed neither hope for his army's survival, nor despair for its defeat. He had lost most of his cavalry to a foolish charge. Many of his allies had run away, and he was left with scarce half the men he had paraded at the day's beginning. But he looked calm, even detached. He offered Sharpe the ghost of a smile, an acknowledgment of how many battlefields the two men had shared across the years. A more perceptive man than Sharpe might have read some message in the Duke seeking the companionship of a veteran soldier, but Sharpe merely felt his usual awkwardness when he was in the company of his old commanding officer. "So, what do you make of the man?" the Duke asked. The man was clearly the Emperor. "I'm disappointed," Sharpe answered shortly. The reply amused the Duke. "He might please you yet. He's throwing bits and pieces at us to see what we're made of, but doubtless he'll put a real attack together sooner or later." The Duke looked at the closest enemy horsemen, a mix of cuirassiers, hussars, and lancers. "Fine-looking devils, aren't they?" "They are, sir." The Duke suddenly astonished Sharpe by giving his great whoop of a laugh. "I was in another square over there, and a major was telling his men to make faces at the rogues. 'Pull faces,' he shouted. 'Can you believe it? Pull faces! Oh, we should have to add that order to the drill book.'" He laughed again, then shot a look at Sharpe. "Is Orange keeping you busy?" "He's dismissed me, sir." The Duke stared disapprovingly for a heartbeat, then gave another neighing laugh, which made the nearest redcoats look round in astonishment at their commander-in-chief. "I always thought he was a fool to pick you. I told him you were an independent-minded rogue, but he wouldn't listen. At his age, they always think they know best." The Duke looked back to the French horsemen, who still showed no inclination to close on the square. "If those rascals don't intend to charge, I might make a run for it." "Your Grace?" Sharpe couldn't resist a question as the Duke turned his horse away. "The Prussians, sir?" "Their cavalry pickets are in sight." The Duke spoke very calmly, as though he hadn't been racked all day by fears of a Prussian betrayal. "I fear it'll be some time before their infantry can close on us, but at least their pickets are in sight. We just need to hold fast." The Duke raised his voice so that the whole square could hear his confidence. "We just have to hold fast now. I thank you for your hospitality, Ford." He galloped from the rear of the square, followed by the two staff officers who had managed to keep up with his progress. Some of the French horsemen spurred after the Duke, but gave up the chase when it was clear that his horse was a far better animal. "We're right, present!" That was D'Alembert, warning of the approach of another mass of enemy cavalry who were making a final and hopeless attempt to justify the slaughtered men and horses who lay in bloody heaps about the stubborn squares. The muskets flamed again. The ramrods clattered in hot barrels, and the volleys flickered red in the smoke. Somewhere a dying hussar cried his woman's name aloud. A horse limped towards home, dragging a rear leg dripping with blood. The horse's saddlecloth was decorated with an imperial N embroidered in blue and golden threads. Beside the horse, and howling with pain, though apparently unwounded, a dog loped southwards to seek its master among the retreating French cavalry. A cuirassier, his face bitter with failure, slammed his sword down onto a British cannon's barrel. The steel rang like a hammer's blow on an anvil, but achieved nothing. The cuirassier wrenched his horse around and spurred southwards. The French cavalry had been beaten, and like a last exhausted wave that had failed to breach a sea-wall, the horsemen ebbed back into the valley. They went slowly, bloodied and muddied, a golden horde turned into a defeated mob. And the Emperor's guns, this day's best killers for the French, began to kill again. Chapter 18. Prussian cavalry scouts reached Plancenoit, a village that lay just a cannon shot behind the French right flank. Far to the east of Plancenoit, yet clearly visible to the French staff officers, were columns of Prussian infantry. The presence of Blücher's men spelt the failure of the Emperor's strategy. The two armies had not been prized apart. Yet their new conjunction was tenuous, and the Prussians were not yet advancing in overwhelming force, but only in a fragile line of march. It would take hours for them to assemble and attack, and in those hours the Emperor knew he could break the British before turning on the Prussians. The destruction of the British needed to be absolute and certain. An attack by a corps of infantry had failed, and Marshal Ney had broken the cavalry in futile onslaughts on the British squares. So now the Emperor stirred himself to bring order to the chaotic assaults. The greatest part of his infantry was still uncommitted, and among them was the elite of his army. The Emperor's own Imperial Guard was waiting. No man but a veteran who had displayed uncommon valor in the Empire's battles could join the Guard. Guardsmen were paid more than other troops, and uniformed in more splendor. In return, more was expected of them. Yet the Guard had always given it. The Guard had never been defeated. Other French troops might grumble at the Guard's privileges, but when the bearskins and longcoats marched, victory was certain. The Guards wore side whiskers and moustaches, earrings and powdered pigtails, as marks of their prowess. To be a grenadier of the Guard, a man had to be 6 feet tall, an élite of an élite. The Guard were the Emperor's immortals, passionate in their loyalty to him, and fearsome in battle for him. When Bonaparte had been defeated and sent to Elba, the Guard had been ordered to disband, but rather than surrender their colours, they had burnt the silk flags, crumbled the ash into wine, and drunk the mixture. Some of the immortals had gone into exile with their Emperor, but now they had returned and been reunited with their old comrades, and been given new colours to fly beneath new eagles. The Guard was the élite, the undefeated, the immortals of the Empire, and the Guard would deliver the final lethal blow that would obliterate the British. But not yet. It was only 6 o'clock. There were more than 3 hours of daylight left, and the Prussians were far from ready to fight, so there was time for the Emperor to wear the British down yet further. He ordered the Guard to prepare itself for battle, but not to advance beyond La Belle Alliance. Then, contemplating the smoking ruin that had been a valley of farmland, he stared fixedly at La Haie Sainte. That farm was the bones sticking in the French craw. The riflemen behind its walls were raking the flank of every French attack, and protecting the batteries at the centre of the British line. The farm must be taken so the British line would be stretched ever more thinly, and then the Guard would ram home the victory. The Emperor had stirred himself, and now the British would learn just how he could fight. All along the British line the flail of the cannon fire struck and killed. The British battalions were ordered to lie down, but the French gunners had the range to perfection now, and their round shot skimmed the ridge to plough bloody furrows through the prone ranks. British guns were shattered, their barrels blasted off carriages and their wheels splintered. Shells exploded on the ridge to add their burden of smoke to the thickening air. Burning ammunition wagons added their stench to the sour smell of blood. This was how an emperor fought. He would kill and kill and kill with his guns. And when the British were screaming to be released from the torrent of death, he would send their quietus in the hands of his immortals. The air quivered with the impact of the guns. Sharpe, abandoning his mare into Harper's care, walked forward from the Prince of Wales' own volunteers as far as the ridge's crest, where the percussion of the heavy French artillery was like a succession of physical punches in the belly. The round shot plucked at the thick skeins of smoke, grazed the ridge to fleck the sky with mud, then screamed and whined and hummed and crashed home behind him. In 22 years Sharpe had never known a cannonade like it. Nor had he ever breathed air so heated and thickened by smoke and flame that to stand at the valley's rim was like facing the open door of some gigantic and red-hot kiln. The rye crop on the crest, where it hadn't been obliterated into quagmire, had been trampled to the consistency of the woven mats he remembered from India. A shell traced its trail of smoke over his head. A round shot ricocheted up from the ridge a dozen yards to his left. To his right, where the cavalry had advanced to their vain attacks, the slope was a horror of dead horses and men. A yellow dog dragged a length of gut from a corpse, though whether it was of man or beast, Sharpe could not tell. Beyond the slaughtered cavalry, Sharpe could see the smoke illuminated by the flaring glow made by the burning chateau of Hougomont. He could see nothing in the smoke to his left. Behind Sharpe, the red-coated battalions had been deployed into line again, but all were lying flat, so that for a strange moment he had the impression that he was the only man left alive on all the battlefield. Then, in the valley's smoke in front of him, he saw more live men. Thousands of live men. Skirmishers. Frenchmen. A swarm of voltigeurs running forward in loose order, and Sharpe knew that added to the ordeal of cannon fire, the battalions must now endure an onslaught of musketry. He turned and shouted a warning. "Skirmishers!" The British light companies ran forward to take their places on the forward slope, but they were horribly outnumbered. Peter d'Alembert persuaded Ford to release a second company, and send Harry Price's men to face the voltigeurs. Price had been a skirmisher himself once, and understood what was needed, but not all the skirmishers in Wellington's army could have defeated such an overwhelming number of French voltigeurs. Behind the French skirmishers were the remnants of their cavalry, who had been advanced to check any British cavalry charge that might threaten the loose formation of voltigeurs. Peter d'Alembert had brought the two companies forward himself. and once they were deployed, he crossed to Sharpe's side. The two officers strolled halfway down the forward slope, then stopped to stare at the vast spread of enemy troops. "Not a very encouraging sight," D'Alembert said quietly. The first muskets spat, yet for every British shot 2 or 3 French muskets replied. To Sharpe's left, some riflemen held up the French advance for a few moments, but the French overwhelmed them with musketry, and the greenjackets were forced back, leaving 3 men dead in the mud. D'Alembert's men were similarly suffering. "We're going to have to let them take the slope," he said to Sharpe, instinctively seeking the rifleman's approval. "We haven't much choice, Peter." Sharpe was on one knee, his rifle at his shoulder. He fired at a French sergeant, but the muzzle smoke prevented him from seeing whether the bullet hit. He began to reload. 100 yards to his right, a line of Frenchmen was already near the ridge's crest. Peter D'Alembert's 2 companies were temporarily holding the skirmishers in their front, but they would soon be outflanked. And even as Sharpe rammed his next bullet home, he saw a rush of blue-uniformed men force back a section of Harry Price's company. Bullets were hissing and thrumming near Sharpe, presumably attracted by the sight of the 2 officers so close together. Sharpe, his rifle reloaded, ran a few paces to his right, dropped to his knee, and looked for an enemy officer. D'Alembert gave the smallest gasp. "Oh, God! What is it? Jesus Christ!" The blasphemy was uttered more in anger than in pain. D'Alembert had been hit, and the force of the blow had knocked him backwards, but he had somehow kept his footing, even though the bullet had struck his right thigh. Now he staggered with his right hand clamped over the wound. Blood was seeping through his fingers. "It's all right," he said to Sharpe. "It doesn't hurt." He tried to take a pace forward and almost fell. "It's all right." His face had gone pale with shock. "Here." Sharpe put an arm under D'Alembert's shoulder and half carried him and half walked him up the slope. D'Alembert was hissing with every step. "I'll be all right. Leave me." "Shut up, Dally." Harper saw them as they crossed the ridge's crest and galloped forward with Sharpe's horse. "Take him back to the surgeons," Sharpe called up to the Irishman, then gave D'Alembert a mighty heave that swung him painfully into the empty saddle. "Wrap your sash round the wound," Sharpe told D'Alembert, then slapped the mare's rump to speed her out of range of the skirmishers' fire. Sharpe turned back to the heated, choking air in the valley. The French were pressing everywhere. More frightening still, a column of enemy troops was marching towards La Haye-Sainte, but that was not Sharpe's business. His business was the enemy immediately in front, and, reduced to being a rifleman again, he knelt and searched for an officer or sergeant. He saw a man with a scabbard not 100 yards away and fired. When the smoke cleared, the man was gone. Harry Price backed nervously up the slope.
"Where's Peter?"
"He got one in the leg. It's not serious."
"This is bloody serious, sir. I've lost 10 men, probably more."
"Well, pull back. What's the name of the new light company man?"
"Matthew Jefferson."
Sharpe cupped his hands. "Captain Jefferson! Pull back!" Jefferson waved a hand in reply, then ordered Huckfield to sound the whistle that recalled the skirmishers. The redcoats ran back to the crest, dropped again, and fired a last feeble volley at the French voltigeur. A shell exploded behind the crest, showering Jefferson with earth. A round shot crashed past Sharpe. It sounded like a sudden, overwhelming wind. Musket balls whip-cracked too close. Sharpe waited till Harry Price's company was safely past him, then shouted at Price to run. They ran back together, but Price tumbled, then gasped as the breath was knocked out of him by his fall. Sharpe twisted back to help him, but it was only a pair of ridiculous spurs that had tripped the younger man.
"Take the damn things off, Harry." "I like them."
Price stumbled on. To their right and left, other battalions were reluctantly climbing to their feet, then forming lines of 4 ranks. They couldn't fight off skirmishers lying down, nor did they dare risk a charge of the French cavalry that had reached the bottom of the slope, and a 4-rank line offered more protection against horsemen than a 2-rank formation. It also meant that every cannonball that hit could take as many as 4 men with it. But there was nothing to be done, except suffer. The French skirmishers, thick along the crest of the ridge, raked the battalions with musket fire. The surviving British cannons hammered canister at the voltigeur, but their scattered formation saved the French from heavy casualties. The enemy voltigeur now ruled the ridge's crest, while the British skirmishers, overwhelmed by the French mass, could only form on their battalions. Every few moments, when the enemy skirmishers became too insistent, or advanced too far, a battalion would charge forward and drive them back. A single battalion volley also had the effect of clearing the enemy skirmishers off the crest, but they always returned, their losses made up from reinforcements dispatched from the valley. Cavalry could scar the voltigeurs away, but the Duke had lost his heavy cavalry, and was keeping his best remaining horsemen, the Germans and British light cavalry, to cover his retreat if disaster struck. He still had a Dutch cavalry brigade, and the Prince of Orange was ordered to bring it forward. They came, curb chains jingling and sabres drawn. "They're just to clear the ridge face," the Duke's aide ordered. "No damned heroics, just gallop along the face and sabre the skirmishers." But the Dutch horsemen refused to charge. They sat lumpen in their saddles, their doughy faces stubborn and sullen. They stared blankly at the churning strike of shot and shell, and no words would persuade them to spur into the quagmire of mud, fire, and iron. The prince, told of their cowardice, pretended not to hear. Instead, he just stared at the farm of La Haye-Sainte that was now besieged by an overwhelming throng of French infantry. The British cannons on the crest by the elm tree were pouring round-shot into the French ranks, and a battery of howitzers was lobbing shrapnel into the valley. But the French infantry seemed to soak up the punishment as they edged ever closer to the beleaguered farm. La Haye-Sainte's orchard was already captured, and the French had brought cannon down the road to pour shot after shot into the besieged farm buildings. The prince knew that the centre of the Duke's line would be open to disastrous attack if the farm fell. Suddenly he knew he must save the farm. The glory of the idea blossomed in his mind. Fulfilment of the idea would utterly obliterate any shameful memory of the Red Germans or of the sullen Dutch cavalry. The prince saw his chance of glory and renown. He would rescue the farm, hold the line's centre, and win the battle. Verbeck! In the eastern half of the valley, in the dangerous re-entrant from where the Dutch Belgians had fled at the first approach of the French, the 1st Battalion of the 27th Regiment of the line now stood in square and suffered. They were the Inner Skillings, and their only shelter was the screen of smoke that the French gunners created before their own cannon. But the enemy artillery had the Inner Skillings' range, and even though fired blind, round-shot after round-shot crashed into the Irish ranks. Their colonel ordered another issue of rum, and the sergeants doggedly closed the thinning ranks, but there was nothing else anyone could do except stand and die, and that the Irish did. They might have deployed out of square, but the Emperor made sure his cavalry was always threatening, and so the Irish were forced to stay in their vulnerable square like a great fat target for the gunners and the voltigeurs who infested the eastern half of the valley as thickly as they swarmed in the west. Some of those voltigeurs, fearful that a French victory and pursuit might take them away from the rich plunder of the battlefield, took care to enrich themselves before the British line shattered. The dead and injured of the British heavy cavalry littered the valley floor, and though the pockets of many of the casualties had been hastily searched already, the voltigeurs had the luxury of time in which they could slit the uniform seams, or tear out the greasy helmet liners, where men like to hide their precious gold coins. Some of the French skirmishers carried pliers, which they used to extract fine white teeth that Parisian dentists would buy to make into dentures. One fortunate Frenchman found a cavalryman's body that sported a fine pair of brown-topped silk-tasseled boots. He first took the spurs off the heels, then tugged at the right boot. The body jerked, cried aloud, and a horrid face in which the eyes were nothing but crusts of blood stared wildly and blindly towards the Frenchman. "You frighten me," the voltigeur chided the wounded man cheerfully. "For God's sake, kill me." Lord John Rossendale, half crazed with pain, spoke in English. "You just stay still," the voltigeur said in French, then dragged off his lordship's expensive boots. He noted that the Englishman's breeches were made of the finest whipcord, and though the right thigh had been slashed by a blade, the breeches would doubtless mend well. And so the voltigeur undid the waist-buttons and dragged the breeches free. Lord John, his broken thigh grating with each tug, screamed foully. "Noisy bugger!" The voltigeur rolled the breeches into a ball that he thrust inside his jacket. Then, fearing that Lord John's scream might have attracted the untimely attraction of his sergeant, the Frenchman ostentatiously loaded his musket, and, pretending to be merely doing his job, used Lord John as a rest for the barrel that he aimed towards the beleaguered Inner Skillings. "Mind the bang," the voltigeur said happily, then fired. "Kill me, please," Lord John spoke in French. "Please." "I'm not going to kill you," the voltiger protested. "I can't do that. It wouldn't be right. I won't even take your teeth." He gave his lordship's shoulder a sympathetic pat, then went to find more plunder. And Lord John, lost in a universe of unjust pain, moaned. Peter Dalrymple lay on the unfolded backboard of a cart that was serving as the surgeon's table. The wooden boards of the cart were soaked with blood, while the surgeon's hands were so steeped in it that the skin of his fingertips had gone soft and wrinkled. "Are you ready, Major?" The surgeon had a strong West Country accent. "I'm ready." Dalrymple had refused to drink any rum to dull the agony of the surgery, nor would he accept a leather gag to bite on. It was important that he showed no reaction to the pain, for such stoicism was expected of a soldier. "There are no bones broken," the surgeon said. "There's not even a major blood vessel cut, so you're a lucky man. Hold his leg, Bates." The orderlies had already cut away the sash Dalrymple had used as a bandage, and slit open the expensive breeches which he had worn to the Duchess's ball. The surgeon wiped away the welling blood from the lips of the wound with his fingers. "This won't be half as bad as having a baby, Major, so be grateful." He thrust a cigar into his mouth and picked up a blood-stained probe. A pain like a lance of fire streaked up Dalrymple's thigh and into his groin. The surgeon was probing for the bullet with a long, thin metal rod. Dalrymple dared not cry aloud, for he had watched a man of his own battalion lose a leg not a moment since, and the man had uttered not a sound as the bone-saw ground away at his thigh-bone. Besides, Patrick Harper was close by, and Dalrymple would not shame himself by making any noise in front of Harper. "I've got the little bastard," the surgeon mumbled past the wet cigar stub. "Can you hear the little devil, Major?" Dalrymple could hear nothing but the thud of gunfire and the crash of shells exploding, and the splintering roar of burning ammunition, but the surgeon was evidently scraping the edge of the musket ball with his probe. "I won't be long now," the surgeon said cheerfully, then fortified himself with a long swig of rum. "This next moment might be slightly uncomfortable, Major, but be glad you're not whelping a child, eh?" "Jesus!" Dalrymple could not resist whimpering the imprecation, but he still managed to lie motionless as the pain gouged and routed about inside his leg. A shell exploded nearby, and a fragment of its casing whistled and smoked overhead. "Here it comes!" The surgeon had succeeded in gripping the bullet with his narrow-bladed tongs. "Your hand! Hold out your hand, man! Quick!" Dalrymple dutifully held out his hand, and the surgeon dropped the bloody little bullet into his palm. "I'll just extract what's left of your dancing togs, Major, then you'll be as quick as a trivet again." There was another minute's excruciating pain as the shreds of cloth were picked from the wound. Then something cool and soothing was poured onto Dalrymple's thigh. Sweat was beaded on his forehead, but he knew the worst was over. He wiped the bloody bullet on his jacket and held the small missile before his eyes. Such a small thing, no bigger than his thumbnail. The orderlies bandaged his thigh, then helped him down from the cart. "You should rest for a time." The surgeon wiped his hands on his apron, which was already drenched in blood. "Go back into the trees, Major. There's some tarpaulins there to keep the damp out." "No." Dalrymple tried to walk and found he could hobble without too much pain. "Thank you, but no." The surgeon had already forgotten him. A man with an arm blown away and 3 ribs exposed was being lifted onto the cart. Harper brought the horses forward. "Shouldn't you rest, Mr. Dalrymple?" "I'm going back to the battalion, Harper." "Are you sure now?" "It was a flesh wound. Nothing else." "But painful, eh?" Dalrymple almost screamed with agony as Harper heaved him up into Sharpe's saddle. "You should know," he managed to reply with admirable self-restraint. "Funnily enough," the Irishman said, "I've never had a bad wound. Mr. Sharpe now, he's different. He's always getting bits chopped out of him, but I must be lucky." "Don't tempt fate," Dalrymple said fervently. "Considering what fate's done to Ireland, Major, what the hell more can it do to me?" Harper laughed. "Back to duty, eh?" "Back to duty." Dalrymple knew he could have ridden away from the battlefield, and no one would have blamed him. But in his time he had seen more than one officer lose an arm and still go back to the battle line after the surgeon had chopped and sawed the stump into shape. So Dalrymple would go back, because he was an officer, and that was his duty. He hid his terror, tried to smile, and rode to the ridge. Major Vine was shot through his left eye by a skirmisher. He gave a last, bad-tempered grunt, fell from his saddle, and lay stone dead beside Lieutenant Colonel Ford's horse. The colonel whimpered, then stared down at the fallen major, whose face now appeared to have one vast red cyclopean eye. "Major Vine?" Ford asked nervously. The dead man did not move. Ford tried to remember Vine's Christian name. "Edwin?" he tried. Or perhaps it was Edward. "Edward?" But Edwin Vine lay quite still. A fly settled next to the fresh pool of blood that had been his left eye. "Major Vine!" Ford snapped as though a direct order would resurrect the dead. "He's a goner, sir," a sergeant from the colour party offered helpfully, then, seeing his colonel's incomprehension, made a more formal report. "The major's dead, sir." Ford smiled a polite response and stifled an urge to scream. He didn't know it, but a quarter of the men who had marched with him to battle were now either dead or injured. RSM McInerney had been disemboweled by a round shot that had killed 2 other men and torn the arm off another. Daniel Hagman was bleeding to death with a bullet in his lungs. His breath bubbled with blood as he tried to speak. Sharpe knelt down beside him and held his hand. "I'm sorry, Dan." Sharpe had known Hagman the longest of all the men in the Light Company. The old poacher was a good soldier, shrewd, humorous, and loyal. "I'll get you to the surgeons, Dan." "Bugger them surgeons, Mr. Sharpe," Hagman said, then said nothing more. Sharpe shouted at 2 of the bandsmen to carry him back to the surgeons, but Hagman was dead. Sergeant Huckfield lost the small finger of his left hand to a musket ball. He stared in outrage at the wound, then, refusing to leave the battalion, sliced once with his knife, then asked Captain Jefferson to wrap a strip of cloth round the bleeding stump. Private Clayton was shaking with fear, but somehow managed to stand steady and look straight into the eyes of the French skirmishers who still roamed the ridge-crest with apparent impunity. Next to him, Charlie Weller was trying to remember childhood prayers, but though childhood was not very far in his past, the prayers would not come. "Oh, God," he said instead. "God's no bloody help," Clayton said, then ducked as a skirmisher's bullet almost knocked the crown off his shako. "Stand still there!" Sergeant Huckfield shouted. Clayton pulled his shako straight and muttered a few curses at the sergeant. "We should be bloody attacking," he said after he'd exhausted his opinion of Huckfield's mother. "In time we will." Charlie Weller still had a robust faith in victory. Another musket bullet went within inches of Clayton's head. He shivered helplessly. "If I'm a dead un, Charlie, you'll look after Sally, won't you?" Clayton's wife, Sally, was by far the prettiest wife in the battalion. "She likes you, she does," Clayton explained his apparent generosity. "You're going to be all right." Charlie Weller, despite the hiss and crash of bullet and shell, felt a frisson of excitement at the thought of Sally. "Sweet God, I've had enough of this." Clayton looked round to see what officers still lived. "Bloody hell, Major Vine's a dead un. Good riddance to the bastard." "Look to your front, Private Clayton." Sergeant Huckfield touched the New Testament in his top pocket and prayed that the damned French skirmishers would soon run out of ammunition. Colonel Joseph Ford almost vomited as he tried to wipe away the globules of Major Vine's brains that smeared his breeches. Ford was feeling horribly alone. One major was dead, the other was wounded and gone to the surgeons, and all around him his precious battalion was being chewed to pieces by the guns and the skirmishers. He took off his spectacles and rubbed frantically at the lens, only to discover that his sash was thickly smeared with scraps of Major Vine's brains. Ford gasped for horrified breath and knew he was going to vomit helplessly. "It's nothing to do with me," a harsh voice suddenly spoke from beside Ford's horse, "but I'd suggest a 50-pace advance, give the bastards one good volley, then retire." Ford, his impulse to vomit checked by the voice, frantically pulled on the smudged eyeglasses and found himself staring into the sardonic face of Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. Ford tried to say something in reply, but no sound came. "With your permission, sir?" Sharpe asked punctiliously. Ford, too frightened to open his mouth, just nodded. "South Essex!" Sharpe's thunderous voice startled the nearest men. It didn't matter that he'd inadvertently used the battalion's old name. They knew who they were, and who at last was giving them direction in the middle of horror. "Front rank! Fixed bayonets!" "Thank Christ for bloody Sharpe," Clayton said fervently, then half-crouched to hold his musket between his knees as he pulled out his bayonet and slotted it onto his musket. Sharpe thrust between the files of No. 5 Company, placing himself in the very centre of the battalion's front rank.
"Taille 50 paces, at the double, by the right. March!"
As the men started forward, Sharpe drew his long sword.
"Come on, you buggers, cheer! Let the bastards know you're coming to kill them, cheer!"
The battalion ran forward, bayonets outstretched, and they cheered. They knew Sharpe. They'd followed him into battle before, and they liked to hear that voice shouting commands. They trusted him. He gave them confidence and victory. They cheered even louder as the mass of startled skirmishers on the ridge's crest upped and fled from their sudden advance. Sharpe had run ahead of them to stand with his drawn sword on the very lip of the crest.
"Halt!"
Sharpe's voice, trained as a sergeant, instantly silenced and stopped the shrunken battalion. Ahead of them, the French voltigeurs were dropping into new firing positions. Sharpe turned to face the battalion.
"Front rank, kneel! Aim at the buggers! Don't throw away this volley! Find your man and kill the bastard! Aim for their bellies!"
He pushed his way between two men of the kneeling front rank, then turned to look at the French. He saw a voltigeur's musket pointing directly at him, and he knew that the Frenchman was taking careful aim. He also knew he couldn't duck or dodge, but just had to trust in the French musket's inaccuracy.
"Aim!"
he shouted. The Frenchman fired, and Sharpe felt the wind of the ball on his cheek like a sudden hot blow.
"Fire!"
The massive volley crashed down the slope. Perhaps 20 Frenchmen died, and twice as many were wounded.
"Light company, stay where you are and reload! Front rank, stand! No one told you to run!"
Sharpe remained on the crest. Behind him a man was lying dead, struck in the head by the bullet intended for Sharpe.
"Light company! Change formation, quick now!"
The battalion skirmishers spread along the crest. Their new captain, Jefferson, jiggled impatiently, wanting to be away from this exposed ridge where the round shot slashed and thudded. But Sharpe was determined that the company's volley would have an effect. The men finished reloading their muskets, then knelt. The surviving French skirmishers were creeping forward again, filling the gaps torn by the battalion volley.
"Wait for the order!"
Sharpe called to his old company.
"Find your targets! Clayton? Sir? There's an officer on your right, a tall bugger with a red moustache. I want him dead or I'll blame you for it. Company?"
He paused a second.
"Fire!"
The smaller volley did more damage, though whether the moustached officer was shot, Sharpe could not tell. He shouted at the men to retire to battalion. The manoeuvre had gained a few moments' respite, nothing more, but it was better to hit back than simply endure the galling punishment of the enemy skirmishers. Sharpe lingered at the crest for a few more seconds. It was not bravado, but rather curiosity, because 500 paces to his left, he could just see 2 red-coated infantry battalions of the King's German Legion advancing in column. They marched towards La Haye-Sainte with their colours flying, presumably to drive away the French infantry, who clustered about the farm. He would have liked to have watched longer, but the enemy was creeping back towards the crest, and so Sharpe turned and walked back to the battalion.
"Thank you for the privilege, Colonel,"
he shouted to Ford. Ford said nothing. He was in no mood to appreciate Sharpe's tact. Instead, he felt slighted and diminished by the rifleman's competence. Ford knew that he should have given the orders, and that he should have taken the battalion forward, but his bowels had turned to water, and his mind was a haze of fear and confusion. He had fought briefly in southern France, but he had never seen a horror like this. A battlefield where men were dying by the minute, where his battalion shrank as the files closed over the gaps left by the dead, and where it seemed that every man must die before the field's appetite for blood was slaked. Ford snatched off his fouled spectacles and scrubbed their lenses on a corner of his saddlecloth. The white smoke and cannon's glare melded into a smear of horror before his eyes. He wished it would end. He just wished it would end. He no longer cared if it ended in victory or defeat. He just wanted it to end. But the Emperor had only just started to fight. The Duke of Wellington no longer troubled himself about the Prince of Orange. At the battle's commencement, when some niceties of polite usage persisted, the Duke had taken care to inform the Prince of any orders involving those troops nominally under the Prince's command. But now, in the desperate moments of pure survival, the Duke simply ignored the young frog. Which didn't mean that the Prince considered himself redundant. On the contrary, he saw his own genius as the Allies' sole hope of victory, and was prepared to use the last shreds of his authority to achieve it. Which meant La Haye-Sainte must be saved, and to save it, the Prince ordered the remnants of the 2nd Infantry Brigade of the King's German Legion to attack the besieging French. Colonel Christian Omtida, the brigade commander, formed his 2 battalions into close column of companies, ordered them to fix bayonets, and then to advance into the suffocating mix of heated air and bitter smoke that filled the valley. The German objective was the field to the west of La Haye-Sainte, where the French skirmishers were pressing close and thick on the beleaguered farm. The Germans reached the crest and were about to march down on the French when the Prince of Orange galloped to intercept them. "In line!" the Prince shouted. "In line! You must overlap them! I insist you advance in line!" Colonel Omtida, his battalions halted on the very edge of the valley and under fire from the French guns, protested that there were enemy cavalry patrolling the valley floor. The Prince turned sarcastic eyes towards the smoke. "I see no cavalry." "Your Highness, I must insist that you cannot insist. You will form line, damn you!" The Prince was ebullient, feeding off the crash and hammer of the guns. He felt himself born to this heated chaos of battle. He didn't give a fig that Omtida was a man who had spent a lifetime soldiering. The Prince had the passionate certainty of his convictions, and not even his experiences with Halkett's brigade at Quatre Bras, nor the massacre of the Red Germans would sway him. "I order you into line, or do you wish me to appoint another brigade commander?" he shouted into the colonel's face. Omtida, in whom obedience was deeply ingrained, reluctantly deployed his 2 battalions into line. The Prince, scornful of Omtida's timidity, and certain that he'd just given the orders necessary to bring glowing victory, watched triumphantly as the German bayonets marched into the valley. 50 paces from the edge of the skirmishers, Omtida ordered his men to charge. The Germans ran forward, their bayonets bright in the gloom under the smoke. The French infantry, taken utterly by surprise, fled from the appalling threat of the 17-inch blades. The German colours swirled forward into the musket smoke left by the skirmishers. "There!" The Prince, happy on his hill, exulted in the success. "Let me congratulate your Highness." Winkler, one of the Prince's Dutch aides, smirked at his master's side. Lieutenant Simon Doggett, who was a few yards to the Prince's right, stared beyond the infantry and could have sworn he saw a file of cavalry trotting across the valley. Or at least he was sure he saw the glint of helmets and the swirl of horsehair plumes in a rift of the smoke. "Sir? There's cavalry out there, sir?" The Prince turned furiously on the lieutenant. "That's all you British ever see, cavalry. You're nervous, Doggett. If you can't endure the rigours of battle, you shouldn't be a soldier. Isn't that right, Winkler?" "Entirely right, your Highness." Rebecca listened to the conversation and said nothing. He just stared into the shifting white scrims where the muskets crackled like burning thorns. "You see?" The Prince made a great play of peering into the valley, shading his eyes and gaping like a village idiot. "No horses! Lieutenant Doggett, where are your GGs?" Simon Doggett was no longer certain that he had seen any cavalry, for the valley was thick with smoke, and he feared that nervousness had played tricks with his perception, but he stubbornly held his ground. I'm fairly sure I saw them, sir, in the smoke. They were cuirassiers, off to the right there." But the Prince had taken enough from pusillanimous Englishmen. "Get rid of the boy, Rebecca, just get rid of him. Send him back to his nursemaid." The Prince's horse shied sideways as a cannonball slashed close past. "There!" the Prince cried triumphantly as the smoke drifted aside to reveal that the KGL infantry had scoured the last Frenchman away from the farm's western walls. "You see? No cavalry. Boldness wins." "Your Highness's boldness wins." Winkler hastened to correct his master. A trumpet interrupted the Prince's next words. The trumpet call sounded from the valley, from inside the smoke where the Prince had insisted no cavalry lurked, but out of which, like avenging furies, the troop of cuirassiers now led the charge. Rebecca groaned. In almost the exact same place as the Hanoverians had been slaughtered, the KGL now suffered. The cavalry, a mixture of cuirassiers, lancers, and dragoons, who had survived the slaughter of the horsemen among the British squares, now struck the flank of Omtida's right-hand battalion. To Rebecca it seemed that the red-coated infantry simply disappeared beneath a swarm of mounted killers. To the French horsemen, this was a blessed moment of revenge on the infantry who had made them bleed and suffer earlier in the day. The Prince just stared. He had gone pale, but he made no move to help the men he had just doomed. His mouth opened slackly and his fingers twitched on his reins. The Germans stood no chance. The horsemen sabred and stabbed from the open flank. The men of the right-hand KGL battalion broke into hopeless flight and were run down by the horses. The left-hand battalion formed a rally square to protect its colour, but the right-hand battalion was destroyed. The prince turned away as a French swordsman captured a KGL colour and hefted it aloft in a gesture of triumph. Colonel Omtida died trying to save the flag. The French infantry ran to add their bayonets to the horsemen's blades. The German survivors, pitifully few, inched in their rough square back towards the ridge. They too might have been doomed, but some of their own cavalry streamed down from the elm tree to drive the enemy back. A French cavalry trumpeter sounded a derisive flurry as the remnants of the King's German legion limped back up the slope. A cuirassier brandished the captured colour, taunting the suffering British ridge with his foretaste of French victory. The prince didn't look at the Germans, nor at the exultant French. Instead, he stared imperiously towards the east. "It isn't my fault if men won't fight properly." None of the staff answered. Not even Winkler was minded to soften the disaster with flattery. "We gave the garrison a breathing space, did we not?" The prince gestured at La Haye Sainte, that was once more ringed with smoke, but again no one answered, and the prince, who believed he deserved loyalty from his military family, turned furiously on his staff. "The Germans should have formed square! It wasn't my fault!" He looked from man to man, demanding agreement, but only Simon Doggett was brave enough to meet the prince's petulant and bulging eyes. "You're nothing but a silk stocking full of shit," Doggett said very clearly, and utterly astonished himself by so repeating Patrick Harper's scornful verdict on the prince. There was an appalled silence. The prince gaped. Rebecque, not quite sure whether he had heard correctly, opened his mouth to protest, but couldn't find adequate words. Doggett knew he had just seconds to keep the initiative. He tugged at his horse's reins. "You're a bloody murderer!" he said to the prince, then slashed back his spurs and galloped away. In a few seconds the smoke hid him. The prince stared after him. Rebecque hastened to assure His Highness that Doggett's wits had clearly been loosened by the stress of battle. The prince nodded acceptance of the facile explanation, then turned furiously on his staff again. "I'm surrounded by incompetence! That bloody man should have formed square! Is it my fault if a damned German doesn't know his job?" The prince's indignation and anger spilled out in furious passion. Is it my fault that the French are winning, is it?" And in that, at least, the prince spoke true. The French, at last, were winning the battle. Chapter 19. French victory became a virtual certainty when La Haye Sainte fell. The farm's German defenders ran out of rifle ammunition, and the French attackers tore down the barricaded doors and flooded into the farm buildings. For a time they were held off by bayonets and swords, as the defenders fought furiously in the corridors and stables. The Germans made barricades of their own and the French dead, then rammed their sword bayonets over the piled bodies, and for a time it seemed as if their steel and fury might yet hold the farm. But then the French musket volleys tore into the riflemen, and the French musket wadding set fire to the stable straw, and the defenders, choking and decimated, were forced out. Those riflemen who escaped from La Haye Sainte ran up the ridge's slope as the victorious French swarmed into the farm buildings. The riflemen of the 95th had long been driven from the adjacent sandpit, so now the centre bastion of the Duke's line was gone. The French brought cannon into the farm's kitchen garden, and at perilously short range opened fire on the ridge. Voltigeur, given a new territory to exploit, spread up the forward slope to open a killing fire on the troops nearest the elm tree. An immediate counterattack could have recaptured the farm, while the French hold on its buildings was still new and tenuous, but the Duke had no reserves left. Every man who could fight in the Duke's army was now committed to defend the ridge, while the rest of his troops had either fled, were wounded, or were dead. What was left of the Duke's army was a thin line of men stretched along a blood-soaked ridge. The line was 2 ranks deep, no more, and in places the ridge seemed empty, where the battalions had been forced to shrink into 4 ranks as a precaution against the cavalry that still lurked in the smoke that drifted at the slope's foot. The French were winning. The Duke, hardly a man given to despair, muttered a prayer for the coming of either the Prussians or the night, but both, this day, came painfully slowly. The first French attacks on the British ridge had failed, but now their gunners and their skirmishers were grinding down the British defence. Men died in 1s and 2s, but constantly. The already truncated battalion shrank as the surviving sergeants ordered the files to close the gaps. Men who had started the day 4 files apart became neighbours, and still the gunfire shredded the ranks, and still the voltigeur fired from the smoke, and still the sergeants chanted the litany of a battalion's death. "Close up! Close up!" Victory was merely a drumbeat away, because the British line had been scraped thin as a drumskin. The Emperor felt the glorious certainty of victory. His will now stretched clear across the battlefield. It was 7 o'clock on a summer's evening. The sun was slanting steeply through the remnants of cloud and skeins of smoke, and the Emperor held the lives and deaths of all three armies in his hand. He had won. All he now needed to do was fend off the Prussians with his right hand and annihilate the British with his left. He had won. Yet he would wait a few moments before savouring the victory. He would let the guns in the newly captured La Haye-Sainte finish their destruction of the British centre, and only then would he unleash his immortals to glory. The bombardment ground on, but slower now, for the French gun barrels were degrading from their constant fire. Some guns shot their vents, leaving a gaping hole where the touch-holes had been, while others broke their carriages, and one 12-pounder exploded as an air bubble in its cast barrel finally gave way. Yet more than enough French cannon remained in service to sustain the killing. The surviving British infantry was numbed and deafened by the fire. Less than half of Wellington's army was still capable of fighting. Their faces were blackened by battle and streaked white with sweat, while their eyes were reddened from the irritation of the powder residues that had sparked from their musket pans. Yet, battered and bleeding, they clung to the ridge beneath the dwarfing pall of churning smoke that belched from the burning ammunition wagons. The French cannonade had long assumed an inhuman inevitability, as though the gunners had sprung free some malevolent force from within the earth itself, a force which now dispassionately ground the battlefield into blood and embers and ragged soil. No humans were visible on the French-held ridge. There was just a bank of smoke into which the guns flashed fire that was diffused into lurid flares that erupted bright, then slowly faded into gloom. Sharpe, standing a few feet to one side of his old battalion, watched the ominous bursts of red light ignite and die, and each unnatural glow marked a few more seconds survived. The fear had come with inactivity, and each minute that Sharpe waited motionless on the ridge made him feel more vulnerable, as though, skin by skin, his bravery was peeling away. Harper, crouching silent beside Sharpe, shivered as he stared wide-eyed at the strange inhuman fires that pulsed amidst the smoke. This was unlike any battlefield that either man had known before. In Spain, the fields had seemed to stretch away to infinity, but here the combat was held tight within the cockpit of the small valley above which the smoke made an unnatural early dusk. Beyond the battle's margin, out where the crop stood unharmed and no blood trickled in the plough furrows, the sunlight shone through ragged clouds on peaceful fields, but the valley itself was a piece of hell on earth, flickering with flame and belching smoke. Neither Sharpe nor Harper spoke much. No one was speaking much in the British line any more. Sometimes a sergeant ordered the files to close, but the orders were unnecessary now. Each man was simply enduring as best he could. The French skirmishers were falling back as their ammunition became exhausted. That at least gave some relief, and let the British battalions lie down on the crushed mud and straw. The voltigeurs did not retire all the way to their own ridge, but waited on the valley floor for a fresh supply of cartridges to be brought forward. Only in the British centre, in front of the newly captured La Haye-Sainte, were newly committed skirmishers advancing up the slope beneath the raking canister fire of the 2 8-pounder guns that the French had placed in the farm's kitchen garden. Peter d'Alembert, insisting that he was well, had returned to Colonel Ford's side. He still rode Sharpe's horse that he now stood beneath the battalion's colours, which had been torn to yellow shreds by the skirmishers' bullets. Colonel Ford's ears were so dulled by the incessant percussion of the guns that he could hardly hear the small remarks d'Alembert made. Not that Ford cared. He was clutching his horse's reins as though they were his last hold on sanity. A single horseman rode slowly in the emptiness behind the British battalions. His horse picked a slow path through the broken gun carriages and past the rows of red-coated dead. Shell fragments smoked on the scorched and trampled crops. The horseman was Simon Doggett, who now sought his own battalion of guardsmen. But as he rode westwards, he saw the 2 riflemen crouching close to the ridge's crest. Doggett turned his horse towards the greenjackets and reined in close behind them. "He did it again, sir! He damn well did it again!" Doggett's outraged indignation made him sound very young. "So I told him he was a silk stocking full of shit!" Sharpe turned. For a second he blinked in surprise, as though he didn't recognize Doggett. Then he seemed to snap out of the trance induced by the numbing gunfire. You did what? Doggett was embarrassed. I told him he was a silk stocking full of shit. Harper laughed softly. A shell whimpered overhead to explode far in the rear. A round shot followed to strike the ridge in front of Sharpe and spew up a shower of wet earth. Doggett's horse jerked its face away from the spattering mud. "He killed them," Doggett said in pathetic explanation. "He killed who?" Harper asked. "The KGL. There were 2 battalions, all that was left of a brigade, and he put them in line and sent them to where the cavalry was waiting." "Again?" Sharpe sounded incredulous. "They died, sir." Doggett could not forget the sight of the swords and sabres rising and falling. He watched one German running from the slaughter. The man had already lost his right arm to a sabre slice, yet it had seemed that the man would still escape. But a cuirassier had spurred after him and chopped down with his heavy blade, and Doggett could have sworn that the dying man threw one hateful look up the slope to where his real killer was. "I'm sorry, sir. There's no point in telling you. I tried to stop him, but he told me to go away." Sharpe did not respond, except to unsling his rifle and probe a finger into its pan to discover whether the weapon was still primed. Doggett wanted Sharpe to share his anger at the prince's callous behaviour. "Sir?" he pleaded. Then, when there was still no reply, he spoke more self-pityingly. "I've ruined my career, haven't I?" Sharpe looked up at the young man. "At least we can mend that, Doggett. Just wait here." Sharpe, without another word, began walking towards the centre of the British line, while Harper took Doggett's bridle and turned his horse away from the valley. "There are still a few skirmishers who wouldn't mind making you into a notch on their muskets," the Irishman explained to Doggett. "Did you really call a skinny bastard a silk stocking filled with shit?" "Yes." Doggett was watching Sharpe walk away. "To his face?" Harper insisted. "Indeed, yes." "You're a grand man, Mr. Doggett. I'm proud of you." Harper released Doggett's horse a few paces behind the colour party of the Prince of Wales's own volunteers. "Now, just wait here, sir. The Colonel and I won't be long." "Where are you going?" Doggett shouted after the Irishman. "Not far," Harper called back. Then he followed Sharpe into a drifting bank of powder smoke and disappeared. Sharpe was halfway to the elm tree when Harper caught him. "What are you doing?" the Irishman asked. "I'm sick of the royal bastard. How many more men will he kill?" "So what are you doing?" Harper insisted. "What someone should have done at his bloody birth. I'm going to strangle the bugger." Harper put a hand on Sharpe's arm. "Listen." Sharpe threw the hand off and turned a furious face on his friend. "I'm going, Patrick. Don't stop me." "Hey, don't give a bugger if you kill him." Harper was just as angry. "But I'll be damned if you hang for it." "Damn the bloody rope." Sharpe walked on, carrying his rifle in his right hand. The ridge's centre was more thickly smothered with smoke than its flanks. The muzzle blast of the 2 cannon that the French had placed in Nae-San's kitchen garden carried almost to the ridge's summit, and every shot pumped a filthy, stinking fog to blanket the slope. The French were firing canister, punching a massive weight of musket balls into the heart of the British defences. The British gunners, exposed on the skyline as they tried to return the fire, had been killed or wounded, allowing the enemy skirmishers to creep ever closer to the bullet-scarred elm tree, from which every leaf and most of the bark had been blasted away. Those staff officers who still lived, and there were not many, had sensibly retreated from the ravaged tree, and now stood their horses well back from the ridge's summit. Sharpe could not see the Duke, but he found the Prince in his fur-edged uniform. The Prince was 200 paces off, close to the highway and surrounded by his Dutch staff. It was a long shot for a rifle loaded with common cartridge instead of the extra fine powder, and it would be a tricky shot because of the men who crowded close to the Prince. "Not here," Harper insisted. A shattered gun limber and 2 dead horses lay not far away, and Sharpe crouched in the wreckage to see whether it gave him the cover he needed. "You'll never hit the bastard from this distance," Harper said. "They don't call him Slender Billy for nothing." "I will if God's on my side." "I wouldn't rely on God today." The Irishman stared about the ridgetop, seeking an idea, then saw a file of green-jacketed riflemen running towards the valley. The Prince had spurred his horse to follow the riflemen, thus taking himself closer to the embattled crest of the ridge. "Where are those lads going?" Harper asked. Sharpe saw the green-jackets and understood. The Duke must have gathered the remnants of his riflemen and ordered them to stop the French guns firing from La Haye Sainte. It was a desperate throw, but riflemen alone might succeed in silencing the murderous guns. 50 greenjackets were preparing to charge over the crest, and the Prince, who had never lacked bravery, couldn't resist going forward to watch their fight. Sharpe suddenly upped and ran towards the riflemen, who had stopped just short of the crest, and now crouched in a group as they fixed their long brass-handled sword bayonets onto their rifle muzzles. "You're not coming!" he shouted at Harper, who'd begun to follow him. "And how will you stop me?" "You bloody deserve to die!" Sharpe dropped to the back of the squad of riflemen, all of whose faces were blackened by the powder scraps exploded from their rifles' pans. Their commanding officer was Major Warren Dunnet, whose face showed understandable resentment when he recognized Sharpe. "Are you taking over?" he asked stiffly. "It would be a great honor to serve under your command once again, Dunnet." Sharpe could be very tactful when he wished. Dunnet, pleased with the compliment, smiled grimly. "We make this very quick." He spoke to his 50 men. "Use the blades to clear the slope, then make your shots count. Once you've fired, tap reload and hold off the voltigeur. You understand?" The men nodded, and Dunnet waited. He waited so long that Sharpe wondered whether Dunnet had lost his nerve, but instead it seemed that there was another identical group of riflemen who were attacking from the far side of the highway, and Dunnet's men merely waited for their signal so that the two groups crossed the ridge crest at the same moment. Sharpe looked behind him. The Prince was 50 yards away, but staring over the riflemen's heads towards La Haye Sainte. Sharpe, to lessen his chance of being recognized, smeared mud on his scarred face and shoved his tricorn hat into his belt. From somewhere beyond the high road, a bugle called the familiar running triplets of the order to open fire. "That's the signal, my boys! Let's go!" Dunnet had waited 6 years to avenge himself on the French, and now, his sabre drawn, he led the riflemen over the crest. The appearance of the rifles was so sudden that the closest French skirmishers were trapped. The sword bayonets rammed down, were kicked free, then carried on. Dunnet shouted an incoherent challenge and slashed madly with his sabre, not striking anyone, but hissing the blade so fiercely through the smoky air that the French scrambled to escape such an apparent maniac. The 50 riflemen on the far side of the road attacked with the same sudden and vicious desperation, driving the panicked voltigeur down the long slope. The mad charge stopped 100 yards short of La Haye Sainte, as the riflemen abandoned the pursuit of the French to take up their firing positions. First, before aiming, they unclipped their sword bayonets so that the heavy blades would not unbalance their rifles. Each man had loaded carefully. They cleaned their rifle barrels by the old expedient of pissing down the barrels, sluicing the caked powder deposits loose, then pouring out the fouled liquid. Then, when the barrels had dried, and using the extra fine powder they carried in their horns, the riflemen had charged their rifles. They had wrapped their bullets in a scrap of greased leather that not only helped the bullet grip the spiralling lands in the barrel, but, when the weapon was fired, expanded to block any of the exploding gas escaping past the bullet through the barrel's grooves. It took over a minute to load a rifle so meticulously, but the resultant shot would be as accurate as any weapon in the world. Now, in the brief space and time they'd won, the riflemen aimed at the gunners who were visible above the hedge of La Haye Sainte's kitchen garden. The range was 100 yards, a simple rifle shot, but misted by the drifting smoke. The gunners in the garden were too busy serving their guns to be aware of the threat. Dunnet didn't hurry his men. He must have been tempted to urge them to fire quickly, for the French skirmishers were regrouping at the foot of the slope, but instead he trusted his men, and they didn't disappoint him. The first rifles crashed their brass butts into shoulders, bruised raw by a day's fighting. White smoke spurted across the slope. The French skirmishers began firing uphill, and 2 greenjackets lurched backwards. Other riflemen still took careful aim. A gunner stared over his rammer at the slope, and a bullet took him in his open mouth. A French artillery officer spun backwards, half-clambered up, then began crawling under his gun's trail. More rifles fired. The officer slumped flat. A handful of gunners fled to the farmhouse where they crowded and obstructed each other in the narrow door, and where they were struck by a flail of rifle fire. Those greenjackets who'd already fired reloaded, but not with the fine powder and wrapped bullet, but by tap-loading with a normal cartridge. Then they turned their weapons on the skirmishers. "Withdraw!" Dunnet, the executions neatly carried out, shouted at his men. "Got the bastard!" Harper shouted. "Where?"
Look at the tray, then left 30 yards. Sharpe was downhill of Harper. Kneel down. Aim your rifle at the farm. Harper, bemused, obeyed. He braced his left leg forward, knelt on his right knee, and aimed his rifle at the kitchen garden, which seemed to be filled with dead artillerymen. The first riflemen were already running uphill. "Hurry, for Christ's sake!" Harper muttered. Sharpe lay flat on the ground and thrust his rifle between Harper's right thigh and left calf. Now Sharpe was effectively hidden from the staff officers close to the prince, who were all staring at the slaughtered gunners in the farm's garden. The prince's horse was sideways on to the valley, presenting the prince's left shoulder to Sharpe's rifle sights. Sharpe hadn't had time to load with the good powder or wrap a ball in leather, and said he was using the commonplace coarse powder cartridge. But if God was good this evening, then an ordinary musket cartridge would suffice to avenge 1,000 dead men, and perhaps to save the lives of 1,000 more. "God save Ireland," Harper hissed, "but will you bloody hurry yourself?" "Don't fire till I do," Sharpe said calmly. "Well, bloody day together if you don't hurry." Sharpe and Harper were almost the last riflemen on the slope. The rest were sprinting back to safety, while the enraged voltigeurs were hurrying after them. Harper changed his aim to point his rifle at a French officer who seemed particularly lively. Sharpe aimed at the prince's belly. The young frog was no more than 100 paces away, close enough for Sharpe to see the ivory hilt of his big sabre. The rifle bullet would fall a foot over 100 paces, so Sharpe raised the muzzle a tiny fraction. "For the love of Ireland, will you bloody kill the bastard?" "Ready?" Sharpe said. "Fire!" Both men fired together. Sharpe's rifle hammered his shoulder as smoke guttered to hide the prince. "Let's get out of here!" Harper saw his target pluck backwards, and now he hauled Sharpe to his feet, and both men sprinted away towards the crest. Sharpe had just staged an assassination in full view of an army. But no one shouted at him, and no one gaped in astonishment, because no one, it seemed, had noticed a thing. A French round-shot screamed low overhead. A voltigeur's bullet clipped Sharpe's sword scabbard and thudded into the ground. Sharpe began laughing. Harper joined him. Together they reeled over the crest, still laughing. "Right in the bloody belly," Sharpe said with undisguised glee. "With your bloody marksmanship, you probably killed the Duke. It was a good shot, Patrick." Sharpe spoke as fervently as any young rifleman first mastering the complex weapon. "I felt it go home." Major Warren Dunnet saw the two riflemen grinning like apes, and assumed they shared his pleasure at a task well done. "A successful venture, I think," Dunnet said modestly, but he was clearly eager for praise. Sharpe gave it gladly. "Very. Allow me to congratulate you, Dunnet." The efficient green-jacket foray had taken the French cannon at La Haye-Sainte out of the battle. Their gunners were dead, cut down by the best marksmen in either army. Sharpe led Harper to the rear of a British battery, from where he could see Rebecca and a group of other Dutch officers helping the prince away. The prince had slumped sideways, and was only being held in his saddle by the support of his chief of staff. "Harry!" Sharpe shouted to Lieutenant Webster, the prince's only remaining British aide. "What's happened, Harry?" Webster spurred across to Sharpe. "It's bad news, sir. The prince was hit on the left shoulder. It isn't too serious, but he can't stay on the field. One of those damn skirmishers hit him, I'm afraid." "Oh, shit." Sharpe spoke with obvious remorse. "It is bad news, sir." Webster offered sympathetic agreement. "But His Highness will live. They're taking him to the surgeons, then back to Brussels." Harper was trying not to laugh. Sharpe scowled. "A pity." His voice was fervent. "A damned bloody pity." "Well, it's decent of you to be so upset, sir, especially after the way he's treated you," Webster said awkwardly. "But you'll present my regards, Lieutenant." "Of course I will, sir." Webster touched his hat, then turned to ride after the wounded prince. Harper grinned and mocked Sharpe with imitation. "That was a good shot. I felt it go home." "The bugger's gone, hasn't he?" Sharpe said defensively. "Hey," Harper admitted, then looked ruefully along the British line. "And it won't be long before we're all gone either. I've never seen the like, nor have I." Sharpe heard the Irishman's despair of victory, and was tempted to offer agreement, except that a small part of Sharpe refused to give up hope, even though he knew victory would need a miracle now. The British army was reduced to a ragged line of shrunken, bleeding battalions, who crouched in the mud near to the ridge's crest that was crowned with smoke and riven by the explosions of mud thrown up by the continuing cannonade. Behind the battalions, the rear of the ridge was empty, but for the dead and the dying and the broken guns. At the edge of the forest, the ammunition wagons burned to ash. There were no reserves left. The two riflemen trudged through the smoke towards the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, while the French cannon, all but for the two that had been emplaced in La Haye-Saint's garden, fired on. The valley was shrouded by the cloud of smoke which flickered with the unearthly light of the guns. By La Belle Alliance, a tentative drum tap sounded. There was a pause, as the drummer rammed the leather rings down the white ropes to tighten his drumskin. Then the stick sounded a jaunty and confident flurry. There was another pause, a shouted order, and a whole corps of drummers began to beat the pas de charge, to tell the French that the Imperial Guard was about to fight. The Emperor left La Belle Alliance, deigning to ride his white horse down the high road almost as far as La Haye-Sainte. He stopped a few yards short of the captured farmhouse and watched his beloved guard march past. To Napoleon's immortals would go the last honour of this day. The undefeated guard would cross the pit of hell and break the final remnants of a beaten army. The guard marched with bayonets fixed. The flash of French cannon fire reflected off the thicket of steel blades and from the glossy black sheen of their bearskin hats. The guard wore the bearskins undecorated for battle, but each man had a waxed canvas sheath, 18 inches long, strapped to his sabre briquet, and in the sheaths were the plumes which they would fix to the bearskins for their victory parade in Brussels. 7 battalions of the Guard marched past the Emperor. With them went the light and powerful horse-drawn 8-pounder cannon that would give the Guard close support when they reached the ridge. The Guard's drummers drove the column on. Above them, bright in the valley's gloom, the spread wings and hooked claws of the eagles glistened. The Guard carried their colours attached to the eagles, and the stiff silk flags made bright spots of colour against the black bearskins. The Guard were equipped with the finest muskets from the French armories. Their cartridges were packed with the best powder of the Paris mills, and their bayonets and short sabres were sharpened like razors. These were the unbeaten heroes of France marching to victory. Yet the Guard had never fought Wellington's infantry. They cheered as they passed their Emperor. He nodded pleased recognition at men deep in the marching ranks, and raised a hand in benediction to them all. Not an hour before this moment, 2 battalions of the Guard had driven a whole corps of Prussians out of Plancenoit. Now 7 full battalions would march against an enemy abraded to breaking point. The last of the Empire's cavalry rode on the Guard's flanks, and as the huge column headed deep into the smoke and heat on the valley's floor, the skirmishers flocked towards it and formed ranks to follow the Guard. 15,000 infantry would make this last triumphant attack. And it would be a triumph, for the Guard had never failed. But the Guard had never fought the Redcoats either. The Guard left the highway and slanted to their left after they'd passed the Emperor. They crossed the fields and climbed the slope midway on the British right, following the path made by the cavalry. The drums beat them on. They were led by Marshal Ney, bravest of the brave, who had already had 4 horses shot from beneath him that day, but who now, on his 5th horse, drew his sword and took his place at the column's head. The Guard marched across the field of dead, beneath the gun smoke, to seek the scarred and blackened ridge where the scum of Britain waited. The battle had come to its moment of truth, and the Emperor, his Guard gone to war, turned slowly back to wait for victory. The Duke galloped along the right of his line. He could see French cavalry at the foot of the slope, but he dared not form his infantry into square, for he had seen the approaching Guard and knew he must meet it in line. "Form into 4 ranks," he shouted at the remains of Halkett's brigade. "Then lie down again. 4 ranks, lie down." The French cannon fire was fitful now. The Redcoats lay down, not to escape the sporadic cannonade, but so they would stay hidden till the very last moment of the Guard's attack. Only the British officers could see over the ridge's crest to where the French infantry was a dark shadow, slashed by the slanting brightness of their bayonets. The column crept across the valley floor, seemingly propelled by the massive array of drums that beat the pas de charge, and only paused to let the Guard give the great shout of the Empire of War, "Vive l'Empereur!" Colonel Joseph Ford gazed with despair at the great assault.
Next to him, and still mounted on Sharpe's horse, Peter Dalrymple gripped the saddle's pommel. The right side of his saddlecloth was soaked with blood that had seeped from his bandaged wound. The leg throbbed hugely. He felt weak, so that the shadow of the advancing guard, under the smoke shadow, seemed to swim before his eyes. He wanted to call out for help, for he knew he was losing strength, and he suspected the surgeon had cut a blood vessel. But he wouldn't give in. Not now, not at this desperate moment when the enemy infantry was at last making its final assault. "Sir? Colonel Ford, sir?" A staff officer from brigade, mounted on a limping horse, came to the rear of the battalion. "Colonel Ford, sir." Ford turned dully to face the officer, but said nothing. "What is it?" Dalrymple managed to ask. "Colours to the rear, sir," the staff officer said. For a few seconds Dalrymple forgot his wound and his nausea and his weakness. He forgot his fears because he'd never heard of such an order, not once in all his years of fighting. "Colours to the rear?" he finally managed to ask in a shocked voice. "General's orders, sir. We're not to give the Cropots the satisfaction of capturing them. I'm sorry, sir, I really am, but it's orders." He gestured to the rear area, where the colours of other battalions were already being carried away. "Colour parties are to assemble behind our light cavalry, sir. Quickly, please, sir." Dalrymple looked to where two sergeants held the battalion's silk colours that had been riddled with musket fire, blackened by smoke and stained with blood. 7 men had died this day while holding the colours, but now the bright flags were to be rolled up, slid into their leather tubes and hidden. Dalrymple thought there was something shameful in the gesture, but he supposed it was preferable to letting the French capture the colours of a whole army, and so he gestured the sergeants to the rear. "You heard the order. Take them away." Dalrymple's voice was resigned. Till this moment he had harboured a shred of optimism, but the order to take the colours to safety proved that the battle was lost. The French had won, and so the colours would begin the British retreat. The Emperor might have his victory, but he wouldn't be given the satisfaction of piling the captured colours amidst the jubilant crowds of Paris. The great squares of heavy-fringed silk were carried away, going back to where the last British cavalry waited to gallop them to safety. Dalrymple watched the flags disappear into the smoke, and felt bereft. Sharpe also saw the flags being carried to the rear. He'd come back to the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, but, not wanting to interfere with either Ford or Dalrymple's command, he deliberately posted himself 50 paces from the battalion's left flank. He loaded his rifle. Harper, his rifle already reloaded, watched the Imperial Guard, and crossed himself. Lieutenant Doggett saw the 2 riflemen return, and rode his horse to join them. Sharpe looked up at him and shrugged. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant." "You're sorry, sir?" "The Prince wouldn't listen to reason." "Oh." Doggett, seeing the ruin of his career, could say nothing more. "I hit the bugger in the shoulder, you see," Sharpe explained, "instead of in the belly. It was just plain bad marksmanship. I'm sorry." Doggett stared at Sharpe. "You—" He couldn't finish. "But I wouldn't worry," Sharpe said. "The bugger's got enough to worry about without pissing all over your commission. And if you fight with us now, Lieutenant, I'll make sure your colonel gets a glowing report. I don't want to sound cocksure, but maybe my recommendation is worth more than the Prince's." Doggett smiled. "Yes, sir." It seemed cocksure to even surmise survival. Doggett turned to look into the smoke-shot valley that was filled with the overwhelming enemy attack. An errant shaft of sunlight glinted brilliant gold from an eagle. Beneath the gold, the long dark coats and the tall black bearskins made the attackers seem like sinister giants. Cavalry, pennons and lances high, followed the huge column, while further back a shifting mass of shadows betrayed the advantage of the rest of the French infantry. The drums were clearly audible beneath the louder percussion of the remaining French guns. "What happens now?" Doggett could not help asking. "Those bastards in front are called the Imperial Guard," Sharpe said, "and their column will attack our line, and our line ought to beat the hell out of their column. But after that—" Sharpe couldn't answer his own question, for this battle had already gone far outside his own experience. The British line should beat the French column, for it always had, and it was an article of an infantryman's faith that it always would. But Sharpe sensed that this column was different, that even if it initially recoiled from the volley fire, it would somehow survive and bring on all the other enemy behind in one last cataclysmic attack.
An empire and emperor's pride rode on this drum-driven attack. "You don't worry about what happens, Mr. Doggett." Harper's voice was sombre as he rammed the last half-inch bullet into his 7-barrel gun. "Once you hear the old trousers, you just kill as many of the bastards as you can, because if you don't, then sure as eggs the bastards will kill you." Sharpe looked at Harper as the Irishman primed the big gun and tested the seating of its flint. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "A bit bloody late to tell me that." Harper smiled. "You promised Isabella," Sharpe said, but not forcefully. The truth was that he didn't want Harper to leave. Bravery was not something that was inspired by king or country, or even by battalion. Bravery was what a man owed his friends. It was keeping pride and faith in front of those friends. For Sharpe and Harper, it was even habit. They had fought side by side for too long for either man to turn aside at the end. And this moment seemed like the end. Sharpe had never seen a British army so worn down to fragility, nor an attack like the monstrous drum-driven column that now took shape in the gloom below. He tried to smile, as though to show Doggett that there was no real need to be frightened, but his lips had been cracked by the powder-dried air, and all he achieved was a bloody grimace. Harper stared at the column and cocked his gun. "God save Ireland!" The surviving gunners of the British line rammed canister on top of round-shot, stabbed the spikes to break the powder bags, and rammed quills into blackened vents. The guns and the redcoats were ready, and the guard cheered. Chapter 20. "Cheer, you bastards!" Marshal Ney raised his sword to catch the dying light. The guard cheered. They were the Emperor's best. Ney's sword dropped to point towards the left, and the great column split smoothly into two parts. The larger of the two newly formed columns would attack close to Hougoumont, while the smaller would assault the ridge straight in front. The cavalry would follow the twin assaults, ready to pursue the broken enemy, while the great mass of other infantry would march at the rear of the attack to hold the ground the guard captured. The leading guard battalions looked up, seeing nothing but a few mounted officers and a handful of guns at the top of the ridge. They had begun their climb to victory. The slope was not steep. A man could run the slope without catching breath. Some men stumbled, because the soil had been churned by the cavalry, but the ground was not so broken that the long ranks could not keep their order. Those ranks advanced slowly, even ponderously, as if to suggest that their victory was inevitable. And so for them it was. They were the immortals, the unbeaten. They were the guard. "Fire!" The glowing, slow matches of the port fires touched the quills, and the 9-pounders crashed back on their trails. The 6-pounders, their barrels too light for double-shotting, fired canister or round-shot alone. The guns pierced their missiles deep into the columns. Gunners swabbed and rammed, and when they looked up again, the columns had closed ranks and were still marching forward, almost as though no men had died. The drums still sounded, and the French cheer was still as confident and just as menacing as before. The next quills were shoved into the vents, the gunners ducked aside, and the guns hammered back. Colonel Ford watched in horrified disbelief. The smaller French column was marching to strike the ridge just to the right of his battalion, and he could see that the column was quite unstoppable. He saw the round-shot plunge into the long blue coats, and the cannonballs seemed to do no damage at all. The guard just soaked up the fire, sealed its ranks, stepped over its dead and injured, and marched stolidly on. Sharpe had seen such columns before. He had seen them more times than he could remember, but once again, as on all those other times, he marvelled at how the French infantry could take such punishment. With each strike of round-shot and canister, the column seemed to quiver, but then it sealed up its ranks and kept on marching. Gunfire would not stop these huge men. Only musketry could do that. It would have to be volley fire, calm and fast. Musketry that killed in bloody droves to pile the column's leading ranks in rows of corpses. The cannon fired again, pouring shot at pistol range into the closest column. 60 guardsmen marched in each rank. The foremost ranks were almost at the ridge's crest, while the rear ranks had yet to clear the obscuring smoke on the valley's floor. Far to Sharpe's right, where the British guards waited, the larger column filled the whole slope with its dark menace. Then Sharpe looked back to the nearer column as he waited for Ford to give the battalion the orders to stand and fire. "Vive l'Empereur!"
the guards shouted, their voices close enough to sound hoarse and overwhelming. D'Alembert glanced expectantly at Ford, but the colonel had taken off his spectacles and was furiously rubbing them on the tail of his sash. "For God's sake, sir," D'Alembert pleaded. "Oh, my God!" Ford had suddenly realized that he was smearing Major Vine's brains all over his spectacles. He whimpered and let the eyeglasses fall as though they were white-hot. He whimpered again as the precious spectacles dropped into the mud. "Sir!" D'Alembert swayed in the saddle. "Oh, no, no!" Ford had evidently forgotten all about the guard, but was instead leaning far out of his saddle in an attempt to reach his eyeglasses. "Help me, Major, my spectacles, help me!" D'Alembert took a deep breath. "Stand up!" His voice sounded weak, but the battalion had been waiting for the command and scrambled eagerly to their feet to see the enemy on their right front. Peter D'Alembert filled his lungs to shout the next order, but instead, in a gasp of pain, he toppled senseless from the saddle. His right leg was a mess of blood. The remnants of his breeches, his silk stocking, the bandage and his dancing shoe were all soaked in a slippery mess of blood. He fell on top of Colonel Ford's spectacles, breaking them. "No! No!" Ford protested. "My glasses! Major, please, I must insist. You'll destroy my eyeglasses. Move! I beg you! My spectacles!" He screamed the last word in sheer despair, betraying his horror at this last tragedy in a day of madness. The battalion gaped at the colonel, then looked back to see a French 8-pounder gun slewing violently round behind its team of horses halfway down the slope. The gun's wheels spewed mud 10 feet into the air as the weapons slid to a halt. The gunners spiked the trail round as the horses were led away. Ford looked up from D'Alembert to see the vague shape of the cannon, its muzzle huge and black. The French column was 100 paces to Ford's right, its men's faces visible to him as pale blurs in the smoke. Worse, the column was beginning to unfold, its rear ranks marching upwards to form a broad line that would challenge and crush the British muskets. The French cannon fired. The canister crashed into the battalion's 4 ranks. 7 men went down. 2 screamed foully until a sergeant told them to stop their damned noise. Ford, racked by the screams, could take no more. His tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and his hands were shaking. He tried to speak, but no sound came. The nearest Frenchmen were just 50 yards away, and even without his spectacles he could see their moustaches and the bright streaks that were their bayonets. He saw their mouths open to shout their war cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" The battalion to Ford's right was edging backwards. They, like Ford's men, were survivors of Halkett's brigade, who had so nearly died with the men of the 69th at Quatre Bras. Now, their nerves shredded and their officers mostly dead, they gave ground. The French were just too huge, too threatening, and too close. "Vive l'Empereur!" Ford's men smelt their neighbours' panic. They, too, shuffled backwards. They looked for orders, but their colonel could not stop them. His saddle was wet, his bowels were churning, and his muscles twitching helplessly. He could see death coming at him in a myopic blur of long blue coats. He wanted to cry, because he didn't want to die. While for the guard, for the Emperor's immortal, undefeated guard, victory was so sweet. "Vive l'Empereur!" "Now, Maitland, now's your time." The Duke had stationed himself behind the survivors of the British foot guards, who faced the larger of the 2 French columns. The Duke, who had learned his trade as a battalion officer, couldn't resist giving the orders himself. "Stand up, guards!" To the French guardsmen it seemed as though the line of redcoats rose out of the mud like the reviving dead. They suddenly stood to make a barrier across the path of the larger French column, which instinctively checked. One moment the ridge had appeared empty, now suddenly an enemy had risen from the ravaged earth. "Forward!" the French officers shouted, while at the back of the Imperial Guards column the battalions began to spread outwards to form the musket line which would overpower the handful of men who dared to oppose them. "Make ready!" It had been many years since the Duke had handled a single battalion in battle, but he had lost none of his skills and had judged the moment to perfection. The British muskets were suddenly raised, making it seem to the approaching Frenchmen as if all the waiting redcoats had made a quarter turn to the right. The Duke looked grim, waited a second, then shouted, "Fire!" The British muskets flamed. They couldn't miss at 50 paces, and the leading ranks of the French column were cut down in blood and screams. The dead were numbered in scores, making a barrier of blood and meat to block the following ranks. More muskets crashed flame and smoke to fill the ridge with the sound of infantry volleys. On either flank of Maitland's guards, other British battalions were closing on the deploying French. The 52nd, a hard and bloody-minded battalion that had learned its trade in Spain, was wheeling out of line and advancing to take the wounded column in its flank. They raked the French guards with a lethal and practised volley fire. 15,000 Frenchmen might have crossed the valley, but only the handful of men at the head of each column could use their muskets, and that handful was faced by the rippling volleys of the red-coated battalions. Column had met line again, and the line was swamping the heads of the columns with fire. The rear flanks of the column tried, but could not deploy into line. Instead, they shrank back from the relentless musketry. The Imperial Guard could not go forward, nor could it form its own musket line. It could only stand stock still while its face and flanks were mauled by the redcoats' fire. The French officers shouted at the ranks to advance, but the living were obstructed by the dead, and under a lashing fire that made each new front rank into a barricade of corpses. The Emperor's dream had begun to die. The British Guards facing the column's head reloaded. "Make ready! Fire!" The guards of either nation were close enough to see each other's faces clearly, close enough to see the pitiful agony in a wounded man's eyes, to see the bitter anger of an officer's broken pride, to see a man spit tobacco juice or vomit blood, to see resolve turn swiftly to fear. The undefeated, immortal Imperial Guard was beginning to falter, beginning to edge backwards, though still the drummer boys tried to beat them on with their desperate sticks. "Make ready!" The voice of a British Guards officer rose cool and mocking. "Fire!" The splintering, ripping sound of a battalion volley filled the sky as the musket balls thudded home through the twitching smoke. The British Guards had stopped the French advance, while the 52nd had closed on the column's flank and was now turning it bloody with their pitiless and murderous fire. Hours of practice had gone into this column's death, tedious hours of loading and ramming and priming and firing, until the redcoats could perform the motions of firing a musket in their rum-sodden sleep. Now they grimaced with powder-blackened faces as their brass-bound musket butts crashed back into their bruised shoulders. They were the scum of the earth, and they were turning the Emperor's pampered darlings into bloody offal. "Now's your time!" The Duke's voice pierced the noise. "Fix bayonets!" The Imperial Guard had been stopped. Now it must learn defeat. Then Wellington glanced to his left and saw his own defeat. The last of the British light cavalry had been drawn up in line 100 yards behind Halkett's brigade. They had been posted there in case of disaster. Some would escort the colours of the defeated army to safety, while the rest would protect the retreat of the surviving British infantry with a last suicidal charge. They believed that suicidal charge was imminent, for they could see the battalions of Halkett's brigade edging back towards them. Beyond these scared troops, and dark on the crest, a column of French infantry was appearing from the smoky darkness of the valley. Far off to the right, the British Guards were standing firm and pouring musket fire at another enemy column. But here, closer to the centre of the British line, the redcoats were giving ground, and the Emperor's men were pounding relentlessly forward. "Stop them!" a cavalry colonel shouted. He pointed not at the French, but at the British infantry. Sabres rasped from scabbards, and the horsemen spurred forward to threaten their own infantry. The redcoats were shuffling backwards. The wounded begged their comrades not to leave them. Some officers and men tried to staunch the spreading panic, but the battalions were leaderless, and they knew their battle was lost, for their colours had been taken away, and they knew that in a moment the long French bayonets would sear forward. The men of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers looked to their rear, searching for orders, and all they saw was their own terrified and half-blind colonel riding backwards. Beyond the colonel was the cavalry. The redcoats looked left towards the open space on the ridge where fight was still possible. They were no longer soldiers. They were a mob on the teetering edge of panicked flight. And then, above the noise of the drums, and above the sound of the cavalry's hooves, and above the crash of the British Guards' volleys, and above the French cheers for their Emperor, one huge voice stilled the battlefield. "South Essex! Halt!" The voice filled the space between the blood-reeking mud and the smoke. "Sergeant Harper?" "Sir." Harper's voice answered from the rear of the battalion. "You will kill the next man who takes a step backwards, and that includes officers." "Very good, sir." Harper's voice held a convincing edge of anger as an implicit promise that he would indeed murder any man who took another backwards pace. Sharpe stood in front of the battalion, and with his back to the French column. His horse, which Dallenbourg had been riding, was being held by a sergeant in the Grenadier Company. Sharpe suspected the man had been ready to mount and flee from the expected defeat, and now the sergeant stared with fear and defiance at Sharpe. "Bring the horse here," Sharpe called to the sergeant, but not angrily, instead keeping his voice almost matter-of-fact, as though there wasn't a damned great column of victorious French infantry storming across the ridge's crest not a pistol-shot behind him. "Bring the horse here, quickly now!" Sharpe wanted to be on horseback so that every man in the battalion could see him. These soldiers had no colours anymore. They had precious few officers anymore, so they must be able to see who led them, and see that he was not flinching from the drum-driven threat which pounded so close. "Form ranks! Hurry now!" Sharpe dropped his rifle into the saddle holster, then pulled himself awkwardly into the saddle. He was secretly flinching because he expected a volley of French musketry to chop him and the horse brutally down, but he had to show calmness in front of the frightened battalion. They knew him, they trusted him, and Sharpe knew they would fight like the gutter-born bastards they were, if they were just given a chance and given leadership. He thanked the sergeant for bringing the horse. Then, as he fiddled his left foot into the stirrup, he turned to stare at the four shaken ranks. "Make sure you're loaded!" He turned the horse so he could see the enemy. Christ, but they were close. They were marching towards the open space to the right of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, a space left by a panicking battalion that had evidently fled. Sharpe toyed with the idea of marching his own men into that gaping hole, but he knew he was too late. The French had almost pierced the British line, so now they must be attacked on their open right flank. A mounted French officer was riding on that open flank, and he pointed with his sword at Sharpe, doubtless showing his men a target, and the sight of the French officer's confident expression angered Sharpe, who, to show his utter disdain, turned away from the enemy to face his own men. "We're going to advance! Then we're going to give those poxy bastards some volley fire!" He looked along the apprehensive ranks, powder-stained, bloodied, and ashamed, but they were steady now, and had their muskets loaded. This might be a shrunken and half-defeated battalion, but to Sharpe it was a weapon that could fight with a lethal precision. He blinked as a musket ball slapped close past his face, then grinned as he drew his long sword. He wanted the men to see his pleasure, because this was the moment when a soldier had to take a perverse delight in killing. Remorse and pity could come later, for they were the luxuries of victory. But now these scum might kill, and the enemy must fear the joy of their killing. Sharpe held the sword high, then dropped its point towards the enemy. "Battalion will advance! Sergeant Harper, if you please!" "Battalion!" The Irishman's voice was huge and confident, the voice of a man unworriedly doing his job. "Battalion! Forward! March!" They marched. It was only seconds since they'd been retreating, and their ranks had been shaking loose into chaos. But now, given leadership, they went towards the conquering guard. Sharpe stood his horse still to let the battalion divide either side of him, and only then did he walk forward, a horseman advancing in the centre of the marching battalion. He saw that a Brunswick infantry battalion was raking the far flank of the French column, but the fire was not sufficient to stop the guard, only to deflect it towards the Prince of Wales' own volunteers. There were still no troops facing the column's head, while the rear ranks of the great formation were clumsily spreading outwards to form a musket line that was designed to drown the ridge's shaken defenders with volley fire. Behind the guard, a swarm of cavalry and lesser infantry was pressing up the lower slope, ready to turn a British defeat into rout and slaughter. "Grenadier Company, halt! Battalion will wheel to the right! Right! Wheel!" Sharpe was taking a risk that his men would understand and obey the difficult order in the noise and heat and fear. It would have been simpler just to halt the battalion and to fire obliquely at the French column, but such a compromise would have stranded the left half of the battalion a long way from the enemy. Yet if the battalion wheeled in good order, they would sweep round like a swinging gate to face the enemy's unfolding flank. The Grenadier Company on the right of the line stayed still as the remaining companies hinged on them. "At the double!" Sergeant Huckfield hurried the light company who had the furthest to go. The wheeling line was ragged, but that didn't matter. They were carrying their muskets to face the French, and Sharpe felt the exultation of handling a battalion in battle. He could see apprehension on the face of the mounted French officer, who understood exactly what horror was about to be unleashed on his men.
Halt! Sharpe stopped the swinging battalion 50 paces from the column's flank. The whole battle was now reduced to a few dirty paces of smoke-fogged air. Present! The battalion's heavy muskets came up. Sharpe waited a heartbeat. He saw the guards' mouths open to chant their litany of praise for the Emperor, but before they could make a sound, Sharpe at last gave the order. Fire! He heard the old sound, the blessed sound, the splintering crash of a battalion's muskets spitting bullets, and he saw the deploying wing of the column jerk as the bullets struck home. A few Frenchmen fired back, but they were still marching, and their muskets were unbalanced by the fixed bayonets, and so their fire went wild. The mounted officer was down, his horse thrashing on the ground as he crawled away. Harper was shouting at the battalion to reload. Simon Doggart, still on horseback, was firing a pistol over the battalion's head. Ramrods rattled in musket barrels as the men desperately thrust bullets down onto powder. Sharpe's battalion threatened the Imperial Guard's right, while on their left flank the Brunswickers fired another volley. But directly in front of the column was nothing but a broken mass of redcoats. The British cavalry closed on the frightened men, but before the sabres could be used on the redcoats, the Duke was suddenly among them, and somehow the redcoats were stopped and turned by his confident voice. Staff officers rode among the fugitives. Order was shaken out of their chaos. Muskets were levelled, and a ragged volley sheeted flames at the column's head. The guard, assailed on 3 sides, halted and shrank away from the musketry. Sharpe watched the central ranks of the column pushing against the motionless men ahead. Fire! Sharpe gave the French right flank another bellyful of bullets. The column was still trying to advance, and the rearmost ranks were swinging obliquely out to form the musket line, and Sharpe sensed that the whole fate of this battle hung on the next few seconds. If the French could be made to move forward over their own dead, then they could flood the ridge with their revenge, and the fragile British line would shatter. Yet if this column could be driven backwards, then the British line would earn a respite, in which night all the Prussians might snatch survival from defeat. Forward! 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 A French voice shouted huge and desperately in the column's centre. The drums were still beating their message of victory. Vive l'Empereur! Forward! Forward for the Emperor! Fix bayonets! Sharpe shouted in response. The battalion, already reloading, dropped their half-torn cartridges and clawed their bayonets free. They slotted the blades onto blackened muzzles. The French drums sounded desperately close. Sharpe spurred ahead of the battalion. His horse was nervous and slick with sweat, and his long sword was still stained with the blood he had drawn in the yard at Hougomont. He saw the French column push over the bodies of the men his last volley had killed, and he wondered whether he had enough bayonets to break these confident Frenchmen apart. But there was only one way to discover that answer, and Sharpe suddenly felt the old excitement of battle, and the mad joy of it, and he raised his long bloodied blade high and ordered his battalion forward. Charge! The survivors of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers charged with all the fury of bitter men who had taken hell all day, and who now faced the pristine, untouched favourites of an emperor who had been sheltered from death till this moment. They charged with bloodied and powder-stained faces, and they screamed like furies as they carried their long blades forward. The flank of the column tried to retreat from the charge, but the Frenchmen only pressed against the ranks behind that still tried to advance to the drumbeat. The sound of the drums was menacing, yet even the men sheltered in the very heart of the column knew that something was wrong. Their left flank was dying from the Brunswicker volleys. The Duke had rallied the redcoats in their front, and now Sharpe's men struck home on the right. Sharpe slashed back with his heels. The horse leapt forward, and his sword crashed down like an axe. The blade drove a long splinter from a parrying musket, then hacked down again to thump through a bearskin and drive a Frenchman to his knees. The horse screamed and reared as a bayonet stabbed its chest, but then the redcoats swarmed past Sharpe to carry their blades at the enemy. The Prince of Wales' own volunteers had a score to settle, and so they ripped into the Emperor's immortals with a savagery that only men atoning for a moment's cowardice could show. Sharpe's horse was wounded, but not fatally. It screamed with fear or pain as he crashed a musket aside with his sword, then lunged at the Frenchman's face. The man recoiled from the blade, then went down beneath the bayonets of 2 snarling redcoats, who thrust hard to force their blades through the Frenchman's heavy blue greatcoat. The enemy was sweating and edging back. The column was so closely packed that the French had no space to use their weapons properly. Sharpe's men were keening as they killed, crooning a foul music as they lunged and stabbed and gouged and fought across the dead. Sharpe's horse half stumbled on a corpse, and he flailed with the sword to find his balance. The ridge stank of blood and sweat and powder smoke. A vast crash announced that Harper had fired his volley gun point-blank into the ranks of the guard, and now the Irishman threw himself into the space his bullets had made. He widened the space by stabbing with his sword bayonet, each vicious thrust accompanied by a Gaelic war cry. Lieutenant Doggett, still on horseback, shouted at the files to give way, then crashed his horse hard into the French ranks and stabbed down with his slim sword. He was screaming madly, covering his terror with a sound mad enough for a smoking field of blood. Ahead of Sharpe, an eagle swayed over the bearskin hats. He slashed his sword towards it, but the French ranks were so close that he couldn't force a path towards the trophy. He swore at a man as he killed him, then drove the sword into a moustached, sun-tanned face and twisted the steel to fence the man's cheek away. "The eagle! The eagle!" Sharpe screamed, then cursed the men who barred his way. Beneath and beside Sharpe, the bayonet stabbed and twisted. But suddenly the enemy's gilded standard vanished, plucked backwards from the ridgetop as the Emperor's guard began their retreat. The drums had fallen silent, and the immortal, undefeated guard were running away. They ran. One moment they'd been trying to fight, the next they were shouting that the day was lost, and they were scrambling backwards from the bloody bayonets with panic and fear on their moustached faces. And the redcoats, panting and bloodied like hounds at their kill, watched in silence as the enemy elite fled. The guard had been defeated by a remnant of red-coated killers who had sprung from the mud to maul an emperor's glory. "Don't give them a chance to stand!" A commanding voice rose clear among the smoke and chaos. The Duke, cantering his horse behind the victorious battalions, was staring intently at the fleeing French. "Don't let them stand! Go forward now! See them off our land!" Typically there was an edge of impatience in the Duke's voice, as though his men, having performed the miracle of defeating the Imperial Guard, had disappointed him by not yet converting that defeat into rout. Yet, equally typically, the Duke's eye had missed nothing, and he was not graceless at this moment of salvation. "Mr. Sharpe, I am beholden to you. That is your battalion now, so take it forward." "Battalion!" Sharpe had no time to savour his reward. Instead, he had to straighten his line to face the valley where the French were still massed, and from where their next attack would surely come. "Right company, stand firm! Right flank forward! March!" The battalion wheeled left to face the enemy again. They had to negotiate the bodies of the French dead and dying. A man called for his mother, wailing foully until the slice of a bayonet stilled his voice. A wounded horse, its rump a mess of blood and torn flesh, galloped across the slope in front of Sharpe. "Battalion will advance!" The sergeants and corporals echoed Sharpe's order. Sharpe couldn't tell if any officers were left, though he saw Simon Doggett was still alive, and he heard Patrick Harper's voice. And then the smoke cleared from the ridge's crest, and Sharpe advanced his men to the very edge of the valley, and amazingly, miraculously, they saw that there would be no more French attacks, for the enemy had not just retreated, but had been broken. The battle was won, and across the whole smoke-wreathed battlefield the enemy infantry was running. The Guard, the immortal, undefeated Guard, had been beaten, and if the Guard could lose, then no Frenchman thought himself safe, and so panic had seized a whole army. There were plenty of French troops left, more than enough to overwhelm the British Ridge, but those troops had seen the Imperial Guard running away, and the panic had spread, and so a whole army now ran for safety. A few staff officers galloped among the French and tried to rally them, but victory had been collapsed to nightmare by a few seconds of volley fire and steel, and so the French ran, all but a very few brave men who tried to stand firm in the valley's floor. The Earl of Oxbridge, who had lost the Duke his cavalry just as Marshal Ney had lost the Emperor his, reined in beside Wellington, who was staring hard at those few enemy who still showed defiance. "Oh, damn it!" the Duke said in wonderment. "In for a penny, in for a pound." The Duke took his hat with its 4 cockades. The sun miraculously found a shaft of clear air between the cloud and smoke, and slanted its golden light on the Duke as he brandished the hat forward. He thrust the hat forward again, signalling the whole British line to advance. This time they were not just to clear the French from the ridge, but from the whole battlefield. They had defended their ground all day, but now they could attack the enemy's ground. "Go on!" the Duke called. "Go on! They won't stand! Go on!"
And so they went. The battered survivors in their shattered ranks went forward at last. Somewhere a piper began his wild Scots music, as the redcoats marched in a ragged line down to the valley floor to drive a beaten enemy to final ruin. A few last guns fired from the French ridge as a loser's defiance at the hour of defeat. One of the cannonballs crashed past the Duke and struck the Earl's right knee.
"My God! I've lost my leg!"
"Have you, by God?" The Duke galloped forward to where his infantry marched down to the valley floor. "Go on! They won't stand now, go on!" Dazed men marched down a slope they had defended all day. Slowly, incredulously, the fact of victory was born in them. They had won. By God, they had won. And to their left, in the east, the sky flickered with new gunfire, and the setting sun shone on dark uniformed troops who were swarming up the flank of the far French ridge. The Prussians had come at last. A British regiment of light cavalry, saved to cover the retreat, now trotted forward to exploit the victory. "18th!" their colonel shouted. "Follow me!" "To hell!" The trumpet sounded the 10 dizzying notes. The horsemen careered down the slope, spitting the French survivors, sabring the last gunners who had stayed at their weapons. And then they saw a reserve battalion of the Guard formed into square on the enemy ridge. The square was edging backwards, attempting to escape the rout in good order, and so be ready to fight for the Emperor another day. The British sabres broke the square. The horsemen did what all the cavalry of France had failed to do. They broke a square. They died in their scores to do it, but nothing would stop them now. This was victory. This was better than victory. This was revenge. And so the rum-soaked horsemen hacked their sabres down at the bearskins, and forced their horses across the dead to cut the living into bloody ribbons with their blades. The Prussians were marching from the left. The British were advancing across the valley, and the Emperor fled into the dusk as his eagles fell. The Inner Skillings alone did not advance. Those who were not dead were wounded, for the Irishmen had held the weak spot in the Duke's thin line, and they had held it to the end. They had died in their ranks. They had never stopped fighting, and now they had won. Their dead lay in a perfect square, and their colours still flew in the shredding smoke as their last living soldiers stared across a valley stinking with blood and palled by fire. A valley plucked from hell. A battlefield. Epilogue. The wounded lay beneath a smoky moon while the living, exhausted, slept. It was a warm night. A small west wind slowly took the stench of powder away, though the smell of blood would linger in the soil for weeks. Plunderers crept into the darkness. To the Belgian poor, every scrap of litter was worth money, whether it was a cuirassier's bullet-punctured breastplate, a broken sword, a pair of boots, a trooper's saddle, a bayonet, or even a strip of cloth. They stripped the dead naked and killed the wounded to get their uniforms. Injured horses neighed pitifully as they waited for death in a field which rustled with thieves and murderers. A few fires flickered among the carnage. More than 40,000 men lay dead or wounded in the valley, and the survivors could not cope. Lord John Rossendale still lay in the valley, where he drifted in and out of consciousness. The pain had lessened in the night, but so had his lucidity. He dreamt. At times he was even happy in his dreams, but then hands began pulling at his chest, and he moaned and tried to ward off the grasping fingers that were causing him such pain. A woman told him to lie still, but Lord John jerked as the pain stabbed and shrieked at him. The woman, a villager from Waterloo, was trying to drag Lord John's coat from his body. Her child, an 8-year-old girl, kept watch for the few sentries who tried to stop the plundering. Lord John thought the woman was Jane. He was blind, so he didn't know it was still the heart of a dark night. Instead, he thought it was morning and that Jane had found him, and he began to sob for joy as he reached up to hold her hand. The woman cursed Lord John for making her life so difficult, but she wasn't unprepared for such uncooperative victims. She carried a 10-inch knife that she used to slaughter the pigs she raised in her backyard. "Lie still," she told Lord John in French. "Jane!" he cried desperately, and the woman feared that his noise would bring the sentries, so she sawed the knife quick and hard across his moon-whitened throat. Blood jetted black. He choked, jerked once like a landed fish, then was still. The woman took Lord John's coat with its precious epaulettes,
but left his shirt because it was too drenched in blood. In a pocket of the coat she found a ragged length of dirty rope that she used to bind up her bundle of plundered clothing. Beyond the southern ridge a vixen howled at the sky that was suffused with the smoke of the victors' campfires. The Prince of Wales' own volunteers slept on the ridge they had defended. Peter Dallenbour's leg had been taken off, so he might yet live. Private Clayton was dead, killed by the Imperial Guard at the very moment of victory. Charlie Weller lived, as did Colonel Ford, though the colonel had been sent back to Brussels, and whether he wanted to stay alive any longer was another matter. Harry Price was the next most senior living officer, so Sharpe had made him into a major, and given Simon Doggett a captaincy, though he'd warned both men that the promotions might not stand up to the scrutiny of the civil servants in Whitehall. Men might fight and bleed and write a chapter of history for Britain, but still the evil-minded, soft-bummed bastards of Whitehall would have the last say. Sharpe slept for an hour, then woke to sit beside a fire that he'd made from fragments of lance shafts and the broken spokes from a shattered gunwheel. The first light came early, a sickly grey that dispersed the plunderers and brought the black-winged carrion birds to feast on the dead. The air was already humid, promising a day of stifling heat. In the west the fires of the Prussian bivouacs made thin skeins across the wash of high cloud. Somewhere behind the ridge a bugle called the rouse, and other buglers took up the call that seemed to be echoed by the crowing of cockerels from distant villages. "Order, sir?" Harry Price looked red-eyed, as though he'd been crying, though it was probably just tiredness. Sharpe felt tired and emptied, so it took an immense effort to think of even the simplest tasks. "I want a proper butcher's list, Harry." That was the list of the dead and wounded. "Give Sergeant Huckfield a work party to salvage muskets, and see what other equipment you can filch." The aftermath of battle was a prime time to stock the battalion's equipment needs. "We need some food. Remind me who's guarding the prisoners?" "Sergeant Ryan." "I'll tell him to march the buggers back to brigade. If they don't want them, then turn them loose without any boots or belts." "We're going to need more sergeants," Harry Price warned. "I'll think about it." Sharpe turned to stare at the newly stripped bodies of the dead, which lay so white among the charred stalks of rye. "And start digging a grave, Harry. A big one." "Yes, sir." A soldier brought Sharpe a scorching mug of tea that he drank as he gazed into the valley. Smoke still drifted from the remains of the chateau of Hougomont and from the farm of La Haye-Sainte. The chateau had been burnt right out, leaving nothing but blackened roof beams above a scorched stone shell, while the corridors of La Haye-Sainte were still choked with dead. At the foot of the slope, beneath Sharpe, a horse that had survived the night without its back legs sat on its gory haunches and whinnied pathetically for help. The first soldiers went down from the ridge. Some went to bury the dead, while others searched for loot. A man found a French sword knot, its gilt braid beautiful and intricate, and kept it as a gift for his girl. Another man picked a silver-handled shaving brush from a stiff pool of congealed blood. Flies buzzed above the dead. Her redcoat carefully collected a pack of playing cards that had been strewn around the body of a French skirmisher. The pages of a blood-stained book riffled in the small wind. Pistol shots sounded flat as men put horses out of their long misery. A group of cavalry officers, their uniforms oddly bright in the dull dawn, cantered down from the ridge to search the slew of bodies that marked the ride of the British horse from glory to defeat. The first civilians arrived from Brussels. They parked their carriages near the elm tree and walked in horrified silence into the valley, where the working parties searched for the wounded. Crows were ripping at the white-skinned dead. A woman found her husband and vomited. A local priest, come to minister to the injured French, reeled hopelessly towards the road with a hand clapped to his mouth. Simon Doggett's work party came back to the battalion with 2 tubs of salt beef, a sack of bread and a barrel of rum. He proudly told Sharpe that he'd stolen the food from the cavalry. "So what happens now?" Doggett said. Sharpe found it hard to think. It was as if the battle had deadened his senses. "We'll go to Paris, I suppose." He couldn't imagine the Emperor recovering from this defeat. Paris? Doggett sounded surprised, as though he hadn't realized till this moment just what Wellington's army had achieved in this valley that stank of smoke and blood. "You really think we'll go to Paris?" he asked excitedly. But Sharpe didn't reply.
Instead, he was watching a horseman pick his way up the face of the ridge and across the long, dark scars of earth that had been gouged by the French cannonade. He recognized Captain Christopher Manville and walked to meet him. "Morning." Sharpe's greeting was curt. Manville touched a gloved hand to his hat. "Good morning, sir. I was hoping to find you." He seemed embarrassed and turned to look at Sharpe's men, who, muddied and tarred, stared malevolently back at the elegant cavalryman. "He's dead," Manville said without any more effort at politeness. "Rosendale?" "Yes. He's dead." Manville's face showed sadness as he looked back to Sharpe. "I thought you should know, sir." "Why would I need to know?" Sharpe asked brutally. Manville seemed nonplussed, but then shrugged. "I believe he gave you a note. I'm afraid it's worthless, sir. He didn't have a penny of his own money. And then there's—" Manville stopped suddenly. "There's what?" Sharpe pressured him. "There's Mrs. Sharpe, sir." Manville summoned the courage to say the words. "Someone will have to tell her." Sharpe gave a harsh, brief laugh. "Oh, not me, Captain. She's a goddamned whore, and she can rot in hell for all I care. Good day to you, Captain." "Good day, sir." Manville watched Sharpe walk away, then turned his horse towards the road, where, unknown to Sharpe, Jane waited in the carriage for news. Manville sighed and went to break her heart. Sharpe went back to the dying fire, took the promissory note from his pocket and tore it into shreds. There'd be no easy way of putting a new roof on the chateau, after all. He scattered the paper scraps to the breeze, then turned towards his men. "Mr. Price?" "Sir?" "We've got some bandsmen left at Ives, have we?" "Indeed, sir. We've even got a bandmaster." "Then get the idle buggers to play us a tune. We're supposed to be celebrating a bloody victory." Somewhere in the valley a woman screamed and screamed, paused to take breath, then screamed again because her husband was dead. Behind the battle line in the farm at Mont-Saint-Jean, the pile of amputated limbs grew higher than the dung-heap. A white-faced surgeon came to take the air by the roadside, while upstairs, where the wounded officers had been taken to recuperate or die, D'Alembour twitched in his shallow sleep. Mr. Little, the rotund bandmaster of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, launched his few musicians into a ragged version of Over the Hills and Far Away. Sharpe ordered the colours that had been restored to the battalion to be unfurled and planted above the deepening grave, so that the shadows of the silk flags would caress the dead. A woman wept at the edge of the grave. She was one of the 60 wives who had been allowed to travel with the battalion, and though she was widowed now, she would probably be married again by the month's end, for a soldier's woman never lacked for suitors. Another newly widowed wife, Sally Clayton, sat next to Charlie Weller, and Sharpe saw the nervousness with which the young man reached for her hand. "Make me a mug of tea, Charlie," Sharpe said, "and I'll make you into a sergeant." "Sir?" Charlie stared up in astonishment. "Do it, Charlie." Sally was quicker to understand that Sharpe was offering them a sergeant's wage. "And thank you, Mr. Sharpe." Sharpe smiled and turned away as a shout told him that Harper had returned from Brussels. The Irishman had brought Sharpe's dog back with him, a now released Nosey, who ran to Sharpe and leapt up to nuzzle and fuss his master. The men of the battalion grinned. Sharpe pushed the dog down, waited for Harper to slide out of the saddle, then walked with his friend towards the lip of the valley. "She's well," Harper confirmed. Lucille had wept when she had learned that Sharpe was safe and unhurt, but she had made Harper promise not to reveal her tears. "And the boy's well, too." "Thank you for going for me." Harper grunted. He had left for Brussels before dawn and now stared into the battlefield for the first time on this new day. His face showed no reaction to the horror. Like Sharpe, he had seen it 100 times before. They were soldiers. They were paid to endure horror, which is why they understood horror better than other men. They were soldiers. And like the men who dug the night soil from the pits of London, or like the women who tended the pestered and dying in the charity wards, they did a distasteful job that more fastidious men and women despised. They were soldiers, which made them the scum of the earth until a tyrant threatened Britain, and then suddenly they were red-coated heroes and jolly good fellows. "God save Ireland, but we've made a right bloody shut heap of this place." Harper commented on the valley. Sharpe said nothing. He was staring beyond the battlefield to where the sunlight glowed on trees unmarked by fire, and where the air smelt summer sweet. The cloudless sky promised a day for haymaking, or a day for lovers to stroll through heavy-leafed woods to rest beside the green cool of a stream bank. It was a midsummer's day on the borders of France, and the world was at peace.
That was Sharpe's Waterloo by Bernard Cornwell, read by William Gavinara.